But the heaviest payload till now, and it is going to be taking place in just some time from now, and we are going to keep a very close eye on the developments coming in from Sriharikota. But first, the headlines.
इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से। कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची।
Anger against Delhi High Court decision to give bail to Sangar in Unnao rape case victim along with family stage protest in Delhi. Late night chaos at India Gate in Delhi as Unnao protesters, which also included the victim, detained by the police. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong district's internet suspended. India summons Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah. Big impact of Arnab's interview with Justice Gawai. Sources say review petition likely on Aravali judgment. Viewers, BlueBird Block-2 to be launched soon from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota, and Republic is tracking all the updates live for our viewers. After months of delays due to technical checks and integration requirements, India's powerful LVM3 rocket, affectionately known as Bahubali for its heavy lift prowess, is poised to launch the massive 6.1 to 6.5 ton BlueBird Block-2 satellite today from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota, built by Texas-based AST SpaceMobile. This next-generation spacecraft represents a groundbreaking advancement in space-based cellular broadband technology, featuring one of the largest commercial phased array antennas ever deployed, spanning approximately 223 square meters to enable direct-to-mobile connectivity for standard, unmodified smartphones, delivering high-speed 4G, 5G voice, data and streaming services to the underserved and remote regions worldwide without relying on traditional ground infrastructure. Sharda is joining us live on the broadcast for more on this. Sharda, the countdown has begun. Give us the details coming in from the ground.
Well, the countdown is beginning to 25 minutes now left for the BlueBird 6 to be launched from the second launch pad in Sriharikota base of the ISRO. Training is that there's multiple plans kept for the BlueBird 6, where joining hands with the private company AST of the Texas-based airspace and the company, and also following which now the ISRO. This is for this year. This is the third collaboration with a private company. Earlier, we also saw how ISRO had a collaboration with NASA for a communication satellite, and this BlueBird 6 is set to be the largest satellite of all the three and would be the heaviest satellite that's landing on the lowest Earth orbit, and it's going to take exactly 16 minutes the minute it launches from the Sriharikota to reach the low Earth orbit, to make sure that the satellite helps in the connectivity, especially 4G, 5G, and also the broadband connectivity directly to the smartphones. The difference between this satellite and the other BlueBird 1 to 5 is that the others required an antenna or an exact terminal where the signal will be connected. However, this particular satellite is going to directly be connected to the smartphones. That's a huge technological development coming up. However, this server is not available for India, but India is going to be helping the rest of the world in making sure that this connection is tight and very strong.
That's right. That's right. In fact, this is built by Texas-based AST SpaceMobile, the next-generation spacecraft, representing a groundbreaking advancement in space-based cellular broadband tech. And it also features one of the largest commercial phased array antennas ever deployed, spanning approximately 223 square meters to enable direct-to-mobile connectivity. And Shardan, this is going to be helping for several unmodified smartphones as well. It's going to be delivering high-speed 4G, 5G voice data and streaming also.
Well, as you mentioned, it's going to be a huge help for the smartphones, especially because apart from 4G, 5G, now the broadband connectivity, especially the speed is going to become multiple times, where to be exact 3 times more, because this particular Bluebird 6 is going to cover a surface of 24,000 square meter, which generally 3 times more than what the other communication satellites are doing. And with AST, as we mentioned earlier, this is the third for ISRO to collaborate with the US-based private company. And in the coming days, AST has also promised that before 2026, they'll be launching 10 at least with the help in collaboration with ISRO, and the more plans are to come. And as we know, the ISRO has already mentioned that they are planned for 15 more launches before 2026 ends, and 2027 first being the Gaganya will be launched which is a crewed mission to the space. I think AST and ISRO are going to go on a long run technologically, and also for uncrewed and crewed missions to be collaborating, especially after Bluebird 6. Multiple talks are to be looked forward from the AST and ISRO.
That's right, Chadha, stay on with us. We also get you some visuals and the live updates coming in from Sriharikota.
TTC Director to Mission Director. TTC Director confirms readiness of TTC network element for supporting LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission.
Mission Director, Roger.
Satellite Director to Mission Director. Satellite is ready for automatic launch.
Mission Director, Roger. Based on clearance from Mission Readiness Review and Launch Authorization Board and readiness of vehicle, spacecraft, TTC network and range, Mission Director hereby authorizes for the commencement of automatic launch sequence operations for launch of LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission today, 24th December 2025, 08 hours 55 minutes 30 seconds.
All stations to note, Mission Director authorized the launch of LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission.
अभी आपने देखा अंतरिक्ष यान निदेशक, रेंज निदेशक, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड निदेशक ने अपने तंत्रों की सूचना मिशन निदेशक को दी। संतोषजनक स्थिति की पुष्टि होने पर मिशन निदेशक ने यान के प्रमोशन का अनुमोदन दे दिया है और अब प्रमोशन यान निदेशक ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करेंगे।
The countdown for LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission has been 24 hours long and commenced on 23rd December, that is yesterday, at 8:54 hours. During this time, the Earth storable propellants were serviced into the launch vehicle to begin with. The onboard gas bottles have been charged. The cryogenic propellants are serviced closer to the time of launch through a cryo arm mated to the launch vehicle. The meteorology team at the launch center tirelessly obtained the data on the prevailing weather and wind conditions.
LCC2 and VLCC2 note, timing confirmed, external hold mode.
VLCC, Roger.
The range instrumentation systems like radars verify their transmission. The onboard batteries are charged. Based on the satisfactory readiness of all the systems, a go-ahead clearance is given to start the automatic launch sequence, leading to the liftoff a few minutes later.
TCTC, data loggers are on it, SHAR-1, SHAR-2.
In a concert of all time-bound activities that culminate towards the launch, the various systems of the launch vehicle, satellite tracking and the range get ready in all respects. Based on the confirmation of readiness of all crucial elements, the mission director authorizes the commencement of automatic launch sequence, which comprises of a capsule of very essential checks. Subject to satisfactory confirmation, the onboard computer is set to flight mode very close to the launch.
Vehicle Director console to ALS console. Vehicle Director authorizes for the automatic launch sequence for the LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission.
ALS, Roger.
DS servers activated. MC confirms data from SHAR-1 and SHAR-2.
Automatic launch sequence initiated for LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू कर दिया गया है। अब कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियों के पश्चात तथा अंतिम जांच के पश्चात ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर स्वतः ही प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू करेगा।
We are 15 minutes away from the launch. Meanwhile, let me give you a brief about the rocket. The LVM-3 rocket
15 minutes.
stands 43.5 meters tall and weighs 640 tons at liftoff. It is a three-stage launch vehicle. The first stage being the two S-200 strap-on boosters operating on HTPB-based solid propellant. There's 204-ton propellant in each booster, while its size is 26.22 meters long and 3.2 meters in diameter. The Earth-storable liquid propellant-based L110 stage forms the core. This 21.4 meter long and 4 meter in diameter stage operates on the combination of UH-25 and N2O4. The upper stage is called C-25 and operates on cryogenic propellant combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This has 28.5 tons of propellant loading. The ogive-shaped payload fairing has a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 11 meters.
LVM3 की संरचना कुछ इस प्रकार है। LVM3 में दो सॉलिड स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर जिसे हम S200 कहते हैं, एक तरल नोदक वाले कोर चरण L110 के साथ संलग्न रहते हैं और तृतीय चरण है क्रायो अपर स्टेज जिसे C25 स्टेज कहा जाता है। यह हाई थ्रस्ट क्रायोजेनिक अपर स्टेज भी कहलाता है। S200 मोटर लगभग 2004 टन के ठोस प्रणोदक वाले दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ठोस नोदक बूस्टर है। तरल नोदक वाले L110 चरण लगभग 115 टन तरल नोदक लिए रहते हैं। इसमें UH-25 तथा N2O4 का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है ईंधन के रूप में। इसके बाद C-25 क्रायोजेनिक ऊपरी चरण जो 28 टन क्रायोजेनिक ईंधन लिए हुए है। यह स्वदेशी हाई थ्रस्ट क्रायोजेनिक इंजन CE-20 का इस्तेमाल करता है। इसके ऊपर इक्विपमेंट बे और सबसे ऊपर में 5 मीटर व्यास के ऊष्मा कवच यानी हीट शील्ड में अंतरिक्ष यान को सुरक्षित किया गया है।
Viewers, we continue to show you the preparations as it is just some time left for the launch of the BlueBird Block-2 mission. Sharda continues to be with us. Sharda, we were of course showing our viewers the preparations that are underway at Sriharikota. What are the other developments that you're getting?
Well, apart from the preparations that being done, final checks were made today morning to make sure what we have to notice that this particular launch was set to happen on the 14th first, then it delayed and it came 21 and also December 18 was the date and then December 21 and now to December 24. There have been multiple technical glitches, but ISRO is very sure that BlueBird 6 would bring them a huge success. This is a commercial understanding done by the Austin, Texas company and along with ISRO under the NCL pact that they had done. And the commercial satellite is going to be making sure that the communication radar for not just India but the entire world is developed with this. As you just mentioned sometime before, BlueBird 6 is very much different from BlueBird 1 to BlueBird 5, the previous satellites that has already been kept at the lower Earth orbit. Something that we have to notice today is very much about important is how ISRO is using the LVM3 rocket for this, the Bahubali rocket as we generally call it, which generally used to send it to geosynchronized in orbit, which is much far from the lower Earth orbit, but being the satellite with the heavy of being 6.1 ton, now ISRO's plan to use the LMV to launch it, following which after the lower Earth, or it reaches the lower Earth orbit, in 16 minutes the communication satellite will immediately start working. The previous communication satellite with NASA at least took 8 days of its face time to start working. Also helped in the satellite, apart from the satellite, it also worked on radar images and weather images, whereas this communication satellite is going to be completely focused on telecommunication and including the speed of the broadband or 4G and 5G directly to the smartphones without any antenna or any other terminal connectivity is what this particular communication satellite is all meant for. Following this, also multiple plans for ISRO and AST is underway, and however the AST chairman has also mentioned that before 2026 he'll be making sure that at least 6 communication satellites will be set, so we can hope for more BlueBird communication satellites in the future.
That's right. Stay on with us as we go back to the live updates coming in as the preparation continue to be on.
Mission to launch the US-based AST SpaceMobile's BlueBird communication satellite, Block 2, through New Space India Limited is a public sector undertaking of the Government of India under the Department of Space. LVM3 launch vehicle is the ISRO's heaviest vehicle. Through its LVM3-M6 mission, it will deploy the BlueBird Block-2 satellite, weighing around 6,000 kilograms, into low Earth orbit. The BlueBird Block-2 series forms part of SpaceMobile constellation network, designed.
All right, let me go back to my colleague Sharda. Sharda, you know, the satellite is weighing nearly 6,100 kilograms. It's the heaviest payload ever launched by an Indian rocket. What significance does this hold for our space missions?
Well, as you mentioned, the first time that ISRO would be launching such a heavy communications satellite. Apart from Gaganyaan, ISRO has not worked on a 6.1 satellite alone. And with the AST, with the SpaceMobile in connection with the Indian Space Research Organization is going a step further. And this communication satellite is called the next generation communication satellite. As we just spoke sometime before, though the service is not applicable in India for directly using the communication of broadband into the smartphones, it is expected that the BlueBird will also help the Indian communication in the future, if not immediately. This next generation satellite is also going to be making sure that it's going around the lower Earth orbit in the first quarter of 2026, at least 3 times, showing that the speed of the communication satellite is also higher. With growing technology, it's not far for India to reach out to that amount of broadband technology being brought into smartphones. Over the next few years, we can expect how smartphones also have broadband connectivity. The speeds, the weightage of what a laptop or a PC can do is what a smartphone is already doing, but with more weightage to the internet connectivity, now is going to get more further. And also the AST has promised that they'll be doing 60 more launches in the coming years, not with, maybe mentioning 4 or 5 with the Indian, but they mentioned 60 more Bluebirds to come, so we have to wait and watch if ISRO under the NCL will be cooperating with the AST SpaceMobile in Texas for more Bluebird launches. It's a very big question for the Indian Space Research Organization. Earlier we had NASA, now it's the AST. So multiple openings for ISRO with the private companies. One important thing that we have to notice is this, ISRO has promised for 15 launches in 2026 before the Gaganyaan in 2027. In that case, multiplying in with collaboration with multiple corporation companies, especially which is US-based, gives ISRO the space and the time to learn and also make sure that there's a huge trademark meant for ISRO be marked in the space area.
That's right. That's right, Sharda. In fact, LVM3 is a 3-stage launch vehicle comprising 2 solid strap-on motors, a liquid core stage and a cryogenic upper stage. It has lift-off mass of nearly 640 tons and a height of 43.5 m and a payload capability of 4,200 kg of GTO. It's a very, very featureful of this particular rocket. In fact, if we talk about the earlier missions also, Sharda, it has successfully launched. The LVM3 has successfully launched the Chandrayaan-2, the Chandrayaan-3 and the 2 OneWeb missions carrying 72 satellites.
Very true. LVM3 has always been ISRO's successful module. There's never been a failure. So in calculation, we say this is the 8th LMV that's being launched from the ISRO, especially from the Sriharikota base in itself, though it's the 6th communication satellite being launched under LMV. We can say that not even one has gone which has not been successful. LMV is always been ISRO's favorite because it's always been successful. As you mentioned, there's Chandrayaan-2, Chandrayaan-3, which also made a huge remark in ISRO's history. And especially there is no other satellite that helped India reach almost to the surface of the moon. Especially the geosynchronous orbit and the lower Earth orbit is something that ISRO constantly been focusing on. More than communication satellite, there are also radar satellites that ISRO had sent in the past with LMV, and can taking the past into account. If today's is success, it's ISRO's. It's going to be the 8th success of the LMV launch.
That's right, viewers. We are just a few minutes away from that mega launch, and ISRO is going to be launching the Bluebird. It is a very, very significant move coming in from the side of ISRO's BlueBird 6 launch, as it is going to be extremely significant and helpful for next generation communication satellites. It is weighing nearly around 6,100 kilograms. It's the heaviest payload ever launched by an Indian rocket. These are the main features of this particular mission. The mission aims to enhance connectivity, as it is going to be enabling direct broadband access. So no infrastructure, on-ground infrastructure is needed anymore, viewers. It is going to be a direct broadband access from the space to the smartphones. It will be coming in directly from the space to the smartphones without the need of specialized equipment, which is why it has been known as a major leap in India's commercial space capabilities. It is just a few minutes away from the launch, and we continue to stay with those visuals also coming in from Sriharikota, as many people are there raising the Indian flag, and children, all with a lot of enthusiasm to witness that mega launch. All are seated, all the public are seated along with children who have come in to witness the mega launch at Sriharikota. The launch of the Bluebird mission, dedicated commercial mission on board with the LVM3 launch vehicle, and it will launch the BlueBird Block-2 communication satellite of the AST SpaceMobile USA, developed by AST SpaceMobile USA. This mission marks the 6th operational flight of LVM3, also known as the Bahubali. LVM3 known as the Bahubali. It is the 6th operational flight of the LVM3.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस जारी है। इस दौरान S200 बूस्टर्स और L110 सभी चरणों के फायरिंग लाइन को तैयार कर दिया गया है। अंतिम संचार जांच जारी है।
We are 2.5 minutes away from the scheduled launch time. When a huge rocket like LVM3 ignites, a condition of overpressure is generated. Thrusting of solid rocket motors creates enormous acoustic levels which have a potential to affect the electronic components in the launch vehicle and satellite. To mitigate the acoustic levels, the acoustic suppression system floods the launch pad with large amount of water through nozzles so that a denser medium of water prevails around the rocket for the acoustics to travel through.
2 minutes.
यह प्रमोशन मिशन दक्षिणी पूर्वी दिशा का मिशन है, इसलिए इसमें निरंतर नजर बनाए रखने के लिए भारत स्थित शार और पोर्ट ब्लेयर में स्थित रडार स्टेशन इसमें पूर्ण निगरानी बना के रखेंगे, और इससे आगे निकलते हुए इंडोनेशिया स्थित बोगोर और ऑस्ट्रेलिया स्थित यत्रगा ग्राउंड स्टेशन की मदद से ट्रैकिंग की जाएगी।
The downrange tracking stations of Port Blair, Bogor and Yataraga will be participating for tracking the rocket, apart from the Shar tracking station closer to the liftoff.
अब हम उड़ान से 1 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं।
Stand by for the time mark. T-1 minute.
दर्शकों की जानकारी के लिए बता दें, T-8 सेकेंड्स पर क्रायो स्टेज यान से अलग होंगे और T0 पर S200 बूस्टर्स प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू होगा।
We are 40 seconds away from T0. The viewers may watch out for the swing out of the cryo arms, and the acoustic suppression system starts its operation.
Real-time programs activated.
VSPP open. minus 25 seconds, minus 20 seconds,
ignition arm
minus 15 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Both S200 motors
Plus 5
ignited.
seconds.
LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission, a majestic liftoff.
Normal.
The rocket is beautifully searing through the bright Sriharikota sky.
Plus 20 seconds.
LVM3-M6 रॉकेट का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच से और अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ चला है LVM3-M6 रॉकेट। दोनों ठोस नोदक वाले S200 बूस्टर्स प्रज्वलित हैं। प्रथम चरण का कार्यकाल लगभग 126 सेकंड का होगा और इस दौरान यह लगभग 6000 किलो न्यूटन प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं।
Very thrilling vibration at the launch base due to the thrusting of twin S200 motors.
Plus 1 minute.
Shato is in main auto.
बहुत ही साफ नजारा देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ उपस्थित लोगों को बहुत ही रोमांच का अनुभव हो रहा होगा। बहुत दूर तक हम इस यान को देख पा रहे हैं और मुमकिन है कि प्रथम चरण का प्रतिगमन भी देख सकेंगे।
Each S200 motors generates 5,952 kilonewtons. Burn duration for present mission is 132.5 seconds.
यान अपनी उद्दिष्ट दिशा का निर्धारण करते हुए अपने मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए अग्रसर है।
We are 111 seconds into the flight.
यहाँ इसकी पुष्टि हो चुकी है। द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है जो कि L110 चरण है। इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है। अब दोनों स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर्स और L110 चरण एक साथ प्रज्वलित हैं।
The L110 stage and the two S200 boosters.
Both S200 motors separated.
Just now we have had a confirmation of the separation of the two S200 boosters.
रेंज ऑपरेशन निदेशक द्वारा इसकी पुष्टि की गई। दोनों S200 बूस्टर को यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है। इसमें लगे जेटिसनिंग मोटर की मदद से उसे यान से सफलतापूर्वक और सुरक्षापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया जाता है।
We are 160 seconds into the flight. Current altitude 104 kilometers.
वर्तमान में L110 यानी द्वितीय चरण प्रज्वलित है।
Payload fairing separated.
Plus 3 minutes.
Closed loop guidance initiated.
यान से ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है। अब यान 123 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर प्राप्त कर चुका है और वर्तमान में यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत स्वतः दिशा निर्धारण कर रहा है।
The closed loop guidance has been initiated for LVM3 launch vehicle. Hereafter, the rocket will use real-time data from onboard sensors to continuously correct its flight path. The payload.
All right, this has happened, viewers. The Bluebird has launched a major space event for India and the global space commerce. This is the BlueBird Block-2, which was just launched, viewers, and it was launched on India's most powerful rocket developed by ISRO. The payload is BlueBird Block-2 communication satellite built by the US company. Huge update, because it also really opens up space when it comes to launching commercial satellites and commercial rockets by ISRO. So this is a very significant. It's the heaviest foreign satellite lifted by India. The Bluebird is the heaviest payload that ISRO's rocket has carried into low Earth orbit. I want to go across to a guest. I think we have a guest with us. Let's go to Arya Ghosh, satellite expert, who's joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Ghosh. And, I want you to help our viewers understand why this is significant. It's the heaviest foreign satellite lifted by India.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to ISRO. And it's a proud day for India. And I'm proud as an Indian. And this is significant, hugely significant because of the reason that what I'm getting astonished about is that the generally the geosynchronous satellites require a high orbit, 35,000 plus kilometers. But this is being launched at a LEO, that is low Earth orbit. So that is something which is unprecedented in my opinion. And the second thing is the payload. 6,100 kgs, BlueBird Block-2 is carrying this payload. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Only ISRO can think about it. No one else, I think. And the third thing is when we are entering into the arena of satellite communication and for the internet also, you must have heard about the Starlink that Elon Musk aspires to bring into India. It is going to help India a lot to develop its own satellite-linked internet system, which would really help in regard to speed and the connectivity. Because if you have a fiber at home, wired fiber, that due to wire snapping and all, you get blocked. The air fiber, which is basically the wireless version of it, it gets also blocked because of weather and terrain. So with high rises coming up, countlessly in cities, I think this is a major step in terms of reaching the rural areas and the rural homes where they need communication, especially in terms of disaster and other emergencies.
Yes, and Mr. Ghosh, like you said, big congratulations to ISRO. And you were speaking about the payload. You said the payload is huge. It is huge. So what does that really mean? What does that really mean about ISRO's heavy lift reliability and heavy lift capability compared to the other space players?
See, the payload is something which is the vital factor. I mean, if the rocket, you must have heard they were discussing or they were narrating about boosters and all. So basically, the whole mission would be either successful or a failure if the payload is not, if the rocket is not able to carry the payload and place it into the orbit where it is supposed to be placed. So that payload is the factor. I mean, this is a communication. This is a communication payload. I suppose that is carrying, if not other payloads. I have till such time I have heard of this one payload, but 6,100 kgs. If there are multiple payloads, it is all about ISRO's credit. That they have been able to, create this rocket and the system. Precisely, they have, space, kind of place this payload and the power, everything. I mean, there are a lot of things that we have little time. A lot of things that goes into, this mission. Even when there is a much lighter payload, but a payload of 6,100 kgs, that is surreal. That I can tell you with, all confidence that this is something which only ISRO can think about at this point in time. I don't know if NASA is, NASA must be observing this, but 6,100 kgs is a monster. That much I can tell you.
Yes. And, Mr. Ghosh, let's talk about what this really means for how ISRO has monetized its capabilities. And this was a commercial liftoff that we saw. What do you think about ISRO's growing role in the global commercial launch market now compared to the other global players?
Extremely bright. And as far as, it is not about the future, not about the present, not about the past. ISRO is an entity which is being, on which, countries across the world look up to for their satellites, own satellites to be placed. They are so dependent. They come to ISRO, and I don't want to demean anyone, but NASA must be feeling very jealous about this because one thing, once again, I would like to tell you that it's the payload. Payload is nothing but the kind of the main thing that is carrying that the satellite is carrying. I mean, if it's a communication payload, then it's that service or that factor that goes into it. So basically, payload is the main factor. Once again, I'm telling you, it's a component. It's a component like you can have communication related to payload. So it will be, the component will be related to communication. If you have something about, like ASAT and all, a payload which can target other satellites and all, that will be other component. So that component, it is the heart of the satellite. Otherwise, there is no point in kind of placing a satellite into the orbit. An empty satellite would mean nothing.
Yes.
So the payload is the main factor out here. And 6,100 on 100 kgs, ISRO has today demonstrated to the world that more and more countries can come to ISRO with higher payloads because owing to various contingencies or various demands of their own.
Yes, Mr. Ghosh, this is. I wanted to stay on with us because ISRO has just successfully launched Bluebird, and this is Bluebird 6 satellite for AST SpaceMobile. This is the heaviest payload lifted to orbit from Indian soil. And after the launch, we showed those pictures coming in where everybody is so happy. They're cheering. There was a big audience which had gathered to watch this. They're extremely happy. They're cheering for this big success of ISRO.
You name it and they have it. You name it and they have it in their kitty. Success after success, success. So ISRO has become a legacy of success. So this is something which not only India but the world could be proud of. This is something ISRO has proved itself, and the workforce that goes behind the calculation, I have some contribution. So in any case, it is like sleepless nights after nights, research and study. So this is a proud moment, for all of us, not for India, but for the world as a whole, and definitely for South Asia or Southeast Asia.
All right. Mr. Ghosh, I want you to hold on for a second. Let's go to what's happening live at Sriharikota now.
तृतीय चरण पूर्णतः सामान्य, अपने अपेक्षित पथ का अनुकरण करते हुए उद्दिष्ट पथ की ओर जा रहा है और कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे कि तृतीय चरण को कक्षा की स्थितियां प्राप्त होने पर स्वतः बंद कर दिया जाएगा और तत्पश्चात हमारे ब्लूबर्ड ब्लॉक 2 उपग्रह को कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा।
A relative velocity of 7.07 kilometers per second has been acquired so far.
Cryo stage performance normal.
The cryo stage is expected to perform till.
Cryo stage shut off.
And here we have a confirmation of the shut-off of
injection conditions achieved.
The shut-off of cryo stage and eager awaiting for the satellite deployment.
Bluebird Block 2 satellite separated. LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block 2 mission successfully accomplished. Handing over to mission director.
अभी रेंज निदेशक को आपने सुना।
Block 2 spacecraft is successfully injected into the specified orbit. LVM3-M6 mission is successfully accomplished.
ये सभी के लिए हर्ष और उत्साह का पल यहाँ पर, जिसमें इस मिशन में ब्लूबर्ड ब्लॉक 2 उपग्रह को सफलतापूर्वक उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है।
We have had a successful mission of LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block 2 mission. Congratulations to Team ISRO, Team NSIL and the customers AST SpaceMobile. Do stay connected for the address by Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO Dr. V. Narayanan and senior executives. We sign off from the commentary box. Namaskar.
जी हम आपसे आगे लेते हैं सभी दर्शकों और इनके उपभोक्ताओं जो इस मिशन से जुड़े हुए हैं, आप सभी को बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
The address of the ISRO chairman, Dr. V. Narayanan, in a short while from now. But yes, we just saw it's a successful mission at Sriharikota, where this satellite, the Indian Space Research Organization, has launched this BlueBird Block 2 satellite of the US-based AST SpaceMobile, in what is the heaviest payload ever flown by an Indian launch vehicle. Let's go straight across to our guest. Mr. Ghosh is joining us back, satellite expert. Mr. Ghosh, we just saw that there was a successful deployment of the satellite. We saw that live. And everyone who is at the headquarters there in Sriharikota, they are extremely overjoyed. All the months of hard work has finally paid off. But more than that, it's a day to be a proud Indian.
Absolutely. And why I was telling you, there is one more thing that I must share with your viewers, is that I was telling you, about this geosynchronous satellites and the altitude of around 35,000 plus kilometers above the Earth. So that is only because of the reason that if you need to have a 24-hour coverage, then it needs to be placed at a higher orbit. And for the low Earth orbit, you have the pass time, and you need to get connected to the satellite during that pass time. For example, if you are residing in Delhi, and you need to, if you are somehow you need that satellite, so you need to.
The BlueBird Block 2 communication satellites in the intended orbits. This is the first dedicated commercial launch for a customer from USA, that is AST SpaceMobile. Let me congratulate the New Space India Limited, the launch vehicle teams of the Department of Space, and the satellite project team of AST SpaceMobile on this outstanding achievement and contribution for the global community. This is our 104th launch from Sriharikota, also the 9th successful mission of LVM3 launch vehicle, demonstrating its 100% reliability. As all of you may recall, we had the LVM3 launch just last month, 2nd November 2025. This is also the first time we have a back-to-back mission of LVM3 within just 52 days. It's a great achievement and a great target achieved as per the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India. This was not an easy task considering the enormous efforts required, because it requires very close coordination among various teams at different ISRO centers, units, industry, launch complex, and the entire infrastructure availability. I take this opportunity to congratulate each and every team members for achieving this great feat for our country. Today's mission has brought yet another important glory to the India. This is the heaviest satellite ever lifted from Indian soil using an Indian launcher. This is also the third fully commercial mission of LVM3, and the vehicle has demonstrated its excellent track record, including the Chandrayaan-2, Chandrayaan-3, OneWeb missions and CMS-3 satellites. This has injected in the orbit. Dear friends, I am extremely happy to announce the performance of the orbit what we have got is less than 2 kilometer dispersion we have got. This is one of the best performance of any launch vehicle in the global arena. With this mission, India has successfully launched 434 satellites for 34 countries. In today's mission, as I told, all the vehicle systems have performed extremely well. We have also, for the first time, inducted electromechanical actuation control system for the S-200, which is also successfully demonstrated for the first time. This gives us great confidence for the Gaganyaan program. And this achievement is because of the guidance, mentorship given by our elders, the robust review mechanism, hard and smart work of every Department of Space team members, our industrial partners, academia, for their outstanding contribution. On this occasion, let me also thank our mentors for the strong foundation made for us to stand great and accomplish this type of great missions. Also, let me take the opportunity to thank MS AST SpaceMobile for having great confidence on Indian launcher and giving this opportunity for accomplishing this great feat. Even though a launch vehicle mission is a very, very tough job, today, the way the launcher has performed, that demonstrates the confidence and the single-minded devotion and hard and smart work of every members of the space activity. Let me congratulate all the review team members, audit committee members, and the entire elders, all the elders, and our family members on this great occasion. As you all know, the reward for hard work is more work. We are having lot of program in our hand, and we have to accomplish everything perfectly in a very systematic way. Right now, the orbit details are with me. We intended to achieve 520 kilometer circular orbit. What we have got is close to 518.5 kilometer circular orbit. That is the performance of this vehicle. With this, right now, we are having the leaders of Indian space program with me. So first, let me ask the project director and the mission director, Mr. Victor Joseph, to address the gathering. Mr. Victor.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning to everyone. and once again, LVM3 has risen to the occasion. Respected Chairman ISRO, former Chairman, Center Directors, senior colleagues, and all those attending here and online, today we have the 9th consecutive successful flight of LVM3 and the 3rd international collaborative mission for LVM3. And today we successfully launched the heaviest satellite ever lifted from Indian soil, the BlueBird Block-2, and placed it accurately in the designated orbit. On this significant occasion, I sincerely thank our respected Chairman for his continued leadership, guidance, and encouragement, and I also acknowledge the steady support provided by all Center Directors throughout this mission. I thank the efforts of NSIL team for their effective coordination, and I thank AST for placing the trust in LVM3 for this very important launch. And special appreciation to all the review forums whose rigorous and timely evaluations ensured mission readiness at every stage. My sincere thanks goes to the development teams across all the launch vehicle centers, our industry partners, the assembly teams, the technical facilities, the quality safety groups. Our collaborative work culture is once again demonstrated. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the families of our team members whose patience and support form the backbone of our collective efforts. I wish to specially recognize my project team, the Vehicle Director Biju Thomas, Associate Vehicle Director Sudesh, Associate Project Director Rajesh Sagar, the PMO team led by Dayal, Deputy Project Directors, and every member of LVM3 team. We were able to realize this back-to-back mission success within a very remarkably short time frame following the M5 mission. And also, we could demonstrate the technologies for significant jump in the payload capability of LVM3. So before I conclude, I wish AST team a smooth and successful spacecraft operations in the days ahead. And with the same focus, discipline, and teamwork, I'm confident that we will continue to contribute meaningfully to nation's space endeavors. Thank you.
We have got the launch vehicle team led by the Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Mr. Rajarajan with us. Mr. Rajarajan.
Thank you, Chairman. Most respected Chairman, Secretary, Department of Space, and former Chairman, mentors, distinguished professors, Center Directors, all my colleagues, and the respected customer, AST. It was an overwhelming experience to have a back-to-back launch, and that too successfully, putting this spacecraft into the as required orbit. It's a wonderful performance, marvelous, showcasing that we all people can put our heart and soul into the job and put back to make in 52 days. And I thank each one of the team players who really worked to make each and every component in the launch vehicle system to be flight ready, worthy, and make it possible with all the effort and a rigorous review system that we put in place with the help of all the past experience that we have and the expertise, and we showed that we can have a launch vehicle in a month's time. It also showcases that responsibility as we graduate from one launch after other. It is actually equal to every delivery is a rebirth. Every launch is equivalent to putting ourselves to rededicate and do things as if we are doing for the first time and making sure in a professional way. That's what it showcases in philosophical manner. I think we are coming of an age, we have to ensure and also put the team having so many launch campaigns that we have simultaneously do. I think we have to be able to do like studying different subjects at the same time for each semester or college. We have to be ready for every type of vehicle at the same time so that we as the nation looks for putting more demand and including every aspect of the aspiration of every team players in this country, so that we can enable the launches to happen as required, as demanded by our respected chairman, who puts in a lot of dedication and taking effort to take care of each and every employee's efforts also, to say that they keep focused, enable them to keep focused and do what is required so that we can do. I assure that we should dedicate ourselves to make more and more launches in a frequent manner to make it happen, so that we enable all the assets to be put in the right places. Wishing you all the best. Have a make it happen so that we enable all the assets to be put in the right places. Wishing you all the best. Have a happy new year beginning. Do well, do best, and we'll keep our flag flying. Thank you.
Thank you. Satish Dhawan Space Center Director, Mr. Padma Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, respected former Chairman, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Kiran Kumar sir, Director IAC, and all my colleagues and the team from AST SpaceMobile and NSIL. So it's a really proud moment for all of us. We have the 9th launch perfect, and the 3rd commercial mission, and the heaviest satellite from lifted from Indian soil. So many things to remember this mission by. And the best turnaround time, about 52 days that we have demonstrated. And I'm sure that we can do much better than that. All this has come through by the great effort by the ISRO team, and specifically to my hats off to my SHA team for a near perfect vehicle assembly and integration phase, and my associate director Sri Muthu Cheriyan, controller Ramesh Babu. I can go on like that. All the best to you for the next mission. We have a series of missions now lined up for the next month, for January, February, March. Chairman has put us a great schedule in front of us, and we will try to put in all our best efforts to meet those schedules. Thank you. See you again here.
Mr. Mohan, Director of Liquid Propulsion Systems Center and Acting Chairman Managing Director of New Space India Limited, which has executed this contract with the foreign customer. Yes, Mr. Mohan.
Good morning to India. Good morning to all of you here. So it's a great day today for us, especially for the Department of Space and the nation, to have collaborated with the space agency from USA and AST Mobile. The US company has entrusted the responsibility of launching the heaviest satellite from the Indian soil, and which we accomplished to precision today. So last few weeks was a bit hectic for us, especially the satellite was brought to Sriharikota on 16th of October. Then subsequently the activities were progressing, but more than following up this mission, the AST team was following up the previous mission, because any delay in the previous mission will directly affect this mission. And we started planning this mission from the first week of December, but due to various reasons that had to be postponed. But we are extremely happy that we were able to give them a Christmas gift as a fantastic launch today, and starting your operations from the new year beginning, you are going to be doing the surveys what you intended to in the orbit. So on this occasion, let me specifically compliment the team of LPSC for having made sure that this 1 minute window was the original time given for us today, but that 1 minute was something like too much of time for us, because it went to that precision of the servicing operations, the planning, the execution, great activity support from execution by the propellant filling service team, as well as the avionics system team, integration team, checkout teams. Ultimately, even though we had a few hiccups, we came back very strongly, and the perseverance of the launch vehicle team is something, it was phenomenal to have come back and targeted this on 24th. The AST team requested, don't take it to 25th or 26th, make it 24th, which we could do it. So congratulations to the NSIL team who toiled hard with this team of AST. They were here for almost a month. And also congratulations to the LPSC team and all the ISRO teams who have contributed this. And a lot of things to do in front of us in the new year. So wish you all a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year 2026. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We have with us Mr. Asir Pakiraj. Along with the LPSC team, the ISRO propulsion complex at Mahendragiri has delivered the L1 ton stage and the upper cryogenic stage, the C-25 cryogenic stage. So he will address.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. So the Bluebird has flown to the right place. Congratulations, respected Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOIs and Chairman Space Commission, the distinguished members of the Space Commission, the team DOIs, ISRO, NSIL, and the customers, the family members, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. It has been very heartening to see the LVM3 placing the BlueBird Block-2 on the right destination, the very right pillbox. This is the result of a very hard and continuous smart work by all the centers of ISRO. And in particular, I greet my IPRC family who are sitting and watching at Mahendragiri, and a few members are here with me here. And the meticulous testing of the Vikas engine, the making of the L1 ton stage, the testing of the C-20 engine for a longer duration to 100 seconds as an acceptance test, and making the C-25 stage in order, in time, and the supply of the ultra-pure liquid hydrogen for the mission has been the responsibility of IPRC for this particular mission, which the team IPRC has accomplished meticulously to see that the mission has reached the ultimate success today. Greetings to all my colleagues, and as Chairman said, the reward for good work is going to be more work for all of us, and the new year is going to dawn with the handful of activities and missions which is going to take ISRO to a greater height and bringing laurels for our nation in the process of nation building. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Mr. Soumya Narayana, who is leading the ISRO Inertial System Unit with us. Mr. Soumya Narayana.
Thank you, Chairman. Respected Chairman ISRO, all our former Chairman ISROs, all our seniors, my colleagues, and NSIL members and the spacecraft customers. Very good morning to all of you, and hearty congratulations to all of us, to all of you and their ISRO family members for achieving this grand successful mission. And as Chairman ISRO already pointed out and other members also pointed out, our inertial systems functioned flawlessly and we achieved the orbit within 2 km accuracy. Satellite delta V, in terms of delta V, hardly less than 1 meter per second. That is the injection accuracy we had. And I wish, because so many other programs are coming in this year, I wish all the programs will be grand success. Wish you happy Christmas also. Thank you.
Dr. Anil Kumar, who is leading the ISTRAC team with us. Dr. Anil Kumar.
Good morning to all, most respected Chairman, former Chairman, other distinguished guests. Let me congratulate and compliment the whole ISRO team for this wonderful success of the LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission. This shows that LVM3-M6 mission is 9th consecutive success. Successfully it is done for 9 times with 3 commercial missions. It shows that we have another launch vehicle, a heavy lift launch vehicle for commercial applications. It's a gift to nation, a New Year gift and a Christmas gift on the eve of the Christmas. So let me thank all ISRO team for putting the dedicated efforts for this success. As far as ISTRAC is concerned, this time we had a new station from Brin, Bogor, which has given little concerns earlier, but we could make it. There were no data loss for all through the trajectories. And our stations like Shar, Sri Vijayapuram, everything worked excellently well within the specifications, satisfactorily well. And Let me thank all the ISRO team who have worked tirelessly for this mission the last few days. It's actually from the last mission to this mission only 50 days were there. We could do it everything, coordinate with other agencies as well. Let me thank all ISRO team, especially the ground station network team led by our AD, Raghavendra, and spacecraft operations team POD. We have got a POD results.
We were of course listening in to those reactions coming in as the BlueBird 6 to enable direct 4G, 5G phone connectivity launched successfully. It is the heaviest ever satellite that has lift off India's LVM3 from the Indian soil, a milestone that has been reached. In fact, joining me at this point in time, Mr. Arya Ghosh, a satellite expert. We'll go ahead and speak with him. Mr. Ghosh, it is a very, very significant milestone we have reached today because it has been lifted off from the Indian soil. It is a milestone for ISRO as well and a proud moment for all the Indians. What is your response?
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing that I would like to share with your viewers is that the ISRO team have spoken about one client. So I would assume that there is only one payload, and one payload is a single payload of 6,100 kgs, and it's a collaborative project. So it means a lot. That means the other space agency was also, monitoring the performance of ISRO and as well as the foreign client. And as they rightly stated, this successful mission will definitely bring in queue more clients, more jobs. So, and as I have already told you about the tireless efforts and sleepless nights that they have spoken about, that you have heard. So it is on Christmas Eve, India has gifted the world a better way to communicate with each other, and that too for a first world country like US. So Donald Trump should be thankful to us, which his own company, his own country, or an entity of his own country has depended in ISRO rather than depending on NASA. Once again, I'm not comparing between ISRO and NASA. Nothing to compare. They are all, kind of genius. The workforce, a genius workforce that's working there, both in NASA and ISRO, but that the AST has depended on is ISRO for such a heavyweight payload, 6,100 kgs, a single payload, that spells a lot as far as ISRO's credibility is concerned.
That's right. Mr. Ghosh, also for the fact that we are no longer going to be anywhere dependent on ground infrastructural importance to get our better broadband networks. It is now going to be directly from the space, from this particular satellite, which will be providing 4G and 5G networks, even at the remote villages. So in that sense also, it is a very, very significant mission coming forward.
That's right. First of all, I'd like to once again bow down to the pathfinders and including the ever unforgettable Abdul Kalam, APJ Kalam sir, and then as I have been stating, and you have stated correctly, that it's going to bring 5G network, and soon we will enter into 6G network as well. So that this would do a world of good to the communication system. And once again, I would like to stress on this point, reaffirm that more than of course, the urban areas need a better communication system because of the skyscrapers, the multi-storied buildings, blocking the line of sight. So that is of course needed in urban areas. But just spare a thought about the rural the people living in rural areas. They don't have a address. So I worked on something called Google Plus Code, which basically would require nothing. No address would be required. And in such scenario, it is only imperative that we bring to their doors this type of advanced communication system, so that in times of cyclone or earthquake or any other disaster, they can they can maintain communication with the rescue agencies.
Absolutely. Mr. Ghosh, thank you for joining us on Republic this morning and speaking about in an elaborate form about the significance and the mission that has been launched successfully. With that, viewers, we are dipping into a short commercial break, but we will be coming right back as ISRO launches the Bluebird successfully. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We have some breaking news coming in from Odisha's Bhadrak district, where a body of a 10-year-old girl was found Tuesday evening in a secluded spot near the Baligaon Panchayat area. The victim's family has filed a police complaint alleging that she was sexually assaulted and then murdered. She had been missing the last few days, and the enraged locals have blocked the roads, demanding the immediate arrest of the culprits. In fact, the police have reached the spot and launched an investigation. According to the reports coming in, some people were shocked to find the body of the minor girl in a secluded area near the Panchayat office at around 7 p.m. on Tuesday evening. And then they had gone ahead and informed the others. It is alleged that the minor girl was raped and her body was dumped in a bushy area under the cover of darkness. Thousands of people gathered at the spot. The police have also, they arrived at the scene, taken the body to the custody and sent it to the hospital for post-mortem examination. The police multiple police forces have been deployed at the spot to maintain order amid the tensed atmosphere. As you can see, there are huge protests that broke out in Bhadrak, where people are seeking justice and strict punishment for the culprits. And with that, viewers, we shift our focus now. 8 years after the shocking Unnao rape case exposed the abuse of power and silence, the case is back in the headlines. In fact, the Delhi High Court has controversially suspended the life sentence of former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar, convicted for the rape of a minor, pending appeal. In fact, the survivor's family took to the streets of Delhi, protesting quietly, only to be forcefully removed by the police. More in this report.
8 years after a crime that exposed power, fear and silence, the Unnao rape case is back in focus. A controversial High Court order suspends life sentence given to former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar, convicted for the rape of a minor. And in the midst of this injustice, a family silently protesting in front of Delhi's India Gate, seeking answers to the questions that echoes loudly. How does a man convicted of rape get a suspension of sentence at all?
उन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं सोचा, उन्होंने सुरक्षा हमारी बरकरार रखी, लेकिन कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं। जान का खतरा लाइफ टाइम तक बना है सर, क्योंकि मेरे साथ रेप हुआ। कल का अगर मेरी बच्ची है, कल का मेरी बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी, कहीं जाएगी, उसके साथ में भी रेप करेंगे तो कुछ हम पे क्या बीतेगी।
A rape survivor who stands with her family, holding her ground, her silence louder than the slogans around her. But the silent protest suddenly turns chaotic due to police interruption. Victim's family dragged and detained and taken away in CRPF bus.
Who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus, detaining. He is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder, while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
In a controversial order by the Delhi High Court, Kuldeep Sangar rape sentence was suspended pending appeal that has sparked fresh outrage. The ex-BJP MLA has challenged the December 2019 trial court verdict in the rape case. But the court has imposed strict conditions. A 15 lakh rupee personal bond, weekly police reporting, surrender his passport to prevent foreign travel. The High Court also directed Sangar to not come within a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's house and not threaten her or her mother. Sangar has also been ordered to stay in Delhi. The court has warned that any violation of these conditions will lead to immediate cancellation of bail and his return to jail. The case dates back to June 2017, when a 17-year-old girl was gang raped in Unnao, Uttar Pradesh. The accused, Kuldeep Singh Sangar, then a powerful sitting MLA. After the survivor spoke out, her father was arrested on false charges and later died in judicial custody. Sangar was eventually convicted in that case as well, establishing a chilling abuse of power. In December 2019, a Delhi court convicted Sangar of rape and sentenced him to life imprisonment. 8 years on, the fight for justice is far from over. For the survivor and her family, the court's order is a bitter reminder that power and privilege still cast long shadows.
Moving on, viewers, shocking scenes unfolded at India Gate as the Unnao rape survivor and her mother were dragged away by the police in a van during a fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh. On December 23, the court suspended his life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions like staying 5 kilometers away from the victim. The family fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister saying they feel safer in jail. Dramatic visuals capture the chaos and the outrage over justice for the 2017 rape victim. Watch the full breakdown of this controversial development.
Today's day is extremely telling about where the scale of justice tilts in India. For justice in a democracy must not just be done it must also be seen to be done. And I have no doubt in saying that what the Delhi High Court has done today in the Sangar case is not just a travesty of justice, in my view, but it would also give extremely wrong impression to people who would want to believe in the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day when a convicted rapist, a very powerful rapist, a very influential rapist, a very connected rapist called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, ex-BJP MLA, extremely well-connected, notorious, powerful man's life sentence has surprisingly been suspended by the Delhi High Court. I want to repeat, this man is convicted, not accused. And the Delhi High Court suspends his life sentence. What a mockery of justice. What message is the judiciary, the higher judiciary, the appellate courts, what message are they sending to the people of India? And why is the rest of the media quiet about these things? Surprisingly, today is also a day when the Supreme Court of India has disposed of the Sandesara matter, the matter of corruption against the Sandesara brothers, who paid a total sum, ladies and gentlemen, of 5,000 crore rupees plus as a deposit, as a measure of abundant caution, and the criminal charges against them are gone. So if you're rich, you get away. If you're powerful, you get away. You have way and leeway in this country if you're rich and if you're powerful. I'd like to go back to the visuals of the Sangar case. And let me tell you, in this case, where there is a rape that has occurred, where this man has carried out an act of rape on June 4th, 2017. This case gains attention after the victim attempts self-immolation on April 8, 2018, because she's tired of knocking on every possible door. On April 3rd, 2018, this man, Sangar's aides, including his brother, beat the victim's father with sticks and lathis. So he carries out an act of rape. He's arrested. After that, the father is arrested and the father of the victim dies in judicial custody on April 9, 2018. What is worse, on July 28, 2019, the victim, her lawyer and two aunts suffer severe injuries when a truck rams their car 11 times. In a murderous attempt, two of her aunts die. The rape survivor's mother, grandmother and survivor herself wrote letters to the Chief Justice of India and the governor asking for justice. All of these things have happened. It is not a case of injustice, it is of aggravated injustice. And in this country, you would believe that the courts would come to the defense of the victim. But in our country, a division bench comprising Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar said that in this case, they suspend the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sangar with a warning not to come within 5 kilometers of the residence of the victim and not threaten the mother of the victim, which means the court is almost entirely trusting the moral compass of a politician called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who is convicted of rape and murder, and is advising the person, don't hurt the victim any further. I want to ask the honorable courts,
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मीरज।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning to us. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and we are continuing our focus on the Unnao rape case because now the Delhi High Court has suspended the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who is serving life imprisonment in that case. We'll get you all the updates on that and much more. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking for you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Both S-200.
ISRO launches the BlueBird Block-2 spacecraft from Andhra Pradesh's Sriharikota.
इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से। कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची।
Anger against Delhi High Court's decision to give bail to Sangar in Unnao rape case. Victim along with family stages protest in Delhi. Eight people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong districts. Internet suspended. India summons Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah. And big impact of Arnab's interview with Justice Gawai. Sources say review petition likely on Aravali judgment. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. The Aravali campaign is snowballing into a national conversation with rare no-holds-barred moments from the very top to the judiciary, now grabbing headlines. Even as lawmakers continue to give unconvincing defenses, voices on the ground are growing louder than ever before. Voices of resistance are rising from Pratapgarh, where members of the Bhil tribal community are speaking out against mining activities in and around their villages. The tribals allege that miners are violating the rules, operating without legal safeguards that are meant to protect scheduled areas and indigenous communities. And under Section 13(3) of the 5th Schedule, permission from the respective Gram Panchayat is mandatory before any such activity can take place. But locals say that no such consent has been taken from the Gram Panchayat. All right, our colleague Swarali got this walkthrough. Take a look.
सर, आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे कि आपने ये मुद्दा कब उठाया था और एग्जैक्टली यहाँ के लोगों की, यहाँ के लीडर्स की क्या मांग है?
आपके चैनल के माध्यम से मैं सारे दर्शकों को जोहार, अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा। आज जिस विषय पे हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं इतना गंभीर विषय है। ये बात अलग है कि वर्तमान समय में अलग अलग इशू की वजह से लोग इसको ध्यान नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी जो देख रहा हूँ पूरे राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश हमारा सटा हुआ है, गुजरात हो गया, हरियाणा हो गया, दिल्ली में सभी सामाजिक संगठन इसको पुरजोर तरीके से उठा रहे। मैं अपने आप को एज ए मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती थी कि इस मैटर को जैसे आया, जैसे कि 20 नवंबर के आसपास सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सरकार को कहा था कि अरावली की डेफिनेशन दो, सरकार ने ऐसी बद्दी डेफिनेशन बना के दे दी जिस डेफिनेशन कहा जाए कि उद्योगपतियों के हवाले किया अरावली को, 90% अरावली को उद्योगपतियों को हवाले करते हुए डेफिनेशन दी। तो ये जैसे मेरे संज्ञान में आया तो सबसे पहले पार्लियामेंट में इसको मैंने लगाया, 377 के तहत लगाया था जिसमें लिखित में रहता है। फिर जैसे मुझे नंबर मिला 11-12 तारीख को मैंने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर इसको बोला है, इस इशू को लेके। और इसमें इसके बाद हमारे जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं भूपेंद्र यादव, उन्होंने इसको स्पष्टीकरण करने का भी किया, लेकिन वो जो जिस तरह से उन्होंने आंकड़े पेश किए और जिस तरह से उसके उनका जो कहना है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो जजमेंट आया, दोनों में रात दिन का अंतर है। तो मेरा अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला को जो लेकर कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला मतलब कहा जाता है कि 2000 अरब वर्ष पुरानी पर्वत श्रृंखला है और ये गुजरात से लगा के बनासकांठा के अंदर ये पालनपुर वाला जो इलाका वहां से लगा के दिल्ली तक फैली हुई 700 किलोमीटर के आसपास है। सबसे ज्यादा हिस्सा राजस्थान में पड़ता है और राजस्थान में भी सबसे ज्यादा आदिवासी बाहुल्य क्षेत्र डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़ इन जिलों में पड़ता है। इससे सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय को और इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले अन्य समुदाय को होना है। इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं, हमारे सामाजिक विंग है और भारत आदिवासी पार्टी के बैनर तले इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं। इसमें मेरा कहना है कि सरकार ने 4-5 अधिकारियों को लगा के डेफिनेशन तय कर ली। सरकार को जन सुनवाई करनी चाहिए थी। क्या अरावली में हजारों सालों से रह रहे हैं आदिवासी दलित पिछड़ा जो इलाका है, इन लोगों से पूछने की जरूरत नहीं थी?
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो चीफ जस्टिस थे जिन्होंने ये डिसीजन दिया था, उनका कहना है कि जो मल्टी एजेंसी कमेटी थी जिसने ये डेफिनेशन दिया है, तो उसमें काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट थे। फिर फॉरेस्ट सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, बाकी भी कई एक्सपर्ट थे और उन्होंने ये डेफिनेशन दी है, इसीलिए इसको इतना इम्पोर्टेंट माना जा रहा है। तो इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
वो एक्सपर्ट उद्योगपतियों के इशारों पे काम करने वाले हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी जो डेफिनेशन है, उस डेफिनेशन, उन परिभाषा की वजह से अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला खत्म हो जाएगी। 90% सरकार खुद कह रही है कि 90%, 10% मात्र पहाड़ियां, 8 से 10% पहाड़ियां 100 मीटर के ऊपर की है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट में जो फैसला है उसमें कहा गया कि जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड से नापेंगे, जो धरातल है उससे नापी जाएगी 100 मीटर के ऊपर की पहाड़ी, उसको अरावली माना जाएगा, बाकी को हम भविष्य में खनन के लिए अलाउ कर देंगे। और मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड से लेंगे, नीचे से लेंगे। नीचे से नहीं, उन्हें स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि ग्राउंड ऊपर जो ग्राउंड है उससे डीप से नहीं है। तो जिस तरह से उद्योगपतियों के हवाले करने का जो कानून लाए हैं उसका हम लोग पुरजोर तरीके से विरोध कर रहे हैं। आज जगह जगह पे ज्ञापन रैली हो रहा है। आज ही के दिन में डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़, उदयपुर इन जिलों में हजारों की संख्या में जनताओं ने ज्ञापन दिया है। आज आप देख रहे हो, ज्ञापन देने के बाद यहाँ मीटिंग थी हमारा, और हमारा जो कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में अनेक जीव जंतु हैं। आप सरकार एक तरफ टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप करने के लिए विस्थापित करती है, लोगों को नया पैसा करोड़ों रुपया लगा, ये ऑलरेडी है। यहाँ पर आज जिस महाराणा प्रताप या महाराणा संगा के नाम से कई लोग, कई संगठन थपथपाते हैं, हमें भी गर्व है कि गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है, लेकिन यह भी समझना पड़ेगा कि महाराणा सांगा से लगा के महाराणा प्रताप तक जितने भी युद्ध मुगलों से लड़े हैं वो सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में लड़े हैं। वो खानवा का युद्ध हो, वो बयाना का युद्ध हो, हल्दीघाटी का युद्ध हो, लास्ट दिवेर का युद्ध हो, सारे के सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला की पहाड़ियों के बीचों में युद्ध लड़े गए। और मेरा जहाँ तक मानना है ये सारे युद्ध जीतने का सबसे बड़ा आधार भी माना जाए अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला का भी योगदान है। जितने भील सैनिक लगे थे साथ में, इनका गुरिल्ला युद्ध पद्धति जो आई वो पहाड़ियों की वजह से आई। तो हमारा इतिहास जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे पुरखों का खून बहा इन पहाड़ियों के अंदर।
सर, फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स टू अंडरस्टैंड, हमें डेटा के साथ बताइए कि पर्यावरण पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा और ये जो आदिवासी बांधव है जो वहाँ पे रहते हैं, आपने जिन एरियाज के नाम बताए, उन पे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा?
पर्यावरण पे सीधा कि राजस्थान खत्म होगा और ये गर्म हवाएं और ये रेगिस्तान उत्तर प्रदेश तक, मध्य प्रदेश तक, दिल्ली तक खत्म करेगी। आज जो रेगिस्तान रुका हुआ है वो मूल आधार ही अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला है। अगर अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला नहीं होती तो पूरा राजस्थान रेगिस्तान में तब्दील हो जाता, मध्य प्रदेश यूपी तक होने वाला था। और आज ये खत्म करेंगे। आज भी पूरे आदिवासी इलाके या पूरी अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में अवैध माइनिंग हो रही है दबा के, और वो सत्ताधारी लोगों के इशारों पे हो रही है, उनके श्रेय से हो रही है। उस पर तो रोक नहीं लगा रहे, लेकिन जो है उसको भी खत्म करने का कानून ला रहे। जीव जंतु यहाँ पर हैं, यहाँ पर अनेक पक्षी हैं, अनेक पैंथर है, तेंदुआ है, ये सारे जीव जंतु है। अगर अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला नहीं रहेगी तो ये जीव जंतु शहरों में आएंगे, आना शुरू कर दिया गया है। लेकिन इस लड़ाई को हमारा संगठन के लोग पुरजोर तरीके से लड़ रहे हैं। और अवश्य हम कहते हैं कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला से मुगल और अंग्रेजों को भगाया है तो अरावली को खत्म करने वाली भाजपा सरकार को भी क्षेत्र से उखेड़ने का काम करेंगे हम लोग।
जी, मैं ये लोगों के बीच में जब जाके बात कर रही हूँ तभी देख पा रही हूँ। सर, ये भी पूछना था कि जो यूनियन एनवायरमेंटल मिनिस्टर है उनका कहना है, जैसे आप वो मुद्दा उठा रहे थे उस सवाल पे आऊँगी, उनका कहना ये है कि ज़मीन से नहीं, जहाँ से पहाड़ ज़मीन के नीचे से शुरू होता है वहाँ से नापा जाएगा और वो डेफिनेशन है 100 मीटर्स की।
तो उस डेफिनेशन में उनके पास इतने एक्सपर्ट थे, तो उस डेफिनेशन में ये उन्होंने ये क्यों नहीं बताया कि अरावली की टोटल पहाड़ियाँ कितनी है और उनके जो नापने का तरीका है उस नापने के तरीके से कितनी पहाड़ियाँ संरक्षित हो पा रही है और कितनी अवैध के लिए मतलब खनन के लिए अलाउ कर रहे हैं, वो क्यों नहीं बताया उन्होंने। इनको वो डाटा भी बताना चाहिए था कि इतनी पहाड़ियाँ हैं जो हमने डीप से मापा है और टॉप तक मापा है, तो 100 मीटर से अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में जो डाटा है 13,000 के आसपास पहाड़ियाँ हैं। हमारी समझ के हिसाब से 1000 पहाड़ियां मात्र 100 मीटर से ऊपर की है और 12,000 के आसपास पहाड़ियां 100 मीटर के नीचे की है। हम कह रहे हैं दावे के साथ, तो सरकार एक्सप्लेन करे कि
जिसमें कुंभलगढ़, चित्तौड़गढ़ ये सब भी शामिल,
हाँ सब शामिल है, तो सरकार एक्सप्लेन करे कि उनकी डेफिनेशन के अनुसार 100 मीटर की पहाड़ियां कितनी मान रहे हैं वो डाटा ले आए। अगर ये ले आए, वो कह रहे हैं 90% संरक्षित हो रहा है, तो बताए कि 13,000 पहाड़ियां, 13,000 में से 11,000 12,000 पहाड़ियों पे खनन नहीं होगा, बता दे डाटा। पहाड़ियां भी जिले वाइज गिना दे हमको कि इन पहाड़ियों को कुछ नहीं होने वाला है।
सर, आदिवासी जनता को आप रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, तो आप हमें ये बताइए, जिन पे डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है इस डिसीजन का जो कहा जा रहा है, तो आप हमें ये बताइए कि जनता का और आप एज ए लीडर क्या मांग है सरकार से, ये हमें बताइए।
सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय पे पड़ना है, लेकिन आदिवासी समुदाय के साथ इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले, राजस्थान में रहने वाले, दिल्ली में रहने वाले प्रत्येक समुदाय पे है, क्योंकि ऑक्सीजन जो मिल रही है, शुद्ध हवा जो मिल रही है, सब समुदाय को मिल रही है, ऐसा नहीं आदिवासी समुदाय को, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय का जल जंगल जमीन। हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासी समुदाय जल जंगल जमीन को अपना पूर्वज मानता है, देवता मानता है, और भाजपा सरकार जल जंगल जमीन को संसाधन मान रही है। हम लोग पूर्वज मानते हैं, पहाड़ों नदियों को पूजते हैं, और ये लोग धर्म के नाम से राज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पहाड़ों नदियों को संसाधन माना गया।
सर, इस डिसीजन को नहीं बदला गया या रिव्यू नहीं किया गया, तो जो आदिवासी बांधव हैं, लीडर्स हैं, उनकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया होगी, कैसी मुहिम चलाई जाएगी?
हमने इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले और इस क्षेत्र के जितने सामाजिक संगठन है, पॉलिटिकली संगठन है, उन सबको कहा है कि राजनीतिक अपनी जगह जिंदा रहना है, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए लड़ना है, क्योंकि इसका इफेक्ट आने वाली पीढ़ियों पे होना है। आने वाली पीढ़ियां नष्ट होगी। आज दिल्ली में रहने लायक नहीं, दिल्ली के लोग इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं, इतना खुद भुगत रहे हैं, इसके बाद क्यों नहीं समझ रहे हैं? ये दिल्ली में शुद्ध ऑक्सीजन नहीं है, खतरे से मतलब जो AQI जो है क्या है 500 600 700 पहुंच रहा है, जो सबसे खतरनाक है। इतना कुछ भुगतने के बावजूद भी दोहन के लिए नीतियां ला रहे हैं। समझना चाहिए, सरकार से अनुरोध है कि जल जंगल जमीन को संसाधन नहीं माने, आदिवासी समुदाय से सीखने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आदिवासी समुदाय जल जंगल जमीन को, पहाड़ों को अपना पूर्वज, अपना देवता मानने का काम करता है।
आपकी पार्टी रैलीज भी निकालने वाली है राजस्थान के अलग अलग पॉकेट्स में, क्या ये रैली राजस्थान तक सीमित है या ये दिल्ली तक जाएगी?
हम लोग, क्योंकि दिल्ली जो संसद भवन बना है, दिल्ली जो राष्ट्रपति भवन बना है, वो खुद अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला पे बना हुआ है। उस समय इसलिए बनाया था कि वो टॉप पे था, तो दिल्ली से लगा के गुजरात तक लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। गुजरात में भी हमारे लोग काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोग ये बांसवाड़ा, डूंगरपुर, प्रतापगढ़, सिरोही, ये 6-7 जिले हैं, इन सारे जिलों में हम रैलियां, आज सभी जिला मुख्यालय पर ज्ञापन दिया गया है, और आने वाले समय में पैदल यात्रा करेंगे और संभाग मुख्यालय पे बड़ा आंदोलन करेंगे।
कितने लोग शामिल होने की संभावना?
आज के दिन में ही सभी जिला मुख्यालयों पर हजारों की संख्या हुई थी, और आने वाले समय में सभी जिलों की एक साथ हम लाखों की संख्या में आंदोलन छेड़ा जाएगा।
All right, in fact, Swarali is joining us live. Let's get all the updates from her. Very good morning, Swarali. We just heard, the members of the Bhil community, they're raising some very, very pertinent questions as far as the Aravali, decision is concerned, and how they're gearing up to continue with the more protests there. Give us an update. What is happening?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Bhil community is a tribal community which resides in the Pratapgarh region, and as he was saying that Dungarpur, Sirohi, all these are the areas wherein on the Aravali hill range all these tribal people reside, and they are going to be impacted if the decision is executed. That's what they were claiming. Yesterday when we tried and talked with them, they had informed us that at various district collector offices they had submitted the applications. Further, they are also planning for padayatras to different places wherein the entire Aravali hill range is present. Currently we know that that throughout the entire nation, specifically in the state of Rajasthan, there is uproar amongst people because they are demanding for the review of decision of acceptance of the definition of Aravali hill ranges, which was constituted by multi-agency committee, saying that all the hills which are above 100 meters will only be considered as the hill range of Aravalis. On the other hand, their review, their demand is that the entire decision should be reviewed and it should be changed for the environmental benefits of the existence of Aravalis. Now, as we are covering the story throughout the state of Rajasthan, we can understand that with ecological importance, they also have spiritual and historical importance attached to this entire issue, because we have to understand that tribal community resides in the same region and they worship these hills. So that's the reason there is this uproar, and the demand is that the definition should be revised in the benefit of the society as well as the environment. As we know that Aravali spreads across 700 kilometers, cuts across 4 states, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi, but the major part is in the state of Rajasthan. And if we talk about the data, the numbers, if according to the definition that is being accepted by Supreme Court, only 8.7% will surpass this definition, that is 1048 hills. Rest around 12,000 hills do not fit into this definition, which makes it at the 93%, and that's the reason why people are agitated, they are furious, because it's an ecological barrier, it's a shield which dissects the Thar desert and rest of the India. It stops desert from marching ahead. So all these are the various reasons and definitions which are being expected and demanded to be changed, and review of this entire decision is expected. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sorali, for getting us all those updates on that big story, viewers. And let's move on in the bulletin now. All right, viewers, shocking scenes unfolded at India Gate as the Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcibly dragged away by the police during a fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. And on Tuesday, remember, the court suspended the Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions such as requiring him to stay 5 kilometers away from the victim. However, the family fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister stating that they feel safer in jail rather. Dramatic visuals captured the chaos and the outrage surrounding this controversial legal development, raising questions about the justice for the 2017 rape victim. Watch the full breakdown of the story. Take a look. All right, these dramatic visuals we can see from the India Gate as the victim and her family members were forcibly dragged by the Delhi police, and this after the Delhi High Court's decision on Tuesday, in which the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal. Though the court said that it is imposing strict conditions like requiring Sangar to stay 5 kilometers at least away from the victim. However, the family says that they fear for their safety.
Now, Ashutosh Singha has been granted bail by Delhi High Court in a rape case. The Delhi police is now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, he is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury. The victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus. The day on which Ashutosh Singha got bail, the victim is now being detained by Delhi police and is being taken away. And now being taken away into the CRPF bus. We can clearly hear that the victim is in pain and is crying out, and they are being removed from India Gate Circus and being taken into the CRPF bus. She is being carried away by the Delhi police and being put into the CRPF bus, kicking and screaming till the very end, defiant till the very end. She has said that she will be fighting against all the injustice she has faced, and she will keep on fighting till the very end. And she says that this is very subversion of justice done today by the Delhi High Court, and she will take her fight to the Supreme Court. And because she only believes that Supreme Court is the only last refuge where she can get any kind of justice.
So viewers, 8 years after the shocking Unnao rape case brought widespread attention to the abuse of power, the case has resurfaced in the headlines yet again. The Delhi High Court has controversially suspended the life sentence of former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who was convicted of raping a minor, pending his appeal. And in response, the survivor's family has now taken to the streets of Delhi in a peaceful protest, only to be forcibly then removed by the police. More on the story.
8 years after a crime that exposed power, fear and silence, the Unnao rape case is back in focus. A controversial High Court order suspends life sentence given to former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar, convicted for the rape of a minor. And in the midst of this injustice, a family silently protesting in front of Delhi's India Gate, seeking answers to the questions that echoes loudly. How does a man convicted of rape get a suspension of sentence at all?
उन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं, उन्होंने सुरक्षा हमारी बरकरार रखी, लेकिन कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं। जान का खतरा लाइफ टाइम तक बना है सर, क्योंकि मेरे साथ रेप हुआ। कल का अगर मेरी बच्ची है, कल का मेरी बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी, कहीं जाएगी, उसके साथ में भी रेप करेंगे तो कुछ हम पे क्या बीतेगी।
A rape survivor who stands with her family, holding her ground, her silence louder than the slogans around her. But the silent protest suddenly turns chaotic due to police interruption. Victim's family dragged and detained and taken away in CRPF bus.
Who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus, detaining. She is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder, while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
In a controversial order by the Delhi High Court, Kuldeep Sangar rape sentence was suspended pending appeal that has sparked fresh outrage. The ex-BJP MLA has challenged the December 2019 trial court verdict in the rape case. But the court has imposed strict conditions. A 15 lakh rupee personal bond, weekly police reporting, surrender his passport to prevent foreign travel. The High Court also directed Sangar to not come within a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's house and not threaten her or her mother. Sangar has also been ordered to stay in Delhi. The court has warned that any violation of these conditions will lead to immediate cancellation of bail and his return to jail. The case dates back to June 2017, when a 17-year-old girl was gang raped in Unnao, Uttar Pradesh. The accused, Kuldeep Singh Sangar, then a powerful sitting MLA. After the survivor spoke out, her father was arrested on false charges and later died in judicial custody. Sangar was eventually convicted in that case as well, establishing a chilling abuse of power. In December 2019, a Delhi court convicted Sangar of rape and sentenced him to life imprisonment. 8 years on, the fight for justice is far from over. For the survivor and her family, the court's order is a bitter reminder that power and privilege still cast long shadows.
Viewers, shocking scenes unfolded at India Gate as the Unnao rape survivor and her mother were dragged away by the police in a van during the fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. On Tuesday, remember, the court suspended Sangar's life sentence, pending appeal, and imposing strict conditions like staying 5 kilometers away from the victim. But the family fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister saying that they feel safer rather in jail. Take a look.
Today's day is extremely telling about where the scale of justice tilts in India. For justice in a democracy must not just be done, it must also be seen to be done. And I have no doubt in saying that what the Delhi High Court has done today in the Sangar case is not just a travesty of justice, in my view, but it would also give extremely wrong impression to people who would want to believe in the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day when a convicted rapist, a very powerful rapist, a very influential rapist, a very connected rapist called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, ex-BJP MLA, extremely well-connected, notorious, powerful man's life sentence, has surprisingly been suspended by the Delhi High Court. I want to repeat, this man is convicted, not accused. And the Delhi High Court suspends his life sentence. What a mockery of justice. What message is the judiciary, the higher judiciary, the appellate courts, what message are they sending to the people of India? And why the rest of the media quiet about these things? Surprisingly, today is also a day when the Supreme Court of India has disposed of the Sandesara matter, the matter of corruption against the Sandesara brothers, who paid a total sum, ladies and gentlemen, of 5,000 crore rupees plus as a deposit, as a measure of abundant caution, and the criminal charges against them are gone. So if you're rich, you get away. If you're powerful, you get away. You have way and leeway in this country if you're rich and if you're powerful. I'd like to go back to the visuals of the Sangar case. And let me tell you, in this case, where there is a rape that has occurred, where this man has carried out an act of rape on June 4th, 2017. This case gains attention after the victim attempts self-immolation on April 8, 2018, because she's tired of knocking on every possible door. On April 3rd, 2018, this man, Sangar's aides, including his brother, beat the victim's father with sticks and lathis. So he carries out an act of rape. He's arrested. After that, the father is arrested, and the father of the victim dies in judicial custody on April 9, 2018. What is worse, on July 28, 2019, the victim, her lawyer, and two aunts suffer severe injuries when a truck rams their car 11 times. In a murderous attempt, two of her aunts die. The rape survivor's mother, grandmother, and survivor herself wrote letters to the Chief Justice of India and the governor asking for justice. All of these things have happened. It is not a case of injustice, it is of aggravated injustice. And in this country, you would believe that the courts would come to the defense of the victim. But in our country, a division bench comprising Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar said that in this case, they suspend the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sangar with a warning not to come within 5 kilometers of the residence of the victim and not threaten the mother of the victim, which means the court is almost entirely trusting the moral compass of a politician called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who is convicted of rape and murder, and is advising the person, don't hurt the victim any further. I want to ask the honorable courts, we respect the fact that you've given a verdict, but we completely disagree with it. We believe that in cases like that of Kuldeep Singh Sangar, the toughest of examples should be set. We must not forget, honorable judges, the promises that were made to the people of India following the Nirbhaya case. And today Nirbhaya's mother herself came and said she was appalled by this.
ये तो एक रूल नया बनाया जा रहा है, जैसे कि और जेल में है वो भी कहेंगे कि हमको फांसी की सजा हुई है तो उसको खत्म करके फिर सुनवाई की जाए, तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। पता न कौन से कोर्ट कहां से हो रहा है ऐसे, ये तो पहले बार ऐसा हो रहा है।
The problem in our country is we believe that public memory is short. But here on Republic, we are here to remind both the politicians as well as the judiciary of their responsibility to the people of India. Republic is with the people. Republic is with the public. I hope this decisions of the Delhi High Court today gets overturned by a higher court. I wish courage to the victims and her families to fight this long battle. We are with those who have been targeted by the politicians. We are against this verdict, both in its letter and in its spirit. Does not mean it won't be followed. It will be followed. But this is not right. Just not right.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. Both S200 motors ignited.
ISRO launches the BlueBird Block-2 spacecraft from Andhra Pradesh's Sriharikota.
इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से। कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची।
Anger against a Delhi High Court decision to give bail to Sangar in Unnao rape case victim along with family stages protest in Delhi. Eight people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong district's internet suspended. India summons Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah. Big impact of Arnab's interview with Justice Gawai. Sources say review petition likely on Aravali judgment. Breaking news coming in. Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan claims 7 attacks on security forces in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 7 attacks reported in 6 districts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa by TTP, 2 attacks in Karak, 1 attack each in Khyber, North Waziristan, Bannu, Raksai and Tank districts of KPK. Attacks claimed to be carried out by the TTP as a part of Operation Khandak. These are the latest updates coming in, viewers, at this point in time, where we are given to understand that there are 7 attacks that have been carried out by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, the TTP, which has claimed 7 attacks on security forces in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. These 7 attacks have been reported in 6 districts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa by the TTP. 2 attacks have taken place in Karak, 1 attack each in Khyber, North Waziristan, Bannu, Raksai and Tang districts of the KPK. Attacks claimed to be carried out by the TTP as a part of Operation Khandak. Gursimran joins me to give us more details. Gursimran, take us through these updates coming in of the attacks being carried out by the TTP in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yes, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has intensified their attacks on the Pakistani security forces as part of its Operation Al-Khandak that they have launched earlier this year. And we have seen that the vital installations of the Pakistani establishment have been on the target. We have yesterday, if we speak of last 24 hours, there have been 7 attacks that have been carried out by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan in the 6 districts that include Karak, Bannu, Tank, Orakzai and North Waziristan, where the attacks have been carried out. We are told that these attacks ranges from the sniper attacks to the IED attacks and also the Fidain attacks that have been carried out by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. There have been large-scale casualties, though fatal casualties are yet to be confirmed by the Pakistani Army or the DGISPR, which happens to be the official spokesperson of the Pakistani Armed Forces. But one thing is very clear, that they have suffered the casualties. These are the non-fatal casualties, large-scale casualties that have been suffered, and also huge losses to the Pakistani establishments that are in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It has become almost a daily trend that Pakistani armed forces are suffering to the attack by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and also the support that the TTP is garnering from the local population of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. That is also making it really very difficult for the Pakistani armed forces to actually get control, because every single day it's either the Pakistani army camps or the frontier corps camps that are being targeted by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan as part of its Operation Al-Khandak. And if we speak of this year, more than 400 attacks have been carried out on the Pakistani armed forces.
That's right. Right, Gursimran, thank you for giving us the details on that story. With that, viewers, we shift our focus now. Moving on, viewers, the lynching of Deepu Chandra Das in Mymensingh has become a stark reminder of the vulnerability faced by Hindu minorities. Civil society voices in India have demanded stronger protections for minorities and reforms in law enforcement to ensure that accusations of blasphemy cannot be weaponized. The incident has brought to fore the bigger question: why India's soft diplomacy needs a hard reset. Watch this report.
70% of Bangladesh has seen targeted Hindu killings. Women are picked up and dumped into vehicles, kidnapped Hamas style in Bangladesh.
Hindus in Bangladesh have faced escalating violence, including arson, mob attacks, sexual assault, temple demolitions.
Bangladesh's growing anger towards India is rising with every passing day. From anti-India demonstrations backed by the ISI to the besieging of the Indian embassy and the targeted killings of Hindus. These incidents reflect a troubling escalation of tensions. Since the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government in August 2024, the diplomatic air between New Delhi and Dhaka has shifted from a golden chapter of cooperation to a tense and suffocating standoff. What India is witnessing is not merely a change in administration in the neighboring country, but a fundamental restructuring of Bangladeshi national identity that is being aggressively engineered to be anti-Indian.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called Seven Sisters, they are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy.
It is a coordinated campaign driven by specific political factions that view India's historical role in the 1971 war not as a liberation but as the beginning of a different kind of subjugation. To understand why India's strategic silence is falling, one must first identify exactly who is holding the megaphone in Dhaka and what they are saying. The primary engine behind this anti-India surge is the resurgence of Jamaat-e-Islami.
The entire regime change operation was done with the Jamaat-e-Islami
of Dhaka in charge. It was conducted by Pakistan with support of external forces. And now these Jamaat-e-Islami are trying to whip up a frenzy. What they have realized, what the Jamaat-e-Islami thought that they would be able to get the majority, but then they realized that what Mohammed Yunus has done in the last 18 months has made the people very unhappy. The economy is in total doldrums, factories are closing down, there's inflation, rampant unemployment. So people are very unhappy, and they are saying that it was better earlier when Sheikh Hasina was there. So to counter this lack of popularity of the Jamaat-e-Islami, they are trying to whip up all kinds of frenzy.
For decades, this hardline Islamist party was sidelined due to the collaboration with the Pakistani army during the 1971 Liberation War. However, in the current vacuum, they have re-emerged as a dominant street power, aggressively pushing a narrative of Islamic nationalism that inherently rejects secular ties with India. Their ideology is simple. They equate Indian with Hindu and Awami League, thereby painting any cooperation with New Delhi as a treason against Bangladesh's sovereignty. Riding alongside Jamaat is the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, effectively led from exile in London by Tariq Rahman. While the BNP has traditionally been centre-right, they have opportunistically adopted a fierce anti-Indian rhetoric to galvanize support. By framing India as the hegemon that kept Hasina in power artificially, they have successfully tapped into public anger. This political opportunism has bled into the student wing as well. Groups like the newly formed Inqilab Mancha have been vocal in their hostility. Student leaders who once spoke of democracy are now heard chanting slogans threatening to isolate the Seven Sisters, referring to India's northeastern states, a rhetoric that was previously the domain of fringe separatists and not mainstream political activists. This shifting political tide has manifested in disturbing attempts to rewrite history. The most dangerous development for India is the revisionism surrounding 1971. The widespread vandalism of statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, was not just mob violence. It was symbolic rejection of the 1971 narrative that binds India and Bangladesh together. The new narrative being pushed by these factions suggests that India's intervention in the 1971 war was an act of expansionism rather than humanitarian aid. By erasing the memory of Pakistani genocide, which claimed 3 million lives, and the sacrifice of Indian soldiers who sheltered 10 million refugees, these factions are clearing the path for a geopolitical pivot away from New Delhi. And in this volatile mix, a Hindu minority has become the soft target for venting anti-India rage. The arrest of Chinmay Krishna Das, a prominent Hindu leader and former ISKCON spokesperson, on sedition charges for allegedly disrespecting the national flag, was a flashpoint. His arrest was not a simple legal procedure but a messaging to the minority community to stay silent. The subsequent violence, including the killing of a lawyer during protests and the gruesome lynching of Deepu Chandra Das in Mymensingh, follow a chilling pattern. Reports from the Bangladeshi Hindu-Buddhist Christian Unity Council document over 2,000 incidents of communal violence between August and late 2024 alone, including attacks on 69 temples and the looting of hundreds of businesses. Every time New Delhi issues a diplomatic note of concern, these radical factions spin as interference, triggering fresh attacks on temples and businesses to teach India yet another lesson. Has India's response to this multi-layered crisis been paralyzed by a policy that put all its eggs in one basket, and that is of the Sheikh Hasina regime? And now that the basket has broken, leaving it to rely on wait and watch approach, is this silence being read as weakness by Dhaka? The interim government led by Muhammad Yunus has often played to the gallery, making provocative statements about the chicken's neck corridor and dismissing India's security concerns.
We have problems with India right now because they didn't like what the students have done. They're hosting Hasina, who's the former prime minister, who created all this problem and killed the young people.
By treating the interim government with soft hand, has India allowed these radical factions to normalize their hate campaigns? The India Out movement, which started as a social media trend calling for the boycott of Indian products, has now morphed into a state-tolerant sentiment where visa centers are besieged and Indian cultural centers are attacked. The reality is that New Delhi is no longer dealing with a friendly neighbor undergoing a transition. It is dealing with a state where the political center of gravity has shifted decisively against it, driven by factions that see hostility towards India as the primary source of legitimacy. If India chooses to share its diplomatic restraint, it possesses an arsenal of economic and administrative levers that could bring the interim government in Dhaka to a standstill within weeks. The experts argue that the most devastating immediate step would be the weaponization of energy. Bangladesh relies on India for over 1,160 megawatt of electricity every day, with the Adani power plant in Godda alone acting as a critical baseload provider supplying nearly 1,496 megawatt of capacity. Dhaka already owes staggering dues exceeding about $800 million to the Indian power producers. A decision to indefinitely suspend this supply, citing non-payment, may plunge Bangladeshi homes and, more critically, its export-oriented factories into prolonged blackouts, experts argue. This would spark domestic unrest that no amount of anti-India rhetoric could quell. Simultaneously, experts believe that India could leverage its geography to choke Bangladesh's trade. The land ports like Petropol, Benapol are the arteries of Bangladesh economy and handle billions in trade annually. New Delhi could impose a rigorous 100% physical verification regime on all cargo, effectively halting the movement of essential commodities like onions, sugar and raw cotton. Bangladesh's textile industry is the backbone of its economy, which contributes to over 80% of its export earnings and relies heavily on raw cotton and yarn imported from India. Any disruption in this supply chain would paralyze the ready-made garment, the RMG sector of Bangladesh, which employs nearly 4 million workers. Without Indian yarn, factories in Dhaka and Chittagong would grind to a halt within weeks, leading to mass layoffs and economic collapses, data reveals. Furthermore, essential commodities like onions, sugar and fuel flow across the border to stabilize Bangladeshi markets. In 2023 alone, India exported nearly $11 billion worth of goods to Bangladesh. A blockade of severe restriction would send inflation in Dhaka skyrocketing, making daily life unaffordable for the common man, the common citizen, and turning public anger against the interim government, political analysts believe. Furthermore, revoking the transit rights that allow Bangladesh to access Nepal and Bhutan would leave Dhaka geographically isolated, turning its dream of regional connectivity into a logistical nightmare. On the social front, the suspension of the visa regime would be a precise strike against the Bangladeshi middle class and elite. India is the primary destination for affordable, high-quality healthcare for thousands of Bangladeshis. In 2023, approximately 450,000 Bangladeshi patients visited India for medical treatment, contributing significantly to the economy. Shutting this door would create immediate panic and turn public sentiment against the interim government's hostility. Finally, the nuclear option involves the issue of migration. If India were to aggressively expedite the identification and deportation of undocumented Bangladeshi nationals currently working in India, while simultaneously reinforcing the border security force posture to a zero-tolerance setting, it would create a humanitarian and political crisis on the border that Dhaka is ill-equipped to handle. Its shift from benefactor to barrier would unmistakably demonstrate the steep price of antagonizing a neighbor that holds the keys to your economic survival. Strategic silence is a valid tool only when the opponent respects your latent power, but experts believe that currently that respect is eroding. The mobs in Myanmar and political firebrands in Dhaka are betting that India is too paralyzed by its desire for regional stability to react. By refusing to leverage its economic dominance from power grid to trade routes, India risks establishing a new normal where its security interests and the safety of Hindus are treated as collateral damage. A policy that relies solely on diplomatic niceties while ignoring the hard levers of statecraft is not strategic patience, it is a vulnerability that is being ruthlessly exploited by a neighbor.
Viewers, breaking news coming in from Maharashtra regarding seat sharing for the BMC elections. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has increased the pressure on the BJP. According to sources, Shinde has demanded 112 out of the 227 seats in Mumbai from the BJP. The BJP has offered Shinde 90 seats in Mumbai, but he is not willing to accept this. Shinde is demanding more seats, citing his recent success in the local body elections and his strong hold in urban areas. In fact, Shinde claims that the traditional Shiv Sena voters in Mumbai will refrain from voting the BJP against the Thackeray brothers, which is why he is demanding 12 seats, 112 seats. Satyaprakash is joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details on these updates coming in from Maharashtra. Satyaprakash, किस तरह हम देख रहे हैं कि शिंदे ने जो डिमांड रखी है उनको और ज़्यादा सीट्स चाहिए, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने 90 सीट ऑफर करा है, पर शिंदे को इस वक्त कहा जा रहा है कि उन्होंने 112 सीट्स की डिमांड रखी है। इस पे और जानकारी दीजिए।
देखिए, बीएमसी चुनाव को लेकर सीट बंटवारे को लेकर लगातार मीटिंग हो रही है, लेकिन मीटिंग सारी असफल हो रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन में जो नगर पंचायत और नगर परिषद के चुनाव हुए थे और जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट को जीत मिली है, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं जो शिवसेना शिंदे गुट है कहीं कंप्रोमाइज करने के मूड में नहीं दिख रही है। इसीलिए जो डिप्टी सीएम है, जो शिवसेना के मुख्य नेता है एकनाथ शिंदे, लगातार जो मीटिंग कर रहे हैं उसमें साफ तौर से डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि 112 सीटें 227 में से 112 सीटें चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से मुंबई में शिवसेना का गढ़ है और शिवसेना गढ़ में शिवसैनिक कहीं कहीं उनके पास है, इसीलिए लगातार बीजेपी डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि हमें 112 सीटें चाहिए, लेकिन बीजेपी जो है 90 सीट से ज्यादा देने को तैयार नहीं है। लगातार बीती रात भी मीटिंग हुआ था, एक दिन पहले ही डिप्टी सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे और देवेंद्र फडणवीस सीएम के साथ साथ कई नेता थे जो लगातार मीटिंग किए, लेकिन मीटिंग का दौर शुरू है, लेकिन अभी सीट बंटवारे को लेकर फार्मूला तय नहीं हो पा रहा। फार्मूला इसलिए तय हो रहा है कि जो बीजेपी कह रही है उस पर शिंदे नहीं मान रहे हैं और शिंदे जो कह रहे हैं उस पर बीजेपी नहीं मान रहे हैं। तो कहीं न कहीं शिवसेना शिंदे गुट 112 सीट मांगा है बीएमसी चुनाव में साथ में बीजेपी के लड़ने के लिए, लेकिन बीजेपी 90 सीट से ज्यादा देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। जी
सत्यप्रकाश, ये जो इंटरनल डिवाइड हम देख रहे हैं सीट्स को लेके, जो अभी आप कह रहे थे मीटिंग्स चल रही है पर कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं क्रिएट हो पा रहा है, इस पे आगे क्या होने वाला है? क्योंकि इसका सोल्यूशन कुछ ना कुछ रखना पड़ेगा बीजेपी को भी, क्योंकि शिंदे ने कहा है कि उनका काफ़ी ज़्यादा सिग्निफिकेंट रोल था जो चुनाव हुए, लोकल बॉडी चुनाव हुए उन पे।
देखिए, 2 दिन पहले ही बीजेपी की तरफ से कहा गया कि 150 सीटों को लेकर हमारा फार्मूला जो है, हमारी जो दोनों शिंदे गुट शिवसेना शिंदे गुट और बीजेपी के बीच में कहीं सहमति बन गई 150 सीटों को लेकर। लेकिन जिस तरह से लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन हुए, जो नगर पंचायत और नगर परिषद के चुनाव हुए, जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट प्रदर्शन किया, उसके बाद कहीं शिवसेना शिंदे गुट की डिमांड बढ़ गई है। लगातार ये कहा जा रहा है कि जल्द ही महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस और फिर से डिप्टी सीएम जो एकनाथ शिंदे फिर से बैठेंगे, जो सीट बंटवारे को लेकर विवाद बना हुआ उसको हल करेंगे। लेकिन जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट लगातार डिमांड कर रही है कि 112 सीटों से कम नहीं लड़ेंगे, क्योंकि 227 सीटें हैं और 227 सीटों में कहीं 50-50% दोनों लड़ने के लिए कहीं तैयार नहीं हो रहे हैं। 90 सीट से ज्यादा बीजेपी तैयार नहीं है, लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में मीटिंग होगा, मीटिंग के बाद इस जो विवाद है उसको सुलझाने की कोशिश किया जाएगा।
जी धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ये तमाम जानकारी देने के लिए सत्यप्रकाश. एंड दोज आर द अपडेट्स कमिंग इन व्यूअर्स एज फार एज the BMC elections are concerned in Maharashtra. There is a divide that is coming in reported. And now viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. We'll get you details as 8 people have been injured as a violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong district. Internet has been suspended. More on the other side after the break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Coming up next, viewers, violence and arson in Assam as 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong districts. Internet suspended. We will get you the details on this story. Stay tuned. We will be right back after a short break.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে. পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে. এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Republic TV has exposed illegal mining along the ecologically sensitive zone of the Aravali Hills. Our campaign is snowballing further. A lot of you are resonating with a message, and that is save the Aravalis, save the AQI. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Three, two, 1, 0. Both S200 motors ignited.
ISRO launches BlueBird, a satellite, a historic moment from Andhra Pradesh, Sriharikota.
इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से। कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची।
Big anger against Delhi High Court decision to give bail to Sangar in Unnao rape case. Victim along with family stages protest in the national capital. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Ascent, Skarbi, Aglong districts. The internet has been suspended. India summons Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah. Big impact of Arnab's interview with Justice Gawai. Sources say review petition likely on the Aravali judgment. The Aravali campaign is snowballing into a national conversation with rare, no-holds-barred moments from the very top of the judiciary, now grabbing headlines. Even as lawmakers continue to give unconvincing defenses, voices on the ground are growing louder than ever before. Voices of resistance are rising from Pratapgarh, where members of the Bhil tribal community are speaking out against mining activities in and around their villages. The tribals allege miners are violating the rules, operating without following legal safeguards meant to protect the scheduled areas and indigenous communities. Under Section 13(3) of the 5th Schedule, permission from the respective Gram Panchayat is mandatory before any such activity can take place. But locals say that no such consent has been taken.
सर, आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे कि आपने ये मुद्दा कब उठाया था और एग्जैक्टली यहाँ के लोगों की, यहाँ के लीडर्स की क्या मांग है?
आपके चैनल के माध्यम से मैं सारे दर्शकों को जोहार, अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा। आज जिस विषय पे हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं इतना गंभीर विषय है। ये बात अलग है कि वर्तमान समय में अलग अलग इशू की वजह से लोग इसको ध्यान नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी जो देख रहा हूँ पूरे राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश हमारा सटा हुआ है, गुजरात हो गया, हरियाणा हो गया, दिल्ली में सभी सामाजिक संगठन इसको पुरजोर तरीके से उठा रहे। मैं अपने आप को एज ए मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती थी कि इस मैटर को जैसे आया, जैसे कि 20 नवंबर के आसपास सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सरकार को कहा था कि अरावली की डेफिनेशन दो, सरकार ने ऐसी बद्दी डेफिनेशन बना के दे दी जिस डेफिनेशन कहा जाए कि उद्योगपतियों के हवाले किया अरावली को, 90% अरावली को उद्योगपतियों को हवाले करते हुए डेफिनेशन दी। तो ये जैसे मेरे संज्ञान में आया तो सबसे पहले पार्लियामेंट में इसको मैंने लगाया, 377 के तहत लगाया था जिसमें लिखित में रहता है। फिर जैसे मुझे नंबर मिला 11-12 तारीख को मैंने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर इसको बोला है, इस इशू को लेके। और इसमें इसके बाद हमारे जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं भूपेंद्र जी यादव, उन्होंने इसको स्पष्टीकरण करने का भी किया, लेकिन वो जो जिस तरह से उन्होंने आंकड़े पेश किए और जिस तरह से उनका जो कहना है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो जजमेंट आया, दोनों में रात दिन का अंतर है। तो मेरा अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला को जो लेकर कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला मतलब कहा जाता है कि 2000 अरब वर्ष पुरानी पर्वत श्रृंखला है और ये गुजरात से लगा के बनासकांठा बनासकांठा के अंदर ये पालनपुर वाला जो इलाका, वहां से लगा के दिल्ली तक फैली हुई है। 700 किलोमीटर के आसपास है। सबसे ज्यादा हिस्सा राजस्थान में पड़ता है और राजस्थान में भी सबसे ज्यादा आदिवासी बाहुल्य क्षेत्र डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़ इन जिलों में पड़ता है। इससे सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय को और इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले अन्य समुदाय को होना है। इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं, हमारे सामाजिक विंग है और भारत आदिवासी पार्टी के बैनर तले इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं। इसमें मेरा कहना है कि सरकार ने 4-5 अधिकारियों को लगा के डेफिनेशन तय कर ली। सरकार को जन सुनवाई करनी चाहिए थी। क्या अरावली में हजारों सालों से रह रहे हैं आदिवासी दलित पिछड़ा जो इलाका है, इन लोगों से पूछने की जरूरत नहीं थी?
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो चीफ जस्टिस थे जिन्होंने ये डिसीजन दिया था, उनका कहना है कि जो मल्टी एजेंसी कमेटी थी जिसने ये डेफिनेशन दिया है, तो उसमें काफी एक्सपर्ट थे। फिर फॉरेस्ट सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, बाकी भी कई एक्सपर्ट थे और उन्होंने ये डेफिनेशन दी है, इसीलिए इसको इतना इम्पोर्टेंट माना जा रहा है। तो इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
वो एक्सपर्ट उद्योगपतियों के इशारों पे काम करने वाले हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी जो डेफिनेशन है, उस डेफिनेशन, उन परिभाषा की वजह से अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला खत्म हो जाएगी। 90% सरकार खुद कह रही है कि 90%, 10% मात्र पहाड़ियां, 8 से 10% पहाड़ियां 100 मीटर के ऊपर की है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट में जो फैसला है उसमें कहा गया कि जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड से नापेंगे, जो धरातल है उससे नापी जाएगी 100 मीटर के ऊपर की पहाड़ी, उसको अरावली माना जाएगा, बाकी को हम भविष्य में खनन के लिए अलाउ कर देंगे। और मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड से लेंगे, नीचे से लेंगे। नीचे से नहीं, उन्होंने स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि ऊपर जो ग्राउंड है उससे, डीप से नहीं है। तो जिस तरह से उद्योगपतियों के हवाले करने का जो कानून लाए हैं, उसका हम लोग पुरजोर तरीके से विरोध कर रहे हैं। आज जगह जगह पे ज्ञापन रैली हो रहा है। आज ही के दिन में डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़, उदयपुर इन जिलों में हजारों की संख्या में जनताओं ने ज्ञापन दिया है। आज आप देख रहे हो, ज्ञापन देने के बाद यहाँ मीटिंग थी हमारा, और हमारा जो कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में अनेक जीव जंतु है। आप सरकार एक तरफ टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप करने के लिए विस्थापित करती है, लोगों को नया पैसा करोड़ों रुपया लगा, ये ऑलरेडी है। यहाँ पर आज जिस महाराणा प्रताप या महाराणा संगा के नाम से कई लोग, कई संगठन थपथपाते हैं, हमें भी गर्व है कि गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है, लेकिन यह भी समझना पड़ेगा कि महाराणा सांगा से लगा के महाराणा प्रताप तक जितने भी युद्ध मुगलों से लड़े हैं, वो सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में लड़े हैं। वो खानवा का युद्ध हो, वो बयाना का युद्ध हो, हल्दी घाटी का युद्ध हो, लास्ट दिवेर का युद्ध हो, सारे के सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला की पहाड़ियों के बीचों में युद्ध लड़े गए। और मेरा जहां तक मानना है, ये सारे युद्ध जीतने का सबसे बड़ा आधार भी माना जाए अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला का भी योगदान है। जितने भील सैनिक लगे थे साथ में, इनका गुरिल्ला युद्ध पद्धति जो आई, वो पहाड़ियों की वजह से आई। तो हमारा इतिहास जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे पुरखों का खून बहा इन पहाड़ियों के अंदर।
Getting you these live pictures coming in. Bulldozer action continues in Bareilly for the second day. The bulldozer reached the Wajid Beg's wedding hall. Remaining portion will be demolished today itself. So what we see is the Bareilly Development Authority demolishing a marriage hall which is owned by Wajid Beg, a close associate of Bareilly violence accused Tawqir Raza, for its construction without the permits. Jatin is joining us. Jatin, take our viewers through what are we seeing the second day of the remaining portion which is being demolished. Yes, go ahead, Jatin.
बिल्कुल, देखिए सीधा लाइव तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाता हूं और आप देखेंगे आज दूसरा दिन है। कल आगे का हिस्सा वाजिद बेग के इस बारात घर को लेकर उसका जो निर्माण था, अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन था, उसको तोड़ा गया। और आज दूसरे दिन भी जो बीडीए के ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं और आप देखेंगे कि दूसरा जो जेसीबी है वो भी अब यहां पर पहुंच गए और 2 जेसीबी के जरिए ये बचा हुआ जो पूरा हिस्सा और पक्का कंस्ट्रक्शन यही है, इसको तोड़ने का जो काम किया जाएगा। 2 बड़ी बातें इस पूरे इंक्रोचमेंट ड्राइव को लेकर। एक ये कि इस बारात घर को वाजिद बेग ने बनाया बिना बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अप्रूवल के बिना, कोई नक्शा पास नहीं कराया। दूसरा, 26 सितंबर को बरेली में जो हिंसा हुई थी उसकी प्लानिंग इसी बारात घर में रची गई। तौकीर रजा खुद यहां पर मौजूद थे। वाजिद बेग जो कि सपा के पूर्व पार्षद रह चुके हैं वो यहां पर मौजूद थे और कॉन्स्पिरेसी की गई बरेली हिंसा की इसी जमीन पर और उसी को लेकर जो कार्रवाई है वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन द्वारा की जा रही है। तीसरी सबसे बड़ी बात कि किस तरीके से अतिक्रमण यहां पर किया गया, जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी की गई और उसके बाद कैसे योगी और मोदी सरकार को एक तरीके से उन पर पर दबाव बनाने की जो प्लानिंग है वो यहाँ पे की गई। और उसके बाद सभी ने तस्वीर देखी कि कैसे यहाँ पर जो हिंसा है वो बरेली में होती है। और आप देखेंगे तकरीबन 600 वर्ग मीटर में ये पूरा जो बारात घर है वो बना हुआ था और उसको बिना जो बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अप्रूवल के बनाया गया। और आगे का आप हिस्सा देख रहे हैं, जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर ये बारात घर था, जो पीछे का हिस्सा है उसको तोड़ने का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है। पहली मंजिल पर आप देखेंगे एक फुली फर्निश्ड जो मैरिज हॉल जिसको हम बोलते हैं इंग्लिश में, वो यहाँ पर बना दिया गया था। और कैसे इसका इस्तेमाल बरेली हिंसा की कॉन्स्पिरेसी प्लानिंग के लिए किया गया, इसके सबूत सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जांच एजेंसियों के पास थे। और यही कारण है कि जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी से इस जमीन के बारे में पूछा गया तो पता लगा कि वाजिद बेग ने अपने पॉलिटिकली इन्फ्लुएंस होने के नाते यहाँ पर जो है कंस्ट्रक्शन कराया और उसी पर अब बुलडोजर एक्शन आप साफ तौर पर देख रहे हैं। और आप अंदर की तस्वीर देखेंगे तो एक तरफ आपको ऊपर गुंबद नजर आएगा, नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर फुली फर्निश्ड है, टाइल्स यहाँ पर लगी हुई हैं। उसके बावजूद यहाँ पर प्लानिंग होती है बरेली हिंसा की। तौकीर रजा खुद यहाँ पर मौजूद होते हैं और 19 सितंबर वो तारीख बताई जा रही है जो कि मीटिंग यहाँ पर हुई थी। वाजिद बेग के बारे में अगर मैं आपको बताऊं तो वो सपा के पूर्व पार्षद यहाँ से रह चुके हैं। उसके अलावा बरेली हिंसा के बाद से वो लगातार फरार हैं, लगातार उनको ट्रेस करने का काम किया जा रहा है। 12 एफआईआर बरेली हिंसा मामले में दर्ज की गई थी। 12 की 12 एफआईआर में वाजिद जो बेग हैं वो नामजद आरोपी हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर इसी बारात घर में वो कॉन्स्पिरेसी होना, मीटिंग होना, उसमें तौकीर रजा मौजूद होते हैं, वाजिद बेग मौजूद होते हैं और कैसे योगी और मोदी सरकार पर दबाव बनाया जाए। और उसके बाद सबने तस्वीर देखी कि 26 सितंबर को जब हिंसा हुई बरेली में तो कितने लोग सड़कों पर थे और कैसे आगजनी की गई। और कहीं ना कहीं अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन जब इस बारात घर तक पहुंची, इसके पेपर्स खंगाले गए तो पता लगा कि ये जो पूरा पैच है 600 वर्ग मीटर का बिना बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के नक्शा पास कराए बनाया गया और उसी को तोड़ने का, इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने का जो काम है अब वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। और आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे कि तमाम जो एक तरीके से इनलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था उसको तोड़ रहे हैं। काफी पक्का ये बारात घर यहाँ पर बनाया गया था और बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अक्टूबर के महीने में एक नोटिस सर्व किया गया था, जवाब मांगा गया था बाकायदा। 5 अक्टूबर को ये पूरा बारात घर सीज भी कर दिया था लेकिन कोई जवाब वाजिद बेग की तरफ से नहीं मिला क्योंकि वो लगातार फरार है। जिसके बाद कल पहले फेज में जो आउटर लाइन थी, अगर उमेश आपको दिखाएं, जो बाहरी कंस्ट्रक्शन था उसको तोड़ा गया और उसके बाद अब जो पक्का कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको हटाने का काम किया जा रहा है। दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है, पीएसी की जो एक टीम है वो यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय की गई है। सामने जो कच्ची सड़क आपको नजर आ रही है उसको पूरे तरीके से ट्रैफिक के लिए बंद किया गया है। आसपास जो रिहायशी इलाके हैं उसको कोई इम्पैक्ट ना पड़े उसका खास तौर पर ध्यान रखा जा रहा है क्योंकि घर बने हुए हैं सिविलियंस के, उसको नुकसान ना पहुंचे। और उसी बीच कैसे बरेली हिंसा में इस पूरे मैरिज हॉल का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, यहाँ पर मीटिंग, कॉन्स्पिरेसी और बिना बीडीए के नक्शा पास कराए ये कंस्ट्रक्शन कराया गया, उसी को लेकर अब बुलडोजर एक्शन जो है वो बरेली में आज दूसरे दिन भी देखने को मिल रहा है।
Yes, and you know, Jatin, also there was a lot of notices, बहुत नोटिस भेजे थे वाजिद बेग को, बट कोई रिप्लाई आया था वहां से?
देखिए वाजिद बेग खुद फरार चल रहे हैं क्योंकि 26 सितंबर को जब हिंसा हुई थी 12 एफआईआर दर्ज की गई। 12 एफआईआर में वाजिद बेग नामजद आरोपी, उनको ट्रेस करने की पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है और उसी कड़ी में इस पूरे जो कि 600 वर्ग मीटर में बारात घर बना हुआ था इसको नोटिस सर्व किया गया था। पूछा गया था कि आपने ये कंस्ट्रक्शन कैसे किया, उनकी तरफ से कोई जवाब नहीं आया और पुलिस भी कह रही है कि हम भी लगातार उन्हें ढूंढ रहे हैं, वो फरार चल रहे हैं। जिसके बाद अक्टूबर के महीने में इस पूरे बारात घर को सीज कर दिया था और अब जब तक जवाब नहीं मिला और उसके बाद आप तस्वीर देख रहे हैं कि 2 बुलडोजर यहां पर हैं और उन्हीं दोनों बुलडोजर के जरिए जो एक्शन है, जो एक तरीके से पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन तोड़ने का जो काम है, इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने का जो काम है, वो अब यहां पर जो बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी की देखरेख में किया जा रहा है। लेकिन 2 सबसे बड़ी बातें, एक कि बिना बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अप्रूवल से नक्शा पास कराए बिना ये पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया। दूसरा, बरेली में जो हिंसा हुई उसमें इस मैरिज हॉल के जो लिंक है वो निकलकर सामने आया कि यहीं पर ही मीटिंग हुई थी, मीटिंग में कॉन्स्पिरेसी प्लानिंग हुई और उसके बाद 26 सितंबर को सभी ने देखा कि बरेली में जो हिंसा हुई उसको लेकर जो 12 एफआईआर दर्ज की गई। वाजिद बेग, जो कि हम ऑफ कैमरा भी बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के लोगों से बात कर रहे थे, तो उनका ये कहना था कि जब ये कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा था उस समय भी ऑफिसर्स ने इस कंस्ट्रक्शन को रोकने के लिए बोला था, लेकिन पॉलिटिकली वो इन्फ्लुएंस इतने थे, बिना किसी की परवाह किए बिना उन्होंने कंस्ट्रक्शन करना शुरू किया। कई बार नोटिस उनको भेजे गए, जवाब मांगा गया, उनकी तरफ से कोई रिप्लाई नहीं आया। लेकिन बरेली हिंसा में इस मैरिज होम का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, और उसके बाद जब बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी ने इस पूरी ज़मीन को चेक किया, उसके बाद पता लगा कि ये पूरा 600 वर्ग मीटर में जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है वो इनलीगल है। और उसके बाद अब बुलडोजर कार्रवाई आप मेरे पीछे देख रहे हैं कि 2 बुलडोजर के जरिए जो पूरा इंक्रोचमेंट है उसको हटाने का काम किया जा रहा है। 600 वर्ग मीटर में ये पूरा इंक्रोचमेंट था। तमाम ऑफिशियल्स जो है वो अब यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे पहुंच रहे हैं। कल आगे का हिस्सा तोड़ा गया और आज पीछे का जो पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको हटाया जा रहा है। और बरेली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि इस तरीके की ड्राइव पिछले काफी समय से चल रही है, लेकिन हिंसा के बाद हर उस कड़ी को खंगालने का काम किया जा रहा है जो कि बरेली की धरती पे, चाहे वो कॉन्स्पिरेसी से जुड़ा हो। और मैं आपको तस्वीरें अगर दिखाऊं तो देखेंगे तीसरा जो बुलडोजर है वो भी अब यहाँ पर पहुंचा, और थोड़ी देर में आप देखेंगे कि 3 बुलडोजर के जरिए जो एक्शन है वो संभवतः अब यहाँ पर किया जाएगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं कैसे कॉन्स्पिरेसी इस जगह से रची गई, दूसरा इंक्रोचमेंट है, हर पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेट की जा रही है। और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद की तस्वीर कि बुलडोजर एक्शन अब बरेली में आज दूसरे दिन भी देखने को मिल रहा है। बैक टू
Well, thank you for joining us with all those details, Jatin. Bulldozers roll in Bareilly. Getting live pictures coming in from Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Let's move ahead, viewers. India's Bahubali rocket LVM3-M6 took off from Sriharikota this morning itself with BlueBird 6, a next-gen communication satellite from US innovator AST SpaceMobile. This is the heaviest payload carried by an Indian launcher. The goal is to beam broadband straight from space to ordinary smartphones, and there's no special gear required for that.
सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच से और अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ चला है LVM3-M6 रॉकेट। दोनों ठोस नोदक वाले S-200 बूस्टर्स प्रज्वलित हैं। प्रथम चरण का कार्यकाल लगभग 126 सेकंड का होगा और इस दौरान यह लगभग 6000 किलो न्यूटन प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं।
Very thrilling vibration at the launch base due to the thrusting of.
Yes, and viewers, my colleague Sharda has been on the ground getting us all the latest updates. She caught up with the ISRO chief V. Narayanan right after that successful launch. Let's listen into that conversation.
This is your 9th successive launch, and BlueBird 6 is a huge satellite, and especially LM you've used it. How is it going to take ISRO on the global scale?
Today we accomplished the 9th successive launch of LVM3 vehicle. Till today, 9 launches we have done. All were successful, and we started with a humble beginning. Almost 63 years back. Today, we have lifted the heaviest satellite from Indian soil using Indian launcher. That to a commercial mission for USA. One of the companies as a communication satellite we have placed in the orbit. This is the 434th satellite of foreign countries, of 34th country from Indian soil. You can understand over years, in 45 years, we have reached to a level of this stature under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji. And it gives a highly satisfying. Today I can say we are rubbing shoulder to other spacefaring nations in the space activities. That too this year is the second international mission. The first one was the NSIL mission. It gives a great satisfaction and a proud moment for every citizen of the Bharat.
Sir, also apart from the Austin, Texas company now, we also had partnered with NASA earlier, as you said, for NASA satellite. In the future, can we see ISRO going ahead with US private-based companies more to make sure that the number of launches are sent from the Indian soil? And also, as you said, India is now par with other space regions.
No, India is in par with other spacefaring nations in terms of technologies, but not in terms of number of launches. And now our Honorable Prime Minister has given a clear guideline. Right now our capability is hardly launching 12 to 15 launches per year. That is a capability. But we accomplish depending upon the requirement. And the Prime Minister has given the direction and guidance to make 50 launches per year in another 5 years. And we are working towards that. And I can only assure that will happen. And how it is going to happen? We are enabling private sector. And we are going to be building 2 more launch pads, one in Sriharikota, another one here. And we are bringing the space ecosystem in a big way. And the space sector reform, which is rolled out by Honorable Prime Minister of India and the Government of India, is a fantastic program. And today you can see the fruit of that. A lot of startup companies are working. In fact, we are also getting ready for launching a startup company orbital vehicle. So thereby, India is in growing way, and we will be targeting, we will be accomplishing the target set by Honorable Prime Minister, making 50 launches per year in 5 years time frame.
So one last question, Gaganyaan, the crewed mission is set to happen on 2027 first half. What are the missions that are leading to Gaganyaan success now? Because the main question that's come is how far is Gaganyaan now come forward? Everybody is intended to listen.
It's a very good question. And you know, it's a highly technology intensive mission. It is not only ISRO mission, it's the national mission. We have to build the launcher, we have to build the crew escape system, we have to develop the environmental control and safety system, we have to develop parachute system. Parachute system is the responsibilities of the DRDO. And till today around 8,000 plus tests are done. And now 2027, as you told, we are targeting the crewed mission. Before that, 3 uncrewed missions are targeted. So we are working towards that, and 2026 and 2027, 3 uncrewed missions and 1 crewed mission will be accomplished.
Viewers, Maulana Fazlur Rahman, the head of the Jamaat Ulema-e-Islam, JUIF, has criticized the Pakistan army under Asim Munir for attacks on Afghanistan that killed civilians and questioned the reasoning of Islamabad. If Pakistan's cross-border strikes are unjustifiable, he contended, then the nation has no reason to object when India invades Pakistani land in order to eradicate terrorists. Take a look.
अगर आप कहते हैं, मेरे सवालात हैं कि हमने अपने दुश्मन के मराकज़ पर स्ट्राइक किया है और आप इसको एक जायज बयानिया कहते हैं, तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीद के में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयां करने वालों के मराकज़ पे हमले किए हैं। आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफगानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे?
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have... पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations, we are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country. And we know how to defend it. My dear brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, please don't forget the story of Pakistan.
तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीद के में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयां करने वालों के मराकज़ पे हमले किए हैं. आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफगानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे? नंबर 1. दूसरा ये कि ईरान के बारे में आपने कहा कि बलूचिस्तान के अंदर जो कुछ हो रहा है उसके मराकज़ ईरान में है, और आपने ईरान में जाकर स्ट्राइक किया, और उसके बदले में अगर ईरान ने आपके इलाके में स्ट्राइक किया और आपने कहा कि वहाँ पर हमारे दुश्मनों के मराकज़ हैं. अब बात यह है कि मौक़िफ़ एक अफ़गानिस्तान के बारे में भी और ईरान के बारे में भी, लेकिन रवैये में फ़र्क क्यों है? इसलिए कि ईरान की हुकूमत एस्टेब्लिश्ड है और अभी दुनिया उसको उखाड़ने के हिम्मत नहीं कर रही और अफगानिस्तान की हुकूमत आपको गैर मुस्तहकम नजर आ रही है.
And viewers, getting you some of the biggest global stories we're tracking right here. Libya's top military commander has been killed in a plane crash in Turkey, triggering national mourning and raising serious questions about the cause of that crash. All this and much more coming right up in our next report. Libya is in mourning. This after its top military commander was killed in a plane crash in Turkey. A private jet carrying Libya's army chief of staff, Lieutenant General Muhammad Ali Ahmad al-Haddad, crashed shortly after takeoff from Ankara, killing all on board, including senior military officials and the crew. Officials say the Dassault Falcon 50 jet lost radio contact about 30-40 minutes after departing Ankara's airport en route to Tripoli. The aircraft had signaled an emergency before disappearing from the radar. The Turkish authorities located the wreckage near the village in Heymana district, where search and rescue teams recovered debris from the site. The airspace over Turkey's capital was shut down temporarily. Libya has declared 3 days of national mourning. An international investigation is now underway as both Libyan and Turkish officials seek answers to the cause of the fatal crash. We're getting some breaking news is coming in. LDF councillors apologized for saying Jai Hind. That is right. Big updates coming in, Republic TV viewers. Video of an LDF councillor apologizing for saying Jai Hind while taking an oath after the local body polls went viral on social media. It was shared by millions on social media pages. After taking the oath, the woman councillor Akela GS of Barkala municipality in Thiruvananthapuram was saying Jai Hind, and she apologized by considering it as a mistake. However, CPM has not taken the issue seriously and is not willing to comment on this issue. Okay, so LDF councillor apologizes for saying Jai Hind. The BJP questions why apologize for being a patriot. Big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Try to connect to our reporter on a short while from now to understand what happened. This is coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where a video of an LDF councillor apologizing for saying Jai Hind while taking an oath after the local body polls went viral on social media, shared by millions on social media pages. BJP State President Sangar is joining us. BJP State President has also shared the video. And if you could help our viewers understand what the latest is coming in this case, the BJP is saying that he's being a patriot and that is more important.
Yes, the incident happened in Barkala municipality where the left Democratic Front retained power for the third time, and the incident happened during the oath-taking ceremony. That took place on Sunday. The councillor Akila GS, who won from Kurakani ward of the Varkala municipality, after taking the oath, she accidentally said Jai Hind to the audience, and she sensed that it was a mistake from her side, as the LDF councillor would not have used the term Jai Hind usually, like it would have attracted criticism. But soon after, she realized that she said Jai Hind, she apologized for what she has said. However, as a face-saving measure, the LDF leaders in the state said that all people can say Jai Hind at any place without any hesitation. But the councillor, they claimed ignorance.
Yes.
Why the councillor acted like this? However, in the meantime,
the woman councillor Akila GS of Varkala was saying Jai Hind, and she apologized by considering it as a mistake. However, the BJP is saying, why apologize for being a patriot? Let's play out that statement.
Yes, നിയമാനുസരണം നടപ്പിലാക്കിയ ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടനയുടെ യഥാർത്ഥമായ വിശ്വാസവും പൂർവ്വം പുലർത്തുമെന്നും ഭയാശങ്കയോ മമതയോ വാത്സല്യമോ വിദ്വേഷമോ കൂടാതെ ഞാൻ എന്റെ ഔദ്യോഗിക കർത്തവ്യങ്ങൾ യഥാവിധിയും നിഷ്ഠയോടും എന്റെ പരമാവധി കഴിവും അറിവും വിവേചന ശക്തിയും ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിർവഹിക്കുമെന്ന് ദൃഢപ്രതിജ്ഞ ചെയ്യുന്നു.
We're taking a very short break, but do not go anywhere. We will be live and breaking anger against Delhi High Court decision to give bail to Sangar in Unnao rape case. Victim, along with family, has been protesting in Delhi. Stay tuned. We will be right back. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam, Skarbi and Long districts. Internet suspended. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं।
Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. Both S-200 motors.
ISRO launches the BlueBird Block-2 spacecraft from Andhra Pradesh's Sriharikota.
वो बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से। कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची।
Anger against Delhi High Court's decision to give bail to Sangar in the Unnao rape case. Victim, along with family, staged protest in Delhi. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Skarbi, Anglong districts. Internet suspended. India summons Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah. Big impact of Arnab's interview with Justice Gawai. Sources say review petition likely on Aravali judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this edition with one of our top focuses today. Shocking scenes unfolded at the India Gate as the Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcibly dragged away by the police during a fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. Now on Tuesday, the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions such as requiring him to stay 5 kilometers away from the victim. However, the family now fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister stating that they feel safer in jail. Dramatic visuals captured the chaos and the outrage surrounding this controversial legal development, raising questions about the justice for the 2017 rape victim. Here's the full breakdown of the story.
Now, Ashutosh Singhar has been granted bail by Delhi High Court in a rape case. The Delhi police is now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, she is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury. The victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus. The day on which Ashutosh Singhar got bail, the victim is now being detained by Delhi police and is being taken away. And now being taken away into the CRPF bus. We can clearly hear that the victim is in pain and is crying out, and they are being removed from India Gate Circus and being taken into the CRPF bus. She is being carried away by the Delhi police and being put into the CRPF bus, kicking and screaming till the very end, defiant till the very end. She has said that she will be fighting against all the injustice she has faced, and she will keep on fighting till the very end. And she says that this is very subversion of justice done today by the Delhi High Court, and she will take her fight to the Supreme Court. And because she only believes that Supreme Court is the only last refuge where she can get any kind of justice.
Mr. Agrawal, how do you see the bail that has been granted to the Unnao rape case accused by the Delhi High Court yesterday?
That is permissible under the law. This is the normal routine. When court feel, when say the appeal is filed and court feel there are grounds to hear the appeal, then this normally they stay the operation of the lower court. In this case also, it has been stayed and strict conditions have been imposed. So just this is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal, and even after High Court, people convict can go to Supreme Court.
Mr. Agrawal, when you say that everybody has a right to appeal and it's a normal procedure in the court of law, similarly last year also in 2024, very similar appeal filed by the same accused was rejected. How come, what changed in 2025 that he was granted bail, given the circumstances? We have seen how there is threat to life to the victim's family, the victim herself, how her father died, how the uncle of the victim is in a danger. So how do you think that the appeal, he has the right to appeal, and the same appeal was rejected last year but it got...
There is change of circumstances. When courts are not in a position to dispose of the appeal immediately, then suppose tomorrow in appeal court find that there was no justification of conviction. So to avoid that, and however time a person remain out, that will be not counted in the sentence. So he has not undergone that period when he was out. So everybody has a right to appeal, and court should take when court feel there are grounds in appeal which can quash the conviction. The courts normally grant this.
Now, the sentence of the convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar in the Unnao rape case has been suspended pending appeal. It has now sparked widespread public outrage and has renewed the legal debate. As the survivor continues her long battle for justice, the court's decision has raised serious questions about accountability, influence, and the broader message such verdicts send across to victims in the country. Now, the development has also intensified the debate over whether justice in such cases is being delayed or effectively denied.
Today's day is extremely telling about where the scale of justice tilts in India. For justice in a democracy must not just be done, it must also be seen to be done. And I have no doubt in saying that what the Delhi High Court has done today in the Sangar case is not just a travesty of justice, in my view, but it would also give extremely wrong impression to people who would want to believe in the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day when a convicted rapist, a very powerful rapist, a very influential rapist, a very connected rapist called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, ex-BJP MLA, extremely well-connected, notorious, powerful man's life sentence, has surprisingly been suspended by the Delhi High Court. I want to repeat, this man is convicted, not accused. And the Delhi High Court suspends his life sentence. What a mockery of justice. What message is the judiciary, the higher judiciary, the appellate courts, what message are they sending to the people of India? And why is the rest of the media quiet about these things? Surprisingly, today is also a day when the Supreme Court of India has disposed of the Sandesara matter, the matter of corruption against the Sandesara brothers, who paid a total sum, ladies and gentlemen, of 5,000 crore rupees plus as a deposit, as a measure of abundant caution, and the criminal charges against them are gone. So if you're rich, you get away. If you're powerful, you get away. You have way and leeway in this country if you're rich and if you're powerful. I'd like to go back to the visuals of the Sangar case. And let me tell you, in this case, where there is a rape that has occurred, where this man has carried out an act of rape on June 4th, 2017. This case gains attention after the victim attempts self-immolation on April 8, 2018, because she's tired of knocking on every possible door. On April 3rd, 2018, this man, Sangar's aides, including his brother, beat the victim's father with sticks and lathis. So he carries out an act of rape. He's arrested. After that, the father is arrested and the father of the victim dies in judicial custody on April 9, 2018. What is worse, on July 28, 2019, the victim, her lawyer and two aunts suffer severe injuries when a truck rams their car 11 times. In a murderous attempt, two of her aunts die. The rape survivor's mother, grandmother and survivor herself wrote letters to the Chief Justice of India and the governor asking for justice. All of these things have happened. It is not a case of injustice, it is of aggravated injustice. And in this country, you would believe that the courts would come to the defense of the victim. But in our country, a division bench comprising Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar said that in this case, they suspend the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sangar with a warning not to come within 5 kilometers of the residence of the victim and not threaten the mother of the victim, which means the court is almost entirely trusting the moral compass of a politician called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who is convicted of rape and murder and is advising the person, don't hurt the victim any further. I want to ask the honorable courts, we respect the fact that you've given a verdict, but we completely disagree with it. We believe that in cases like that of Kuldeep Singh Sangar, the toughest of examples should be set. We must not forget, honorable judges, the promises that were made to the people of India following the Nirbhaya case. And today Nirbhaya's mother herself came and said she was appalled by this.
ये तो एक रूल नया बनाया जा रहा है, जैसे कि और जेल में है वो भी कहेंगे कि हमको फांसी की सजा हुई है तो उसको खत्म करके फिर सुनवाई की जाए, तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. पता न कौन से कोर्ट कहां से हो रहा है ऐसे, ये तो पहले बार ऐसा हो रहा है.
The problem in our country is we believe that public memory is short. But here on Republic, we are here to remind both the politicians as well as the judiciary of their responsibility to the people of India. Republic is with the people. Republic is with the public. I hope this decisions of the Delhi High Court today gets overturned by a higher court. I wish courage to the victims and her families to fight this long battle. We are with those who have been targeted by the politicians. We are against this verdict, both in its letter and in its spirit. Does not mean it won't be followed, it will be followed. But this is not right. Just not right.
Ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to another top story today. Now, the Aravali campaign is snowballing into a national conversation with rare, no-holds-barred moments from the very top of the judiciary now grabbing headlines. Even as lawmakers continue to give unconvincing defenses, voices on the ground, on the other hand, are growing louder than ever before. Voices of resistance are rising from Pratapgarh, where members of the Bhil tribal community are speaking out against mining activities in and around their villages. The tribals, in fact, also allege that the miners are violating rules and operating without any legal safeguards, which are, in fact, meant to protect the areas. Now, the scheduled areas and the indigenous communities as well. Now, under Section 13, subsection 3 of the 5th schedule, permission from the respective Gram Panchayat is mandatory before any such activity can take place. But locals, they allege that no such consent has been taken. These are the ground reports on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look.
सर, आपसे ये जानना चाहेंगे कि आपने ये मुद्दा कब उठाया था और एग्जैक्टली यहाँ के लोगों की, यहाँ के लीडर्स की क्या मांग है?
आपके चैनल के माध्यम से मैं सारे दर्शकों को जोहार, अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा। आज जिस विषय पे हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, इतना गंभीर विषय है। ये बात अलग है कि वर्तमान समय में अलग अलग इशू की वजह से लोग इसको ध्यान नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी जो देख रहा हूँ पूरे राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश हमारा सटा हुआ है, गुजरात हो गया, हरियाणा हो गया, दिल्ली में सभी सामाजिक संगठन इसको पुरजोर तरीके से उठा रहे। मैं अपने आप को एज ए मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती थी कि इस मैटर को जैसे आया, जैसे कि 20 नवंबर के आसपास सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सरकार को कहा था कि अरावली की डेफिनेशन दो, सरकार ने ऐसी बद्दी डेफिनेशन बना के दे दी जिस डेफिनेशन कहा जाए कि उद्योगपतियों के हवाले किया अरावली को, 90% अरावली को उद्योगपतियों को हवाले करते हुए डेफिनेशन दी। तो ये जैसे मेरे संज्ञान में आया तो सबसे पहले पार्लियामेंट में इसको मैंने लगाया, 377 के तहत लगाया था जिसमें लिखित में रहता है। फिर जैसे मुझे नंबर मिला 11-12 तारीख को मैंने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर इसको बोला है, इस इशू को लेके। और इसमें इसके बाद हमारे जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं भूपेंद्र जी यादव, उन्होंने इसको स्पष्टीकरण करने का भी किया, लेकिन वो जो जिस तरह से उन्होंने आंकड़े पेश किए और जिस तरह से उनका जो कहना है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो जजमेंट आया, दोनों में रात दिन का अंतर है। तो मेरा अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला को जो लेकर कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला मतलब कहा जाता है कि 2000 अरब वर्ष पुरानी पर्वत श्रृंखला है और ये गुजरात से लगा के बनासकांठा के अंदर ये पालनपुर वाला जो इलाका वहां से लगा के दिल्ली तक फैली हुई है। 700 किलोमीटर के आसपास है। सबसे ज्यादा हिस्सा राजस्थान में पड़ता है और राजस्थान में भी सबसे ज्यादा आदिवासी बाहुल्य क्षेत्र डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़ इन जिलों में पड़ता है। इससे सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय को और इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले अन्य समुदाय को होना है। इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं, हमारे सामाजिक विंग है और भारत आदिवासी पार्टी के बैनर तले इस लड़ाई को हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं। इसमें मेरा कहना है कि सरकार ने 4-5 अधिकारियों को लगा के डेफिनेशन तय कर ली। सरकार को जन सुनवाई करनी चाहिए थी। क्या अरावली में हजारों सालों से रह रहे हैं आदिवासी दलित पिछड़ा जो इलाका है, इन लोगों से पूछने की जरूरत नहीं थी?
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो चीफ जस्टिस थे जिन्होंने ये डिसीजन दिया था, उनका कहना है कि जो मल्टी एजेंसी कमेटी थी जिसने ये डेफिनेशन दिया है, तो उसमें काफी एक्सपर्ट थे। फिर फॉरेस्ट सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हो, बाकी भी कई एक्सपर्ट थे और उन्होंने ये डेफिनेशन दी है, इसीलिए इसको इतना इम्पोर्टेंट माना जा रहा है। तो इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
वो एक्सपर्ट उद्योगपतियों के इशारों पे काम करने वाले हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी जो डेफिनेशन है, उस डेफिनेशन, उन परिभाषा की वजह से अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला खत्म हो जाएगी। 90% सरकार खुद कह रही है कि 90%, 10% मात्र पहाड़ी, 8 से 10% पहाड़ियां 100 मीटर के ऊपर की है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट में जो फैसला है उसमें कहा गया कि जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड से नापेंगे, जो धरातल है उससे नापी जाएगी 100 मीटर के ऊपर की पहाड़ी, उसको अरावली माना जाएगा, बाकी को हम भविष्य में खनन के लिए अलाउ कर देंगे। और मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड से लेंगे, नीचे से लेंगे। नीचे से नहीं, उन्होंने स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि ऊपर जो ग्राउंड है उससे डीप से नहीं है। तो जिस तरह से उद्योगपतियों के हवाले करने का जो कानून लाए हैं उसका हम लोग पुरजोर तरीके से विरोध कर रहे हैं। आज जगह जगह पे ज्ञापन रैली हो रहा है। आज ही के दिन में डूंगरपुर, बांसवाड़ा, प्रतापगढ़, उदयपुर इन जिलों में हजारों की संख्या में जनताओं ने ज्ञापन दिया है। आज आप देख रहे हो, ज्ञापन देने के बाद यहाँ मीटिंग थी हमारा, और हमारा जो कहना है कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में अनेक जीव जंतु हैं। आप सरकार एक तरफ टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप करने के लिए विस्थापित करती है, लोगों को नया पैसा करोड़ों रुपया लगा, ये ऑलरेडी है। यहाँ पर आज जिस महाराणा प्रताप या महाराणा संगा के नाम से कई लोग, कई संगठन थपथपाते हैं, हमें भी गर्व है कि गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है, लेकिन यह भी समझना पड़ेगा कि महाराणा सांगा से लगा के महाराणा प्रताप तक जितने भी युद्ध मुगलों से लड़े हैं वो सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में लड़े हैं। वो खानवा का युद्ध हो, वो बयाना का युद्ध हो, हल्दी घाटी का युद्ध हो, लास्ट दिवेर का युद्ध हो, सारे के सारे अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला की पहाड़ियों के बीचों में युद्ध लड़े गए। और मेरा जब तक मानना है ये सारे युद्ध जीतने का सबसे बड़ा आधार भी माना जाए अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला का भी योगदान है। जितने भील सैनिक लगे थे साथ में, इनका गुरिल्ला युद्ध पद्धति जो आई वो पहाड़ियों की वजह से आई। तो हमारा इतिहास जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे पुरखों का खून बहा इन पहाड़ियों के अंदर।
सर, फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स टू अंडरस्टैंड, हमें डेटा के साथ बताइए कि पर्यावरण पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा और ये जो आदिवासी बांधव है जो वहाँ पे रहते हैं, आपने जिन एरियाज के नाम बताए, उन पे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा?
पर्यावरण पे सीधा कि राजस्थान खत्म होगा और ये गर्म हवाएं और ये रेगिस्तान उत्तर प्रदेश तक, मध्य प्रदेश तक, दिल्ली तक खत्म करेगी। आज जो रेगिस्तान रुका हुआ है वो मूल आधार ही अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला है। अगर अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला नहीं होती तो पूरा राजस्थान रेगिस्तान में तब्दील हो जाता, मध्य प्रदेश यूपी तक होने वाला था। और आज ये खत्म करेंगे। आज भी पूरे आदिवासी इलाके या पूरी अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में अवैध माइनिंग हो रही है दबा के, और वो सत्ताधारी लोगों के इशारों पे हो रही है, उनके श्रेय से हो रही है, उस पर रोक नहीं लगा रहे, लेकिन जो है उसको भी खत्म करने का कानून ला रहे। जीव जंतु यहाँ पर हैं, यहाँ पर अनेक पक्षी हैं, अनेक पैंथर है, तेंदुआ है, ये सारे जीव जंतु है। अगर अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला नहीं रहेगी तो ये जीव जंतु शहरों में आएंगे, आना शुरू कर दिया गया है। लेकिन इस लड़ाई को हमारा संगठन के लोग पुरजोर तरीके से लड़ रहे हैं, और अवश्य हम कहते हैं कि अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला से मुगल और अंग्रेजों को भगाया है तो अरावली को खत्म करने वाली भाजपा सरकार को भी क्षेत्र से उखेड़ने का काम करेंगे हम लोग।
जी, मैं ये लोगों के बीच में जब जाके बात कर रही हूँ तभी देख पा रही हूँ। सर, ये भी पूछना था कि जो यूनियन एनवायरमेंटल मिनिस्टर है, उनका कहना है, जैसे आप वो मुद्दा उठा रहे थे, उस सवाल पे आऊंगी, उनका कहना ये है कि जमीन से नहीं, जहाँ से पहाड़ जमीन के नीचे से शुरू होता है वहां से नापा जाएगा, और वो डेफिनेशन है 100 मीटर्स की।
तो उस डेफिनेशन में उनके पास इतने एक्सपर्ट थे, तो उस डेफिनेशन में ये उन्होंने ये क्यों नहीं बताया कि अरावली की टोटल पहाड़ियां कितनी है, और उनके जो नापने का तरीका है, उस नापने के तरीके से कितनी पहाड़ियां संरक्षित हो पा रही है और कितनी अवैध के लिए, मतलब खनन के लिए अलाउ कर रहे हैं, वो क्यों नहीं बताया उन्होंने। इनको वो डाटा भी बताना चाहिए था कि इतनी पहाड़ियां हैं जो हमने डीप से मापा है और टॉप तक मापा है, तो 100 मीटर से। अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला में जो डाटा है 13,000 के आसपास पहाड़ियां हैं। हमारी समझ के हिसाब से 1000 पहाड़ियां मात्र 100 मीटर से ऊपर की है, और 12,000 के आसपास पहाड़ियां 100 मीटर के नीचे की है। हम कह रहे हैं दावे के साथ, तो सरकार एक्सप्लेन करे कि
जिसमें कुंभलगढ़, चित्तौड़गढ़ ये सब भी शामिल है।
हाँ, सब शामिल है। तो सरकार एक्सप्लेन करे कि उनकी डेफिनेशन के अनुसार 100 मीटर की पहाड़ियां कितनी मान रहे हैं, वो डाटा ले आए। अगर ये ले आए, वो कह रहे हैं 90% संरक्षित हो रहा है, तो बताए 13,000 पहाड़ियां, 13,000 में से 11,000 12,000 पहाड़ियों पे खनन नहीं होगा, बता दे डाटा। पहाड़ियां भी जिले वाइज गिना दे हमको कि इन पहाड़ियों को कुछ नहीं होने वाला है।
सर, आदिवासी जनता को आप रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, तो आप हमें ये बताइए, जिन पे डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है इस डिसीजन का जो कहा जा रहा है, तो आप हमें ये बताइए कि जनता का और आप एज ए लीडर क्या मांग है सरकार से, ये हमें बताइए।
सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय पे पड़ना है, लेकिन आदिवासी समुदाय के साथ इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले, राजस्थान में रहने वाले, दिल्ली में रहने वाले प्रत्येक समुदाय पे है, क्योंकि ऑक्सीजन जो मिल रही है, शुद्ध हवा जो मिल रही है, सब समुदाय को मिल रही है, ऐसा नहीं आदिवासी समुदाय को। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव आदिवासी समुदाय का जल जंगल जमीन। हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासी समुदाय जल जंगल जमीन को अपना पूर्वज मानता है, देवता मानता है, और भाजपा सरकार जल जंगल जमीन को संसाधन मान रही है। हम लोग पूर्वज मानते हैं, पहाड़ नदियों को पूजते हैं, और ये लोग धर्म के नाम से राज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पहाड़ नदियों को संसाधन माना गया।
सर, इस डिसीजन को नहीं बदला गया या रिव्यू नहीं किया गया, तो जो आदिवासी बांधव हैं, लीडर्स हैं, उनकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया होगी, कैसी मुहिम चलाई जाएगी?
हमने इस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले और इस क्षेत्र के जितने सामाजिक संगठन है, पॉलिटिकली संगठन है, उन सबको कहा है कि राजनीतिक अपनी जगह, जिंदा रहना है, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए लड़ना है, क्योंकि इसका इफेक्ट आने वाली पीढ़ियों पे होना है। आने वाली पीढ़ियां नष्ट होगी। आज दिल्ली में रहने लायक नहीं है, दिल्ली के लोग इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं, इतना खुद भुगत रहे हैं, इसके बाद क्यों नहीं समझ रहे हैं? ये दिल्ली में शुद्ध ऑक्सीजन नहीं है, खतरे से, मतलब जो AQI जो है क्या है, 500 600 700 पहुंच रहा है, जो सबसे खतरनाक है। इतना कुछ भुगतने के बावजूद भी दोहन के लिए नीतियां ला रहे हैं। समझना चाहिए, सरकार से अनुरोध है कि जल जंगल जमीन को संसाधन नहीं माने। आदिवासी समुदाय से सीखने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आदिवासी समुदाय जल जंगल जमीन को, पहाड़ों को अपना पूर्वज, अपना देवता मानने का काम करता है।
आपकी पार्टी रैलीज भी निकालने वाली है राजस्थान के अलग अलग पॉकेट्स में, क्या ये रैली राजस्थान तक सीमित है या ये दिल्ली तक जाएगी?
हम लोग, क्योंकि दिल्ली जो संसद भवन बना है, दिल्ली जो राष्ट्रपति भवन बना है, वो खुद अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला पे बना हुआ है। उस समय इसलिए बनाया था कि वो टॉप पे था। तो दिल्ली से लगा के गुजरात तक लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। गुजरात में भी हमारे लोग काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोग ये बांसवाड़ा, डूंगरपुर, प्रतापगढ़, सिरोही, ये 6-7 जिले हैं। इन सारे जिलों में हम रैलियां, आज सभी जिला मुख्यालय पर ज्ञापन दिया गया है, और आने वाले समय में पैदल यात्रा करेंगे और संभाग मुख्यालय पे बड़ा आंदोलन करेंगे।
कितने लोग शामिल होने की संभावना?
आज के दिन में ही सभी जिला मुख्यालयों पर हजारों की संख्या हुई थी, और आने वाले समय में सभी जिलों की एक साथ हम लाखों की संख्या में आंदोलन छेड़ा जाएगा।
Joining me live is my colleague Swarali. Swarali, you have been getting us these ground details over this Aravali case. Now, the tribals, in fact, are alleging that miners are violating rules and that they are operating without following legal safeguards. What more can you tell us? All right, while we try and connect back to Swarali there, ladies and gentlemen, you saw these exclusive reports from the ground that we are getting. The tribal communities, in fact, there is a lot of protest on the ground. There is a lot of outrage on the ground. The tribal communities are alleging that the mining is taking place without following legal safeguards, which are there in place meant to protect the scheduled areas and indigenous communities. In fact, what they're also saying is that permission from the respective Gram Panchayat is mandatory before taking any such activity. However, the locals are alleging that no such consent has been taken place. These are some of these ground reports that we are getting. We'll try and connect back with my colleague Swarali there. All right, while we try and reconnect that line, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our top focuses today. The Aravali case hearing that has been underway. There is a lot of outrage on the ground.
ये जड़ में आप बताइए क्या बोल चलो प्लीज आप धक्का मारे जा रहे हो यार प्लीज कोई नहीं
भाई भी भैया
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw was Republic TV confronting Haryana Environment Minister Rao Narbir Singh. In fact, as per the visuals that are coming on the screen, Rao Narbir Singh clearly evaded Republic's pointed questions. When asked about the mining in Aravali, he ran away from the Republic TV camera.
सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर आप हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे से मना से जबरदस्ती नहीं सच्ची बात है ये जड़ में आप बताइए क्या बोल अगर बाहर चलो प्लीज आप धक्का मारे जा रहे हो प्लीज कोई नहीं
भाई भी भैया
Well, there's the exclusive report coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Republic TV has confronted Haryana Environment Minister Rao Narbir Singh. However, the pattern of lawmakers evading these pointed questions and giving unconvincing defenses continues, even as voices on the ground continue to grow louder. What we just got to you on your screens was Republic TV confronting Haryana Environment Minister Rao Narbir Singh, who clearly ducked and dodged and evaded Republic's pointed questions when asked about the mining, the illegal mining that is happening in Aravali as we speak. He practically runs away from the camera. Visuals of the confrontation is what we are getting you on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The ire over the illegal mining activities in and around the native villages in the Aravalis. There's a lot of ire and it continues to grow. The tribals, in fact, are also alleging that miners are violating rules and operating without following legal safeguards, which are there in place meant to protect scheduled areas and indigenous communities. Now, in fact, under Section 13, subsection 3 of the 5th schedule, permission from the respective Gram Panchayat is also mandatory before taking any such activity. However, the locals, as we just saw, they are alleging that no such consent has been taken. All right, joining me live is my colleague Lalit. Lalit, you just confronted the Haryana Environment Minister Rao Narbir Singh. And from the visuals that are coming on screen, we can clearly see that he is evading our pointed questions. Give us more details on this. All right, while we connect back that call with my colleague Lalit there, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens are the visuals, the illegal mining that continues to take place despite the top court's order, despite the SC ban. Aravali remains under threat there, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting you exclusive ground reports as well, where my colleague Swarali has been speaking to the tribal communities who have in fact alleged that the mining is taking place without following the the procedures and the guidelines, and in fact that they are violating rules as well?
At 12 p.m. on the live report, Republic TV's Aravali campaign continues. We've accessed more reports, more photographs and more maps that give answers to what the government has been unable to explain. How much of Aravali will be destroyed by the new definition? We have the maps this afternoon, 12 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
संगार राजा आर प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে, মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ। এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে, মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. Our Aravali campaign continues. In fact, on the live report today, we are getting you a map not seen before, a map that will help you understand the Aravali threat and why we here at Republic and everyone who's speaking out on Aravali continue to raise questions on what really is going on, the different layers and the different paths of Aravali that are now opened up for mining. We have a map that puts it in context The map was part of a warning that was given to the government on why Aravalis needed to be demarcated. That has not been done. We have that and more coming up. Here are the headlines on Republic, on the live. Did the government ignore the amicus warning on the maps and the buffer zones on the extent of damage to the Aravalis? Republic getting you an exclusive report.
नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे बोला मत आगे से जबरदस्ती
Haryana Mining Minister escapes from the Republic TV cameras, dodges any question on the Aravalis. Watch him run. Former BJP MLA, rape convict Kuldeep Sangar has been granted bail. Who's shielding him? And why are the victims and survivors even now being hounded? There's massive anger over the Delhi High Court decision to grant Sangar bail. The Unnao survivor, while protesting at the India Gate, has been picked up physically. We'll show you the pictures. Picked up physically and taken away from India Gate. Eight people injured, 2 killed as protests turned violent in Assam. Ladies and gentlemen, on the live report, today we're getting you the Aravali warning, which is on record. It's in paper, it's in black and white, and it's extremely serious. The court-appointed amicus curiae had flagged large areas. They said that large areas of the Aravalis were on the verge of losing legal protection. Slopes, which are an integral part of the mountain system and the Aravali range, risk being erased from protection altogether. They warned about it. In fact, the amicus had warned that while the Forest Survey of India, or the FSI, had taken only the right slope into account, they said that the Geological Survey of India has not backed Rajasthan's position. They said it on record and on document. But the Aravali boundary, and I won't go to show you the map, but let me tell you, the Aravali boundary and the buffer zone is now being pushed to a grey zone. What does that mean? That means buffer zones could now become vulnerable to mining. It's on your screen right now. They could lose protection entirely. The new definition doesn't just redraw lines, it puts entire stretches of the Aravalis at risk. And that is why the amicus had made it clear in a centrally empowered committee report, mapping the Aravali boundary is essential, they said, because under Rajasthan's definition, the Rajasthan government definition, only hill peaks above 100 meters are protected. Everything else, the slopes, the buffers, the ecosystems that hold the range together are left exposed. We have the map. The map is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And the centrally empowered committee report shows this map. Let me put that map on the wall and explain it to you. And this map which is on your screen right now, right? This is what the definition is. And you see this is part of the map that is published in the centrally empowered committee report. So all the amicus involved in the case, this is what they warned the government about. You'll see that as per the definition, as per what the Rajasthan government said, now these were the only areas that were being defined as the Aravalis. The original definition of Aravali makes sure that all the green cover, the original boundary is here. The green line that you see, the green line is the original line. If you can zoom this out, because these are protected, the hills are protected, but the buffer zones are not protected. The green cover under the new definition may not be protected. That's what they had warned. They had warned that while the hills, part of the hills may be protected, they warned that the green cover, the outer boundary that includes the buffer zone may not be protected with the new definition, which means if you look at the area that is taken into account, over 50%, and some estimates put it at even 90%, saying over 90% of the original Aravali boundary may be vulnerable for mining, except the hills. The buffer zones could be opened up for mining. We'll demarcate it a bit more in a short while from now, but they warned about it. And I want to go across and get you Shambhavi. Shambhavi is joining us live. Shambhavi, this is a map that sort of gives us an idea of how much of the hills can be exposed to mining. The buffer zone, which is now vulnerable to mining, right? People have been asking the government how much is vulnerable. There are small figures given by the government. I think I saw somewhere that the government says that 0.19% is opened up for mining, but the truth is something else on the ground. When you look at the original boundary, the buffer zone is also now vulnerable. That is the fact on the ground.
Definitely, and such meager figure has been coming up from the government's end. You very rightly mentioned 0.19. There was also somewhere mentioned 0.22. So this is the figure that they're saying, that only 0.22% of the Aravali hills is exposed to mining, and according to them, this is allegedly a step that has been taken to make sure that this illegal mining is stopped, or there is controlled in a way, because according to them, this has been going for a very long time, which is true, and this step is going to just streamline the process, streamline the mining part. And there was also a very feeble attempt made by the minister explaining how that 100 meter will be calculated when it comes to the size, measuring the size of the mountains, that how the breadth part of it, the lower triangle, the lower broader part of it will be considered as a part of 100 meters, and how even earlier, as per when this new definition was not proposed, there was also this part of the Aravali, that if there are any two mountains in the entire range and there is a plain in between and a couple of very short mountains are there, even that will be considered as a part of this Aravali range. But now this exposes, this decision, this acceptance by the Supreme Court exposes even those parts to mining. And you were mentioning the buffer point. So in reality, we can see now three different stories. One is which is being presented by the ministers about how just less than even 1% of the Aravali hills is being exposed to illegal mining. The other story is the people that have been telling us, the people who have come on the streets. Even yesterday, there was a huge protest by the Rajasthan University students, and they were protesting. They've come on the streets, and there was this kind of warning from their end that some step has to be taken to rectify the situation. And the third story, the real story, which Republic has been bringing to you, showing the ground reality about how in almost all the villages before Republic reached, there was illegal mining going on to some extent under the garb of a legal lease. There were several illegal activities going on. So that is definitely the ground reality. Naranjan, back to you.
In fact, we tried questioning the Haryana Environment Minister. The Haryana Environment Minister, my colleague Lalit went to him, tried to ask him about the illegal mining that is happening in different parts of Haryana. And we've been able to show that on camera. In fact, where Lalit has been reporting from last few days, illegal mining is happening in different parts of Haryana, and they cannot deny it. We tried questioning the Haryana Minister. Here's what happened. I'm playing the sequence. Watch how Haryana Minister and his men push Republic's Lalit away. Take a look at the sequence when asked the question.
सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर
नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं
सर अरावली
बदमाशी कर
नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे आना से जबरदस्त सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर
नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं
सर अरावली
बदमाशी कर
नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे आना से जबरदस्त सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर
नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं
सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे से मना से जबरदस्ती
They're extremely uncomfortable because the truth about the Aravali mining, ladies and gentlemen, is on record. And the Aravali warning was on record, and it's serious. I have a map that I want to now show you. The court-appointed amicus curiae had flagged that large areas of the Aravalis are on the verge of losing legal protection. I'll show that map right now. And the centrally empowered committee said that the slopes, which are an integral part of the mountain system, risk being erased from protection altogether. In fact, they warned about it. Look at this. They warned that the lines in green, they said only this much would be protected. The blue line that you're seeing here would be protected. But they mentioned the buffer zone, the green line, and the lines, the Aravali range in between being at risk. The amicus had warned in the Centrally Empowered Committee report that while the Forest Survey of India, or FSI, had taken only the right slope into account, the GSI, or the Geological Survey of India, had not backed the Rajasthan's position. Rajasthan's position was that 100-meter definition should stay. And if you look at this, a 100-meter definition would only apply to the peaks, but not the buffer zone in between the blue line and the green line as shown in the report by the Centrally Empowered Committee. The Aravali boundary traditionally includes a buffer zone. The buffer zone that we are talking about here between the blue line and the green line. And that buffer is now being pushed into a grey zone. What does that mean? It means that buffer areas could become vulnerable to mining. They could lose protection entirely. And the new definition doesn't just redraw lines, it puts the entire stretches of the Aravali at risk. And that is why the amicus had made it clear, mapping the Aravali boundary is essential, because under the Rajasthan's definition, only hill peaks above 100 meters are protected. Everything else, the slopes, the buffers, the ecosystems that hold the range together are left exposed. And we have the map pushed by the Centrally Empowered Committee report. This is the map in the report. And let's see where the story goes, what the government says about this report, because the definition changes everything in the buffer zone now. And ladies and gentlemen, on the live report, a story that was broken by Republic TV yesterday, debated by Arnab at 8 p.m. on Kuldeep Sangar, a former BJP MLA, rape convict MLA, who was, by the way, sentenced and tried only after Republic TV exposed him, questioned him, confronted him in the year 2017 and 2018. The survivor and the mother were forcefully dragged away last night while they were protesting at the India Gate after this rape convict, who was given a life sentence in 2019, was granted bail. Now, who's Kuldeep Sangar? Many of you may be thinking, who is Kuldeep Sangar? Let's show you who he is from the cameras of Republic TV, something that we've been able to report, record over the last eight years. I have the pictures with me, ladies and gentlemen, of how Kuldeep Sangar tried to dodge the law for all these years. In the year 2017, Republic confronted, questioned Kuldeep Sangar. This is Kuldeep Sangar. We confronted and questioned him when he was a free man, when he continued to take on the survivor, to try to defame the survivor, try to target his family even before he was arrested, even before he was convicted. This was the situation. This is what happened in 2017 when Republic confronted him. I want to show you the pictures, the other pictures. Let me show you the other pictures. We didn't just confront him, we tracked him. Eventually, we made sure through our reportage and through our campaign, Sangar was eventually arrested. This is the moment where in Unnao, we camped for almost 2 to 3 weeks. And we reported on Sangar. And finally, Kuldeep Sangar, the former BJP MLA, was arrested. These are pictures of when Sangar was arrested. Now, Sangar is no ordinary man. Sangar, while being arrested, while in jail, targeted the family of the victim. In fact, the victim's family was targeted. The father eventually died in custody. The father died in custody. These are not the pictures of the father, because these are the pictures of the accident. Father of the survivor was targeted. He dies in custody. And then you had an accident, a mysterious accident. Let me go to the next set of pictures. The survivor, while moving in a car, is hit is hit by a truck. The survivor is seriously injured. She battles for life in those years when Sangar was in jail. And then she's rammed by a truck and two of her aunts who are in the car with her die. So Sangar is no ordinary man. He's a very powerful man in Unnao, Uttar Pradesh. And when this is the case history of Sangar, convicted by the court, sentenced to a lifer, how is it that he was granted bail? Now, these are the questions being asked by the victim. The victim last night was at the India Gate protesting when she was physically picked up. The survivor was physically picked up along with her mother. We have the entire report. Republic TV was live. In fact, Ishan, my colleague, was at the India Gate when the rape survivor was physically picked up, taken away, detained in a van. And I'm going to go across to that sequence and then we'll go across to Riyanka. Here's what happened last night. Take a look at this. Is this how you treat a rape survivor fighting for justice?
Now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, he is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus. The Delhi police is now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, he is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
Riyanka is joining us live. I'm going across straight to her. She's with the activist who was accompanying the Unnao survivor. Riyanka, over to you. What's next? She spoke about moving the Supreme Court. When is that likely to happen?
That's right, Sita Ranjan, and as you can see in my background, Yogita Bhayana, the activist, she's of course speaking to the media, and we're expecting the victim and her family to arrive at this location shortly. And from here, it is likely that in some time from now, they will be moving towards the Supreme Court, as they had very clearly mentioned that there is no other option left for the family, and that they decide to knock the doors of the Supreme Court. And they have also said that they have full faith in the top court in order to, rebuild justice in this case, because it is, as in fact Arnab had also mentioned, that it is a mockery of justice that has been done at this point in time, because after so many years the case comes back into highlight with the fact that the Delhi High Court goes on to suspend the life sentence of the former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar in this particular case. And what we had also seen from last night, how the family, along with the anti-rape activist Yogita Bhayana, they were all protesting at the India Gate circle, where in fact they were dragged and they were detained and they were not allowed to raise their voice. Also, it was a very, very silent protest that was being done. And we will also try and go ahead and speak with Yogita. She's a little bit engaged at this point in time, speaking to others. I will get that soundbite from Yogita shortly there, Ranjan, but at this point in time, what we are given to understand, some time from now, we are expecting that she, along with the victim and her family, will be moving the Supreme Court, and it is very much likely that they will be filing a petition challenging the order from the Delhi High Court.
Yes. And let me tell you, while you get her live, because there are some people, some politicians, in fact, who are openly coming out and saying that the court has said that Sangar can't come within 5 kilometers of the victim, right? Now, there are many people who are saying there are very strict conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you a graphic while my colleague Riyanka tries to speak to the activist, because 5 kilometers did not really matter. We have a graphic, if I can put that out. 5 kilometers did not really matter because the victim's, when Sangar was in jail, the survivor's father was targeted and he died. The victim's father was targeted when Sangar was in jail. So 5 kilometers doesn't really matter here because the father of the survivor was killed, was targeted. The victim's car was rammed by a truck when Sangar was in jail. So obviously 5 kilometers order does not really matter. The victim's aunts were killed when Sangar was in jail. So obviously 5 kilometers order does not matter. The victim was seriously injured when Sangar was in jail. So obviously the 5 kilometers order given by the court did not matter when the victim was seriously injured when Sangar was in jail. And that is why it's bizarre when politicians come out and defend, asking why the victim is protesting in Delhi and that the court has given a specific order, etc. It doesn't make sense because politically someone is shielding him. Politically, Sangar becomes relevant once again, maybe in some part of Uttar Pradesh. Here is what some people are saying in the legal fraternity. Some reactions came in, some defending the court, some openly questioning the court order. Here are some of the responses on the live report we brought this morning on the story.
Mr. Agrawal, how do you see the bail that has been granted to the Unnao rape case accused by the Delhi High Court yesterday?
That is permissible under the law. This is the normal routine. When court feel, when say the appeal is filed and court feel there are grounds to hear the appeal, then this normally they stay the operation of the lower court. In this case also, it has been stayed and strict conditions have been imposed. So just this is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal, and even after High Court, people convict can go to Supreme Court.
Mr. Agrawal, when you say that everybody has a right to appeal and it's a normal procedure in the court of law, similarly last year also in 2024, very similar appeal filed by the same accused was rejected. How come, what changed in 2025 that he was granted bail? Given the circumstances, we have seen how there is threat to life to the victim's family, the victim herself, how her father died, how the uncle of the victim is in a danger. So how do you think that the appeal, he has the right to appeal, and the same appeal was rejected last year but it got...
There is change of circumstances. When courts are not in a position to dispose of the appeal immediately, then suppose tomorrow in appeal court find that there was no justification of conviction. So to avoid that, and whatever time a person remain out, that will be not counted in the sentence. So he has not undergone that period when he was out. So everybody has a right to appeal, and court should stake when court feel there are grounds in appeal which can quash the conviction. The courts normally.
In fact, our minister is openly asking in the Uttar Pradesh government, why is the survivor protesting? And ladies and gentlemen, a minister asking why the Unnao survivor is protesting in Delhi. It's bizarre, isn't it? Because she's fighting against her rapist who's been granted bail on conditions that don't make sense. In fact, she says doesn't make sense because a 5-kilometer order did not matter when Sangar was in jail and was still calling the shots. In fact, Sangar was also charge-sheeted for how her father was targeted and eventually died in judicial custody. Take a listen.
देखिए, कोर्ट ने इस बात को कहा है कि सेंगर जी पीड़ित परिवार से 5 किलोमीटर दूर रहेंगे, ऐसा कोर्ट का निर्देश है। तो दिल्ली में धरना देने से पुलिस ने जब उनको कहा कि अब कोर्ट ने जब इस तरह की व्यवस्था दिया है तो आप असुरक्षित कहाँ हैं? देखिए, कोर्ट ने इस बात को कहा है कि सेंगर जी पीड़ित परिवार से 5 किलोमीटर दूर रहेंगे, ऐसा कोर्ट का निर्देश है। तो दिल्ली में धरना देने से पुलिस ने जब उनको कहा कि अब कोर्ट ने जब इस तरह की व्यवस्था दिया है तो आप असुरक्षित कहाँ हैं?
One of our focus stories here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, who's shielding Sangar? And why are even ministers making such statements for someone who's been convicted of rape? continues to be a top focus. Taking a short break. Coming back with how the Haryana minister was confronted by Republic. Question on the Aravali illegal mining. Environment Minister of Haryana going completely silent. Being our reporter being pushed away. Look at how they pull Republic's Lalit. Darren Moore coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
All right, viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Republic exclusive report on Aravali's. Did the government ignore amicus warning on how large areas of the hills were at the risk of erasure?
सर अरावली बदमाशी करो। नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर, आपसे एक सवाल है। अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है? प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर। कोई नहीं, मेरे मना मत खाना से जबरदस्ती।
Haryana Environment Minister confronted by Republic. Dark star cameras when asked about illegal mining at the Aravalis. Sangar guilty but freed while Unnao survivors dragged and detained while protesting. Who is shielding the rape convict? Massive anger over Delhi High Court decision to grant Sangar bail. Unnao survivor to appeal at Apex Court. Eight people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Anglong district. Internet has been suspended. Shocking scenes unfolded at India Gate as Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcibly dragged away by police during a fierce protest against Delhi High Court decision to grant bail to the convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. On Tuesday, the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions, such as requiring him to stay 5 kilometers away from the victim. However, the family fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister stating that they feel safer in jail. Dramatic visuals have captured the chaos and outrage surrounding this controversial legal development, raising questions about justice for the 2017 rape victim. Here's the full breakdown of that story.
Removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus, detaining. She is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder while The victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
Okay, picking up more responses from the legal world as there is massive uproar over the High Court's decision. Lawyers say it is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal. Even after the High Court, people can also go to the Supreme Court. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in as we track the legal statements.
खतरा यही है कि मेरे साथ सिक्योरिटी है, चलो मैं, लेकिन परिवार में जो सुरक्षा हटाई गई, परिवार की, पैरोकारों की, और जो जमानत ले रखा है उनकी हटाई गई, वो तो आज सुरक्षित है। अभी जो वीरेंद्र सिंह है न्यूज़ से, वीरेंद्र यादव, अभी उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई गई। उसके बाद में मेरे पापा, मतलब उन्होंने मेरे पापा केस में बयान दिया था, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को जब हॉस्पिटल में थे तो उन्होंने बयान लिया था, पेन ड्राइव वगैरह सब सीबीआई को, और कोर्ट में बयान दिया था। सीबीआई के वकील वो जमानत लिया, मतलब उसमें केस में वो बयान दिया था। और फिर उसके बाद में उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई जाती है। उसके 2 दिन बाद कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर तिहाड़ जेल से अपने वकील अवधेश सिंह से बोल के सब करके उनके ऊपर गुंडा एक्टर लगाया जाता है। उसके बाद में बेचारे को वीरेंद्र यादव जी को 50 दिन जेल में रखा जाता है उन्नाव की। उसके बाद वो भाई सुरक्षा हटते कैसे गैंगस्टर लग सकता है? नहीं लग सकता है, क्योंकि ये लगवाया गया है, ये परेशान किया गया था कि मुकदमा वापस ले लो, आपको हम इतना पैसा दे देंगे, ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे। लेकिन वो इंसान सच्चाई पे था। मेरे पापा को बुरी तरीके से मारा गया था, इसलिए उन्होंने बयान दिया था सीबीआई में, यहाँ पे तिहाड़ कोर्ट में आके बयान दिया था जज साहब के सामने। वो सरकारी गवाह थे, उनकी भी सुरक्षा हटा दी गई, परिवार की भी हटा दी गई, पैरोकारों की हटा दी गई, जो जमात ले उनकी भी हटा दी गई। कल का कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से, कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची, क्योंकि मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाके मैं खड़ी हो गई थी। बेलान त्रिवेदी के सामने मैं हाथ खड़े कर दिए थे, मैडम अपने घर लेके चलिए मुझे। उन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं सोचा, उन्होंने सुरक्षा हमारी बरकरार रखी। लेकिन कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं, जान का खतरा लाइफ टाइम तक बना है सर, क्योंकि मेरे साथ रेप हुआ। कल का अगर मेरी बच्ची है, कल का मेरी बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी, कहीं जाएगी, उसके साथ में भी रेप करेंगे तो कुछ हम पे क्या बीतेगी।
All right, we can see how the rape victim survivor was dragged. This is happening as the survivor has said that her family's safety has been completely taken away, and they're left with no other option than to head out and stage a protest in central Delhi against the Delhi High Court's order suspending the life imprisonment sentence of expelled BJP leader Kuldip Singh Sangar. Again, those pictures coming in, how the survivor was dragged while she was protesting, and she has said that the decision has pushed her and her family to the brink, forcing them to take to the streets in protest. The survivor says, we are protesting, we'll continue to protest, and we have no option left. The survivor has been speaking about the safety of her family and has questioned the timing and intent behind the High Court's order, alleging that the judgment had been halted and later delivered after a long gap. A survivor has also been appealing for public support. Survivor said the order sends a dangerous message to society and could encourage more acts such as these. The survivor has been asking for people to stand with her. She has said, this is my request. I know we really want justice. There is no other option left. All right. Ishan is joining us live. Let's go to Ishan. Ishan, I'm coming across to you right now. And what we see is that a survivor will be now, she says that she's vowed to move the Supreme Court after Delhi High Court suspended Kuldip Sangar's sentence. If you could help our viewers understand, because, this story is moving really, really fast, and Republic TV has been speaking
to the survivor, where she has shared, and I was reading that out for our viewers, that they have no option left than to fight.
Absolutely. The survivor yesterday was protesting at India Gate, where Delhi police had brutally dragged her away from the spot where she was peacefully protesting in a silent protest. And after that, on talking to the survivor, she said that the only hope she has left is the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court will definitely grant her justice. And she believes that this is a great miscarriage of justice that has taken place in granting the accused bail. The accused has approached the High Court stating that an appeal has been filed on his behalf against his conviction earlier by the lower court, and during this appeal he may be granted bail. And this is a blatant subversion of the system of justice, wherein the accused is being let go about scot-free from jail. He has been released from jail after this, and the survivor is going to continue her protest, and she is going to approach the highest court in this land to
fight it out.
This man Kuldeep Singh Sangar, he's not an accused, he's a convicted person, right? And at this point in time, we can very much see that he's quite powerful. There were several attacks on the victim's family, and now she also faces a threat for her life.
He was 4-time MLA and he was campaigning from the jail last election. So you can see how powerful he is, how powerful Asaram is, how powerful Ram Rahim is in this country. All the goons and the rapists are used in elections. Very unfortunate. I think if this is the politics, we are ashamed of it. I should spit on it. I mean, I am so outraged. We need to kind of have better ways of politics. This is the worst way we have seen in movies, but this is something which we see in reality also. And this girl is definitely very heartbroken, and we are with her. Whichever is the situation, we are taking the legal course, which is very, I would say, unlikely to give justice to her, but we are still trying our best. We finish all our remedies, and we will still be little hopeful against the hopes. But as I said, I mean, it's very unfortunate. I don't have words to express.
By when is it likely that you will be moving the Supreme Court, because you've been very vocal about it?
So our lawyers, we met yesterday. We are going to Supreme Court once they prepared the draft, and we moved to Supreme Court, maybe after the vacations.
Okay. Not today.
Because I think our lawyers suggested it will be listed any which way, so we will take our preparation to draft a good kind of a petition. Yeah.
The plan for today, because we are seeing there are the multiple police officials around Mandi House Circle, because there was a plan to raise your voice again. What's the update on it?
So this is the very unfortunate thing, that I wish this kind of security is there when a girl is being molested or raped. They will never protect them. But the person who raised voice, they are always hovering around and like vultures, as if we are the criminals. You were there last night when they dragged us like we are criminals. So this is the reality, and this is the fate of the girls in this country who are seeking justice.
That's right. Thank you for speaking with us on Republic. So viewers, that was the response coming in from anti-rape activist Yogita Bhayana, who has been going along with the victim and her family, and they are likely to reach the Supreme Court and file their petition challenging the Delhi High Court order.
Okay, so that's what we see, that the survivor, they're all ready to move the apex court here. Ishan, I'm coming back to you right now. And as we wait for more legal developments in this case, we can definitely see that there will be more legal steps that will be taken by the Unnao rape survivor and the legal team. But what the survivor has been speaking about when she has been speaking to Republic is questions about the safety and justice delivery. The survivor feels that the family is still not safe, Ishan.
Absolutely. On speaking with the survivor yesterday evening, she had clearly stated that she does not feel safe. Even though she has been granted CRPF security, the other members of her family are still under threat. And they feel that
let's go to Riyanka. Riyanka has been, I'll just come back to you, Ishan. Riyanka, we are getting some updates coming in, live updates are coming in, Riyanka. And you were speaking to some of the activists there, and they are very clear that they will be approaching the Supreme Court now.
That's right. Shivangi, I was just having a word with the anti-rape activist Yogita Bhayana, who has been with the victim and her family since several months, supporting them. And in fact, she was present yesterday night as well when the family and the victim were protesting at India Gate, and then they were subsequently detained. Now, for today, they had planned to carry forward another protest to raise their voice at Mandi House Circle. But what we are seeing that there is a huge police deployment. A little bit, if I pan towards the circle area, there is a police deployment which has been made, and from the side of the activists, it is being alleged that how the voices of the people who are seeking justice is being completely shunned. If you can see, we are focusing on the police presence that has been made because a protest call was given out, Shivangi, so that they can raise their voice, and this is coming in just after the activist and the victim and her mother were seen brutally dragged from the streets of the national capital when they were protesting at India Gate. Now, if we talk about the legal action that they plan to take, they are fearing a threat to life. In fact, we know that the victim's family has been facing attacks. They have been targeted multiple times, and it is very much clear and exposed how Kuldeep Singh Sangar was in fact carrying out these targeted plans and strategies from inside the jail. And at this point in time, they plan to knock the doors of the Supreme Court, but what we understood from the activists and the lawyers, they have suggested that they do it after the vacation is over. It will be listed post that, but it is definitely sure that they will be knocking the doors of the Supreme Court after facing a setback from the Delhi High Court order, which has gone ahead and suspended the life imprisonment of the former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar in this case.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us with those details, Riyanka. Republic TV continues to track the story very, very closely. All right, let's move ahead. Getting some breaking news coming in. Aravali campaign is snowballing into a national conversation with rare and no-holds-barred moments from the very top of the judiciary, now grabbing headlines. Pictures coming in. We believe these pictures are coming in from around Mount Abu because voices on the ground are growing louder than ever before. Voices of resistance are rising from many parts along the Aravali Hills, where members of the community are speaking out against mining activities in and around their villages. Now, these pictures, from what I understand, what we have been told, coming in from Mount Abu, are very important. Mount Abu is nestled within the ancient Aravali mountain range. It's situated in the Sirohi district of Rajasthan, and it's the highest peak in the entire Aravali range, which is an ancient mountain, one of the oldest mountains in the world. We see that the voice, they were raising their voice, the community really raising their voice, the community saying that they will keep fighting and battling for justice. I want to go across to my colleague Sorali. Sorali, we see that the villagers there are very clear that they will not end there. The villagers, the community members, all across the Aravali range, because we have been speaking to so many of them, they are very clear that they will not stop protesting. Their only goal is to save the Aravalis.
Let me cut across to the organizers and leaders who have organized this entire rally, and we are with them. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि ये रैली जो आज शुरू हो रही है माउंट आबू से, आप पूजा करके सारे लोग नीचे उतरे, इसका महत्व बताइए, कितने लोग जुड़ने वाले हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए हजारों लोग हमारे से जुड़ेंगे, और जो ये एक विरोध मार्च है, एक जन संघर्ष ये यात्रा है, इसका एक ही मकसद है, जनता को जागृत करना। और जिन लोगों ने हमारे साथ ये इस तरीके के षड्यंत्र करने का प्रयास किया है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गलत दस्तावेज पेश करके सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो एक गरिमा है उसको भी इन लोगों ने ठेस पहुंचाई है। हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट का सम्मान करते हैं, हम कानून का सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन जो कानून जनहित में नहीं होगा, जब ये जनता ही नहीं होगी, वन्य जीव जंतु नहीं होंगे, जब ये नदियां, जब ये जंगल, जब ये पहाड़ कुछ नहीं होगा, तो आने वाली पीढ़ियां विकलांग पैदा होगी, उनका भविष्य क्या होगा आज प्रदेश का प्रत्येक युवा जानता है।
सर, मैं पढ़ पा रही हूँ पोस्टर्स पे, निर्मल संघ अरावली बचाएंगे। आपके संगठन का नाम बताइए, और ये क्या मुहिम है, सरकार से क्या मांग है, डेटा के साथ बताइए कि जो डेफिनेशन दी गई है उसमें दिक्कत क्या है?
जी, ये जनता की मुहिम है, जनता का संगठन है, जनता की लड़ाई है, और इसके अंदर सब लोग शामिल हो रहे हैं। सब लोगों का भविष्य का मुद्दा है, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के ये भविष्य का मुद्दा है और उसकी लड़ाई हम पूरी ताकत से लड़ेंगे। और इनको जिस तरीके से किसानों के लिए काले कानून लाए गए थे, उनमें ये बेक हुए थे, उसी तरीके से ये जनता के हित में आज साधु महात्मा, महिलाएं, माताएं, बहनें, सब लोग इसका इसलिए विरोध कर रहे हैं क्योंकि प्रकृति नष्ट हो जाएगी। प्रकृति नष्ट हो जाएगी तो हम सब लोग जाएंगे कहाँ? ये पार्टियां, ये राजनीति, ये सब चीजें बाद में, जब हम जीवित रहेंगे, जब हमारी पीढ़ियां ही विकलांग पैदा होगी, वो बीमारियों से ग्रसित पैदा होगी, तो हम किसके घर जाएंगे, कहाँ रहेंगे?
रैली कहाँ तक जाएगी और कितने लोगों के जुड़ने की संभावना है?
जी, ये 1000 किलोमीटर की यात्रा है और लाखों लोग इसमें जुड़ेंगे और लाखों लोगों में एक जन चेतना की ये यात्रा होगी, जन जागरण की, जन जागृति की। ये जो हमने मुहिम शुरू करी है, ये सारे युवा साथी, बड़े बुजुर्गों का, साधु महात्माओं का, माताओं बहनों का आशीर्वाद लेके इस क्रांति का आगाज किया, जो कि परिणाम आने तक लड़ते रहेंगे। जब तक अरावली नहीं बचेगी तब तक लड़ेंगे।
मैं देख पा रही हूँ कि संत महाजन भी जुड़े हैं इसमें। हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। आप बताइए कि संत महाजन,
अरे आप बात
आप बताइए कि कहाँ से लोग जुड़े?
माउंट आबू से भी है, सिरोही जिले के हैं और भी बाहर से भी है। काफी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, हर जिले वाले जुड़े हुए हैं, सिरोही, जालोर और भी सब जगह से जुड़े हुए हैं और ताकि संघर्ष में लगे हुए हैं। यही हमारा नीति रहेगा और आगे तक लड़ते रहेंगे।
So we can see over here people from all the sections of society, even the Sant Mahatma Jan and young people of Abu from entire Rajasthan have come over here, and hundreds of people. I'll ask my video journalist to show visuals. Hundreds of youth and women, all of them have joined this protest to raise a single voice against the definition that has been accepted by the Supreme Court. This Padyatra has started from Mount Abu, and according to the leader of this entire process, Nirmal Chaudhary, he has told Republic that this rally will go on for 1,000 kilometers and lakhs of people are supposed to join. That is what he has claimed. The only demand of people of Rajasthan and people who are doing Padyatra is that the decision, the definition accepted by Supreme Court should be revised, because Aravali has ecological importance, but on another hand, it also has spiritual and historical importance for people, and that's why we can see people in hundreds of number have joined and poured in at the Mount Abu. We are showing you through live visuals, and the Padyatra has started. Back to studio.
Yes, well, Sorali, you know, Mount Abu, one of the highest peaks in the Aravali range and a very important ecological area. You know, you were speaking to the protesters there. What are they afraid about? Are they afraid that there'll be exploitation on the Mount Abu?
Yes, that's true. They are against, they're raising their voice against the exploitation that might take place if the definition is accepted. The definition that is accepted by Supreme Court, if we talk in numbers, only 8.7% mountains, that is 1048 hills, will be counted in the Aravali range, and that's the problem of local people over here. We also know that uproar is seen across the India, but specifically in Rajasthan, and now in Mount Abu, a huge rally has started, a Padyatra, because 93% of the hills do not surpass the definition which is being accepted by the Supreme Court, saying that only hills above 100 meters will be qualifying the definition. We also know that Aravali range spreads across 700 kilometers, cuts across 4 states: Gujarat, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi, and major part is in Rajasthan, and that's the reason we can see Jan Akrosh, public uproar can be seen. The reason behind it is that if the definition is executed, people fear, people are scared that Aravali will be exploited, illegal mining will take place, and in the constant allegations that are being raised by the locals is that this decision is taken for multi-billionaire companies who will be involved in illegal mining, and that's what they are saying. We have been covering protests across the state. We have also shown you visuals in Udaipur, and now in Mount Abu, slogans are being raised. Aravali bachayenge, chahe kuch bhi ho jaye. So whatever, at whatever cost, we will save Aravalis, because it's a matter of ecological importance, but on another hand, for them it has spiritual as well as historical importance. And we could also see religious leaders participating in this entire moment, in this entire protest. Reason behind it is that it's a very important ecological barrier or shield which dissects Thar desert with the other parts of the country. We know that the shield has been stopping desert to march ahead. We know that deserts move ahead usually, but the Aravali range, which is one of the oldest hill ranges in the Indian subcontinent, is an ecological barrier. We also know that 20 ecological zones are present in this area. It is home to leopards, bears, and these are the extinct animals, these are the exquisite animals which are getting distinct. But Aravali hill ranges, even we know that Ranthambore National Park is present in the Aravali. Several places of historical importance, may it be Chittorgarh, Kumbhalgarh, all of them are present in this Aravali hill ranges. Let us try and talk to protesters over here. Sir, आप बताइए आप कहाँ से आए?
हम अबोड से हैं, अबोड जैसे पिनवाड़ा के पास।
ये प्रोटेस्ट का कारण क्या है?
प्रोटेस्ट पता अरावली खनन, हाँ, और
मांग है सरकार से?
सरकार से मांग है कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो ये कानून पास किया है उसको निरस्त किया जाए।
So we can see youngsters, young people on road, they are hitting the streets of Rajasthan, of Abu, and this Padyatra is supposed to continue for 1,000 kilometers. Let us also try and talk with other people over here. आप बताइए आप कहाँ से?
मैं सवाई माधोपुर रणथंभौर से।
आप रणथंभौर से यहाँ आए प्रोटेस्ट के लिए?
जी, निर्मल भैया जी के साथ हम तन मन धन से साथ खड़े हुए हैं।
क्या मांग है सरकार से?
सरकार से हमारी यही मांग है कि जब जल जंगल जमीन ही नहीं रहेंगे तो फिर यहाँ पे इंसान रह के क्या करेंगे इस धरातल पे।
हमें ये बताइए कि अरावली पर्वतमाला का राजस्थान के लोगों के लिए क्या महत्व है?
राजस्थान के लोगों के लिए अरावली पर्वतमाला का बहुत अधिक महत्वपूर्ण है। यहाँ पे पशु संपदा, जल जीवन, जंगल, नदियाँ, इससे प्रकृति में हरियाली और फसलों का बहुत फायदा होता है।
आप क्या कहेंगे, आप कहाँ से आए?
मैं आबू रोड से हूँ, किवल्ली से बात कर रहा हूँ, आबू रोड से। और हम आज यहाँ पे अरावली के संरक्षण के लिए सभी एकत्रित हुए। निर्मल जी के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के काम करेंगे और इसी के साथ हमारा ये संदेश है कि अरावली के जो खनन के लिए केंद्र सरकार ने जो काले कानून निकाले उसको वापस लिया जाए और जो हमारी अरावली है उसके जल जंगल और जमीन आदिवासी लोगों को उनकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है और उसे बचाया जाए।
So we can see over here that hundreds of supporters have poured in. Nirmal Chaudhary, who has started this movement, people from across the society, may it be women, youngsters, all of them have started to show support. A huge rally we can see over here. Even women are there. And as I was telling you previously, that religious leaders, spiritual leaders are also taking a part in this moment. मैं देख पा रही हूँ कि संत महाजन भी भाग बन रहे इस मूवमेंट का।
बिल्कुल, देखो ये अरावली बचाने के लिए जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं निर्मल भाई, ये बहुत अच्छा है। हमारे आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है, यदि अरावली नहीं बचेगी तो बरसात भी नहीं होगी राजस्थान के अंदर। ये अरावली के कारण ही बरसात होती है, इसलिए इसको बचाना बहुत जरूरी है। और ये जो इन्होंने लक्ष्य रखा है, संतों का, आबू राजे सभी का आशीर्वाद है, इन पे सभी आशीर्वाद देते हैं।
अगर सरकार समय से प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देती है तो आने वाले दिनों में संत महाजनों का क्या रिएक्शन?
हम भी इसी में दोबारा से इनसे जुड़ेंगे और यही संघर्ष करेंगे, अरावली बचाने के लिए संघर्ष करेंगे।
So here we can see that people, religious leaders, spiritual leaders have also shown their support to this movement because they are saying that if Aravali is not saved, human life will also be in danger. So we are going to keep you updated about all the moments which are taking place in this entire protest. But we can see right now through our visuals, national flags are being hoisted, posters are there. It is a call, a request to save Aravali, a movement that has started from Mount Abu, which is the highest peak of Aravali range. It is known as Guru Shikhar, and the rally has started from the same highest peak, and it is supposed to go across around thousands of kilometers. That's what organizers have claimed. And this Padayatra has started right now with several sections of society participating into this rally. And as it moves forward, more and more people are expected to join.
That are coming on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is the outreach that is spilling now into Mount Abu, where local communities, tribals, seers have all taken to streets. They are protesting against the Aravali's verdict now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exclusive report on Aravali, where the government ignored amicus warning on how large areas of the hill were at risk of erasure. And now locals have taken matters into their own hands. They have now spilled onto the streets, and the outreach is palpable. Swarali, who continues to join me live. Swarali, the Aravali campaign is clearly snowballing, and now it has become a national conversation, a national debate. You have been speaking to the protesters on the ground. What are their demands? What are the demands of the seers, of the local communities, of the tribal communities? Swarali.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that this entire movement is spinning around entire state of Rajasthan and across India. The voice that is being raised can be seen across the nation, but specifically in the state of Rajasthan. Now, let me tell you, when I tried and talk with protesters, they have told us that their only demand is that the definition that is being accepted by the Supreme Court should be reviewed. The definition that is accepted, only 100 meters and above hills will be included in the Aravali range. They are asking that this decision should be reviewed, and lots of people from across the society have joined this entire protest. We'll also try and talk to other leaders. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि अरावली का क्या महत्व है?
जो शरीर में सांस का महत्व है, आत्मा के लिए धर्म का महत्व है, वही राजस्थान के लोगों के लिए अरावली का महत्व है.
Very important point is being raised over here, that Aravali is like a breath to the state of Rajasthan as it is to a human body, and that's why we can see hundreds of people have poured in this entire protest, and lot more support is expected in coming days.
Right, Swarali. So, as per the recent reports that you are picking up on the ground, are there more protesters who are expected to join this already massive movement?
Yes, that is very true. The organizers and leaders of this movement have claimed that thousands of people are going to join as this movement goes ahead, as the Padayatra march ahead in the state of Rajasthan surrounding the Aravali hill range. This Padayatra will take place surrounding the Aravali hill range, which cuts across 700 kilometers, and major part is in the state of Rajasthan. So lot more people, thousands of people are expected to join. You can see through our visuals, women are leading this protest. They are dressed in a traditional attire to signify, to symbolize importance of Aravali, may it be the religious importance or the ecological importance.
Well, absolutely, Swarali. Like you mentioned, the women are leading the protest, and we can see the visuals very clearly on our screens. If you could speak to the women protesters there, Swarali, if you could get their sentiment on the record as well, what are they saying? What are these protesters demanding?
We are now going to talk to women protesters over here. महिलाओं का भी बड़ा सहभाग है इस पूरे प्रोटेस्ट में. क्या कारण है?
क्या कारण है कि अरावली बचाओ, मतलब हरियाली अगर मतलब पर्यावरण नहीं बचाएंगे तो मतलब आने वाले समय में मतलब सबके लिए मतलब
हम देख पा रहे हैं कि ट्रेडिशनल घड़ा लेके जो चलते हो आप, वैसे घड़ा लेके चलते हो.
हाँ, तो उसी लिए अरावली बचाने के लिए ही कर रहे हैं.
जी जी.
अरावली नहीं होगी तो मतलब यानी जो भी मतलब वायु हवा कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो इसीलिए हरियाली मतलब यानी अरावली बचाने का यही प्रयत्न किया हमने, इसीलिए हमें यात्रा निकाली जा रही है.
यंग women are also part of this protest. दीदी आप बताइए कि आप इस प्रोटेस्ट का भाग क्यों हो रहा है ये प्रोटेस्ट?
ये अरावली बचाओ के लिए हो रहा है कि है ना, अरावली कट जाएगी तो फिर इधर सांस लेने में भी लोगों को दिक्कत होगी। किस हिसाब से कोई भी इंसान, जीव जंतु भी मर जाएंगे।
क्या नाम?
मेरा वंदना कुंवर।
So we can see women on large scale are also part of this protest, and we are going to show you visuals of the protest wherein hundreds of people have thronged the streets of Mount Abu. They are climbing downwards from the Mount Abu. And
Yes,
we have
Madani.
shown you through the visuals to our viewers that how
Yes, Swarali, we can see there are protesters thronging on the streets. Hundreds, if not thousands, have already joined. Also, Swarali, you mentioned that this is a Padyatra. Where are the protesters heading? What is the next step from here?
So the locations, the specific locations of the Padyatra will be designed as the Padyatra moves ahead. But to be very specific, Padyatra is going to head along with the moment of Aravali itself. The way Aravali goes through, cuts across through the state of Rajasthan, that's the exact route. It will also go to Udaipur, Jaipur, major cities of Rajasthan, but very importantly, through across the chain of Aravali ranges, wherever the Aravali mountains are present, through all those districts, through all those cities, the moment the Padyatra will go ahead, but it is yet to be decided if it will go to Delhi or it will be completed in the state of Rajasthan itself. But very importantly, hundreds of people have already joined and more are expected to join. But it is claimed by the organizers that 1,000-kilometer rally will be done. As it starts, we can see the posters of Save Aravali. We are with Nirmal Chaudhary. Those are the kind of posters and slogans being raised from the locations. These are the live visuals. Republic is showing viewers the moment that has kicked in. This is the public outrage. This is the public outrage. This is the public outrage that is being seen right now. And
absolutely, Swarali, absolutely. In fact, these are the exclusive shots that Republic is getting for you, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens. Swarali, thank you for getting us that detailed report. Ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to another top story of the day. Shocking scenes unfolded at the India Gate as the Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcibly dragged away by the police during a fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. Now, on Tuesday, the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions such as requiring him to stay 5 kilometers away from the victim. However, the family now fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister even stating that they feel safer in jail. Dramatic visuals, which are on your screens there, viewers, they've captured the chaos, the outrage surrounding the controversial legal development, raising questions about justice for the 2017 rape victim. Here's the full breakdown of the story. Watch this.
The Delhi police is now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus, detaining. She is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder, while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
In fact, picking up some more responses from the legal world, as there is a massive uproar over the High Court's decision. Lawyers say that it is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal, and even after the High Court, people can go to the Supreme Court. Watch this.
खतरा यही है कि मेरे साथ सिक्योरिटी है, चलो मैं, लेकिन परिवार में जो सुरक्षा हटाई गई, परिवार की, पैरोकारों की, और जो जमानत ले रखा है उनकी हटाई गई, वो तो आज सुरक्षित है। अभी जो वीरेंद्र सिंह है न्यूज़ से, वीरेंद्र यादव, अभी उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई गई। उसके बाद में मेरे पापा, मतलब उन्होंने मेरे पापा केस में बयान दिया था, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को जब हॉस्पिटल में थे तो उन्होंने बयान लिया था, पेन ड्राइव वगैरह सब सीबीआई को, और कोर्ट में बयान दिया था। सीबीआई के वकील वो जमानत लिया, मतलब उसमें केस में वो बयान दिया था। और फिर उसके बाद में उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई जाती है। उसके 2 दिन बाद कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर तिहाड़ जेल से अपने वकील अवधेश सिंह से बोल के सब करके उनके ऊपर गुंडा एक्टर लगाया जाता है। उसके बाद में बेचारे को वीरेंद्र यादव जी को 50 दिन जेल में रखा जाता है उन्नाव की। उसके बाद वो भाई सुरक्षा हटते कैसे गैंगस्टर लग सकता है? नहीं लग सकता है, क्योंकि ये लगवाया गया है, ये परेशान किया गया था कि मुकदमा वापस ले लो, आपको हम इतना इतना पैसा दे देंगे, ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे। लेकिन वो इंसान सच्चाई पे था। मेरे पापा को बुरी तरीके से मारा गया था, इसलिए उन्होंने बयान दिया था सीबीआई में, यहाँ पे 30 जारी कोर्ट में आके बयान दिया था जज साहब के सामने। वो सरकारी गवाह थे, उनकी भी सुरक्षा हटा दी गई, परिवार की भी हटा दी गई, पैरोकारों की हटा दी गई, जो जमात ले उनकी भी हटा दी गई। कल का कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से, कल का मेरा घर भी ड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी भी ड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची, क्योंकि मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाके मैं खड़ी हो गई थी। बेलान त्रिवेदी के सामने मैं हाथ खड़े कर दिए थे, मैडम अपने घर लेके चलिए मुझे। उन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं सोचा, उन्होंने सुरक्षा हमारी बरकरार रखी। लेकिन कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं, जान का खतरा लाइफ टाइम तक बना है सर, क्योंकि मेरे साथ रेप हुआ। कल का अगर मेरी बच्ची है, कल का मेरी बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी, कहीं जाएगी, उसके साथ में भी रेप करेंगे तो कुछ हम पे क्या बीतेगी।
And we had seen how you were raising your voice along with the victim and her family, but you were dragged, you were pulled, and you were detained. So very clearly, one, we are seeing there's a mockery of justice being made, and then your voices are silenced.
So I think we are used to it in this country. We saw it in Nirbhaya case, we saw it in Kiran Negi case where this girl was, gang raped, and then the acquittal happened, and Ankita Bhandari case. So we are getting used to it, but it is not a good sign. I think for women of the country especially, where do we seek justice? And this is very unfortunate. A girl who's fighting for justice with that zeal, her zeal is broken. So I am feeling ashamed that her motivation to fight is being tried to kill. But she is a very brave girl, and I'm sure she'll still fight, and we are with her in whichever situation she is in. We are going to fight it out.
This man Kuldeep Singh Sangar, he's not an accused, he's a convicted person, right? And at this point in time, we can very much see that he's quite powerful. There were several attacks on the victim's family, and now she also faces a threat for her life.
He was 4-time MLA, and he was campaigning from the jail last election. So you can see how powerful he is, how powerful Asaram is, how powerful Ram Rahim is in this country. All the goons and the rapists are used in elections. Very unfortunate. I think if this is the politics, we are ashamed of it. I should spit on it. I mean, I am so outraged. We need to kind of have better ways of politics. This is the worst way we have seen in movies, but this is something which we see in reality also. And this girl is definitely very heartbroken, and we are with her. Whichever is the situation, we are taking the legal course, which is very, I would say, unlikely to give justice to her, but we are still trying our best. We finish all our remedies, and we will still be little hopeful against the hopes. But as I said, I mean, it's very unfortunate. I don't have words to express.
By when is it likely that you will be moving the Supreme Court, because you've been very vocal about it?
So our lawyers, we met yesterday. We are going to Supreme Court once they prepared the draft, and we move to Supreme Court maybe after the vacations.
Okay. Not today.
Because I think our lawyers suggested it will be listed any which way, so we will take our preparation to draft a good kind of a petition. Yeah.
Mr. Agrawal, how do you see the bail that has been granted to the Unnao rape case accused by the Delhi High Court yesterday?
That is permissible under the law. This is the normal routine. When court feel, when say the appeal is filed and court feel there are grounds to hear the appeal, then this normally they stay the operation of the lower court. In this case also, it has been stayed and strict conditions have been imposed. So just this is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal, and even after High Court, people convict can go to Supreme Court.
Mr. Agrawal, when you say that everybody has a right to appeal and it's a normal procedure in the court of law, similarly last year also in 2024, very similar appeal filed by the same accused was rejected. How come, what changed in 2025 that he was granted bail? Given the circumstances, we have seen how there is threat to life to the victim's family, the victim herself, how her father died, how the uncle of the victim is in a danger. So how do you think that the appeal, he has a right to appeal, and the same appeal was rejected last year but it got...
There is change of circumstances. When courts are not in a position to dispose of the appeal immediately, then suppose tomorrow in appeal court find that there was no justification of conviction. So to avoid that, and whatever time a person remain out, that will be not counted in the sentence. So he has not undergone that period when he was out. So everybody has a right to appeal, and court should stake when court feel there are grounds in appeal which can quash the conviction. The courts normally grant this.
All right, joining me live is my colleague Riyanka. Riyanka, you spoke to social activist Ms. Bhayani as well, and she has categorically said that she is going to be with the Unnao rape survivor every step of the way. So what is next for the survivor? She in fact also said that she's going to move Supreme Court as of now.
That's right. Antara, we are seeing several developments coming in since last night when the protest took place at the India Gate Circle. And then we had, of course, seen how the victim and her family members, along with the activist, all of them were dragged and detained. Now, if we talk about what is happening today, we spoke to Yogita Bhayana, the anti-rape activist, who has been completely with the victim and her family, supporting them, as you mentioned, in every step. Now, for the fact that they have very clearly mentioned that they will be knocking the doors of the Supreme Court in order to challenge the Delhi High Court order, which is giving a clear, a free hold. And if we see that they have, suspended the life imprisonment for ex-BJP MLA and the person convicted in this case as well. Now, if we talk about the victim, she has very clearly mentioned that she is facing threat to life. Her father was attacked, her family members were attacked, and she's saying if the court has granted such a suspension of the life imprisonment to the convicted person, Kuldeep Singh Sangar, then it is very much likely in the future that the court will take away the, the security that has been given to the victim, and she is fearing that her life is going to be under threat forever, which is why they are questioning this particular order given by the Delhi High Court, and they are saying that this is a mockery of justice that has been made very clearly. In fact, a short while ago, as I'm standing near the Mandi House Circle, there was a protest planned here, but a short while ago we had seen there was a huge police deployment in order to stop these protests which were supposed to take place. In fact, the Delhi police vehicle is also right here as the police personnel now slowly dispersing from this area. But very clearly, the voices of these people, the voices of those who are seeking justice, the voice of the victim, the rape survivor has been silenced. A clear example that we had seen last night, which is why they are very clear that they will be knocking the doors of the Supreme Court, not today, but soon post the vacation is over.
Well, absolutely, Riyanka. In fact, it is honestly appalling at this point that the authorities are also not doing much about it, especially given the fact that she has voiced her concerns and she has categorically said that her life is in danger, especially now that the convicted person, the rape convict has now walked free. So what are the steps that the authorities, are thinking of taking in order to give that protection to the survivor?
Now, as alleged by the survivor and the activist also who is in support of the family and the victim, they are saying that there is nothing being done from the side of the authorities. There are only police presence just to, stop and silence the voices of the victim. And they've also alleged that if we talk about security is not given to a girl who has been molested on the roads, but security is there to silence the people who are seeking justice. So that is one of the main concerns that the victim and her family has. In fact, how we seen that they were horribly dragged from the streets of the national capital, and they were just silently protesting against the Delhi, I beg your pardon, they were silently protesting against the High Court's order, which went on to suspend the lifetime imprisonment sentence of the convicted Kuldeep Singh Sangar, the former BJP MLA. And in fact, he's a very, very powerful man.
Yes.
He's a very powerful man. He
Absolutely,
had,
Riyanka.
of course, gone ahead.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there, Riyanka. We are getting a breaking news that is coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to the worsening AQI in the national capital, Delhi High Court has in fact now said to the government, and I quote, "If you can't give clean air, slash GST on the air purifiers." This is Delhi High Court's big comment on the government. They have in fact pulled up the government over the pollution crisis that is only worsening day by day. In fact, they have urged the government to cut the GST on purifiers from 18% to 5%, citing the dire pollution situation in the national capital. In fact, not just this, a public interest litigation, which is a PIL petition, has also argued that air purifiers should be classified as medical devices and taxed at a lower rate, making them more affordable for the public. All right, joining me on the phone line is our executive legal editor, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Ridham, this is a huge statement coming in from the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has in fact urged the government to consider reducing the GST on air purifiers. Ridham, if you can hear me, this is a huge development that is coming in. Delhi HC is not mincing any words. The High Court has categorically said that the GST on the air purifiers need to be slashed. They have now pulled up the government over the pollution crisis that is only worsening as we speak, Ridham. All right, while we try and connect that line back with Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big development on the AQI crisis in the national capital. The Delhi High Court has pulled up the government and they have categorically told them, slash the GST on air purifiers. In fact, they have also told them to slash the GST from 18% to 5%, citing the dire air conditions, air pollution situation in Delhi. In fact, a PIL petition also argues that air purifiers should be classified as medical devices and taxed at a lower rate. All right, I believe we have been able to connect the line back with our legal executive editor, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Ridham, if you can hear me, this is a huge statement coming in from the Delhi High Court. They have in fact pulled up the center over the worsening, over the dire air situation, air pollution crisis in the national capital.
Let's tell our viewers the three big points that are coming in from the Delhi High Court right now. They said they will keep this matter in the vacation bench. They have slammed, the Delhi High Court has slammed the government and said, if you're not able to give us good air, at least ensure that the GST is slashed on the air purifiers. This decision is much more than just talking about air purifiers. The Delhi High Court has clarified and they have clearly stated they want good air. So they have said this is a situation of national emergency. Slamming the government, they said treat this situation as an emergency. They are going to once again hear the matter at 2:30. That is in 1 hour from now. The Delhi government has told the government council, the Delhi High Court has told the government council, immediately come back at 2:30. Tell us what you're going to do in this case. Treat it as an emergency. They've asked the government council, how many times do you breathe in a day? 21,000 times. Calculate the harm you are doing to yourself. we want instructions at 2:30, give an exemption from the 15 days on a temporary basis. If you ensure that air purifiers are no longer going to be treated as a luxury, we can clearly see that this bench, and everywhere we are seeing this anguish being caused. This is the division bench of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, Devendra Kumar Upadhyay, and Justice T. Rao Gedela. They've said if authorities cannot provide clean air for citizens to breathe, then the best they can do is reduce the GST on air purifiers, which are being treated as a tax at 18%. But this is not only about the GST on air purifiers. The larger question that the Delhi High Court is asking is, every citizen requires fresh air. That is the minimum you have to give. And this is exactly the question that Republic TV has been asking when we've been saying there has to be a nota for AQI. The Parliament did not debate upon the air pollution case. The Supreme Court was not able to come to a consensus on it, even though they do have a CAQM that's looking into the matter, monitoring the matter. But what really is happening with this case has to now be seen. The top court did try and tell all the authorities to work, but finally it's for the government to take note of this, and finally it's the Delhi High Court also asking very pointed questions. 2:30 today, they demand an answer, slamming the Delhi government on the GST.
Absolutely, Rhythm. In fact, the Delhi High Court has also made some really pointed. They have in fact pulled up the centre. They have in fact told them categorically to treat the situation as an emergency. Like you were correctly pointing out, with the Delhi High Court now pulling up the centre, can we expect the centre to now respond to this dire situation?
So what the Delhi High Court has said is, let air purifiers be provided. That is the minimum you can do. They expressed their displeasure at the fact that there is no fresh air. They've demanded answers immediately today, within 1 hour, saying, when will you come back? Even if it is for temporary, give exemption for the next 1 month. This is an emergency situation. Tell us now what you're going to do. Sit and tell us. We are waiting for instructions as we speak. And this is so important because the Delhi High Court is speaking in the voice of the common man, people in the NCR who are breathing this hazardous air. The AQI is hazardous today. They're saying as we speak, we are all breathing. You know how many times we are breathing in a day? And anguished High Court is asking at least 21,000 times a day. Just calculate the harm you are doing to your lungs just by breathing 21,000 times a day, and that is involuntary. Justice Gadela has remarked during this hearing, the matter is now going to be taken up at 2:30. They've enabled the council to get instructions from the union government in this matter, and this is just not a contention for air purifiers that need to be exempted at this emergency time, but the larger question is really going to be what the Delhi government or any government is going to do on the AQI.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. Thank you for getting us those updates. Ladies and gentlemen, the AQI situation continues to worsen there. With now the Delhi High Court has now pulled up the government and they have told the government categorically, treat the situation as an emergency. We continue to track this and a lot more, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Republic exclusive report on Aravali's. Did the government ignore amicus warning on how large areas of the hills were at the risk of erasure? Also tracking 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi, Anglong districts. Internet suspended. We are tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Republic will be right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally. making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Republic exclusive report on Aravalis. Did the government ignore amicus warning on how large areas of the hills were at the risk of erasure?
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा और मसाला।
We are
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few.
यानी जो भी मतलब वायु हवा कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो इसीलिए हरियाली मतलब यानी अरावली बचाने का यही प्रयत्न किया हमने, इसीलिए हमें यात्रा निकाली जा रही है।
1,000-kilometer flag march at Mount Abu as part of Save Aravali movement. Protesters demand review of the Supreme Court order. Republic exclusive report on Aravali. Did the government ignore amicus warning on how large areas of the hills were at risk of erasure?
अरावली को लेकर नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं, सर अरावली बदमाशी कर नहीं, बदमाशी नहीं कर सर, आपसे एक सवाल है भाई, अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है? प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर, कोई नहीं मेरे से बोला मत, आना से जबरदस्ती।
Haryana Environment Minister confronted by Republic. Duxar cameras when asked about illegal mining at the Aravalis. Sangar guilty but freed while Unnao survivors dragged and detained while protesting who is shielding the rape convict. Massive anger over Delhi High Court decision to grant Sangar bail. Unnao survivor had to appeal in the apex court now. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam, Karbi, Angalong districts. Internet has been suspended. Getting some breaking news coming in. Big charge against Yunus government by brother of Usman Hadi, radical activist who was killed recently. Post his death, there was widespread chaos and violence in Dhaka, during which a Hindu man, Deepu Das, was singled out and killed. We're getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Yunus government responsible. That's what Hadi's brother has very, very clearly said. And this is coming in the backdrop of even the former PM of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who had blamed the Yunus government over the spiral of violence and the unrest that we are seeing in Dhaka. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Big charge against a Yunus regime coming in. Days after the Bangladesh student leader Sharif Hadi died after being shot in the head in Dhaka, his brothers accuse a section within the Yunus-led the interim government of orchestrating the violence which followed. Okay, I want to go across to my colleague Kishale is joining us. Kishale, just to help our viewers understand, what is the family of Hadi saying? They're blaming Yunus for the unrest and for the spiral of violence that we are seeing in Dhaka and Bangladesh.
Well, exactly. We saw there was a attempt to change the narrative in Bangladesh to allege that India was somehow connected to the killing of Osman Hadi. And even the government spokesperson and even the leaders connected with the government was playing with that narrative. But now Osman Hadi's brother comes in and changes the whole story. He exposes how Muhammad Yunus's government was directly involved in the killing of Hadi. That is what he is alleging. That it is Muhammad Yunus's government that was connected to this killing, and it was done in order to ensure that the elections, the national elections in Bangladesh are already declared in January, February. So he is alleging in order to ensure that the elections are not done in time, the Yunus government is trying to create a chaotic situation in Bangladesh, and that is the reason why this killing was committed. He has also mentioned that anyone who is connected to the killing will have to face the brunt of the people, and even if they run away from the country. So he's meaning by that, Muhammad Yunus will run away after a national election will be held. So he's saying, Osman Hadi's brother is saying that even if the particular person runs away who has committed this murder or who has planned this murder, won't be spared by the people of Bangladesh. So it's very clear that Osman Hadi's family, his brother, is alleging Muhammad Yunus was directly involved in this killing, and that it was done in order to ensure that the national elections don't happen on time and Muhammad Yunus continues on his throne.
That's right. Big charge against Yunus regime. We see that the family of Osman Hadi is saying Osman Hadi was killed to derail the polls. Huge charge coming in. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. DRDO has completed the user evaluation trials for the next generation Akash missile system. Here's a quick report as we keep getting you the latest.
The Ministry of Defence shares its latest feat. The DRDO has announced a successful completion of the user evaluation trials of the next generation Akash missile system, paving the way for its induction into the Indian Armed Forces. The system demonstrated high precision against diverse aerial threats, including high speed, low altitude, and long range high altitude targets. Equipped with an indigenous RF seeker, dual pulse solid rocket motor, and fully homegrown radars and C2 systems, Akash NG marks a major boost to India's air defense capability.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Aravali warning is on record and it is serious. The court-appointed amicus has flagged that large areas of the Aravalis are on the verge of losing legal protection. Slopes which are integral part of the mountain system risk being erased from protection altogether. The amicus has warned that while the Forest Survey of India has taken only the right slope into account, the Geological Survey of India has not backed Rajasthan's position. The Aravali boundary traditionally includes a buffer zone. That buffer zone is now being pushed into a grey zone. What does that mean? Buffer areas could become vulnerable to mining. They could lose protection entirely. The new definition does not just redraw lines. It puts entire stretches of the Aravalis at risk. Putting on those pictures coming in for you, illegal mining has been caught on camera. Republic TV has got you all these reports which expose illegal mining that is being hidden. But Republic TV has been on the ground getting our viewers how the natural and the very delicate balance of ecology in the Aravalis are under threat. In fact, my colleague Sorali is at Mount Abu, which is the highest peak of the Aravali ranges. There's a campaign to save the Aravalis, a protest which is happening as we speak. Let's play out those reports for you.
पूजा करके सारे लोग नीचे उतरे, इसका महत्व बताइए कितने लोग जुड़ने वाले हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए हजारों लोग हमारे से जुड़ेंगे और जो ये एक विरोध मार्च है, एक जन संघर्ष ये यात्रा है, इसका एक ही मकसद है, जनता को जागृत करना। और जिन लोगों ने हमारे साथ ये इस तरीके के षड्यंत्र करने का प्रयास किया है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गलत दस्तावेज पेश करके सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो एक गरिमा है उसको भी इन लोगों ने ठेस पहुंचाई है। हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट का सम्मान करते हैं, हम कानून का सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन जो कानून जनहित में नहीं होगा, जब ये जनता ही नहीं होगी, वन्य जीव जंतु नहीं होंगे, जब ये नदियां, जब ये जंगल, जब ये पहाड़ कुछ नहीं होगा, तो आने वाली पीढ़ियां विकलांग पैदा होगी। उनका भविष्य क्या होगा आज प्रदेश का प्रत्येक युवा जानता है।
सर, मैं पढ़ पा रही हूँ पोस्टर्स पे निर्मल संघ अरावली बचाएंगे। आपके संगठन का नाम बताइए और ये क्या मुहिम है, सरकार से क्या मांग है, डेटा के साथ बताइए कि जो डेफिनेशन दी गई है उसमें दिक्कत क्या है।
जी, ये जनता की मुहिम है, जनता का संगठन है, जनता की लड़ाई है और इसके अंदर सब लोग शामिल हो रहे हैं। सब लोगों का भविष्य का मुद्दा है, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के ये भविष्य का मुद्दा है और उसकी लड़ाई हम पूरी ताकत से लड़ेंगे। और इनको जिस तरीके से किसानों के लिए काले कानून लाए गए थे, उनमें ये बेक हुए थे, उसी तरीके से ये जनता के हित में आज साधु महात्मा, महिलाएं, माताएं, बहनें सब लोग इसका इसलिए विरोध कर रहे हैं क्योंकि प्रकृति नष्ट हो जाएगी। प्रकृति नष्ट हो जाएगी तो हम सब लोग जाएंगे कहाँ? ये पार्टियां, ये राजनीति, ये सब चीजें बाद में, जब हम जीवित रहेंगे, जब हमारी पीढ़ियां ही विकलांग पैदा होगी, वो बीमारियों से ग्रसित पैदा होगी, तो हम किसके घर जाएंगे, कहाँ रहेंगे?
You can women are leading this protest. They are dressed in a traditional attire to signify, to symbolize importance of Aravali, may it be the religious importance or the ecological importance. We are now going to talk to women protesters over here. महिलाओं का भी बड़ा सहभाग है इस पूरे प्रोटेस्ट में। क्या कारण है?
क्या कारण है कि अरावली बचाओ, मतलब हरियाली, अगर मतलब पर्यावरण नहीं बचाएंगे तो मतलब आने वाले समय में मतलब सबके लिए मतलब
हम देख पा रहे हैं कि ट्रेडिशनल घड़ा लेके जो चलते हो आप, वैसे घड़ा लेके चल रहे हो।
हाँ, तो उसीलिए अरावली बचाने के लिए ही कर रहे हैं।
जी।
हाँ, अरावली नहीं होगी तो मतलब यानी जो भी मतलब वायु, हवा कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो इसीलिए हरियाली मतलब यानी अरावली बचाने का यही प्रयत्न किया हमने, इसीलिए हमें यात्रा निकाली जा रही है।
यंग विमेन आर ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ दिस प्रोटेस्ट। दीदी, आप बताइए कि आप इस प्रोटेस्ट का भाग क्यों हो रहा है ये प्रोटेस्ट?
ये अरावली बचाओ के लिए हो रहा है कि है ना, अरावली कट जाएगी तो फिर इधर सांस लेने में भी लोगों को दिक्कत होगी। किस हिसाब से कोई भी इंसान, जीव जंतु भी मर जाएंगे।
क्या नाम है?
मेरा वंदना कुंवर।
So we can see women on large scale are also part of this protest, and we are going to show you visuals of the protest wherein hundreds of people have thronged the streets of Mount Abu.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us live. I think we have Sorali with us live. Sorali is at Mount Abu, and Sorali, let's tell our viewers, Mount Abu, it's a very special place. Highest peak in the Aravali. Yes, Aravali is the oldest mountains
in the world. Now join this movement, the moment that has started from the highest peak of Mount Abu, that is Guru Shikhar. Small kids have also joined in to ask and call for Save Aravali movement. We are going to talk with the organizers right now. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि ये रैली एग्जैक्टली कहाँ से जाने वाली है, कितने लोग जुट?
जी देखिए, ये रैली अरावली जहाँ से गुजरेगी, हम उन सारे जिलों में, उन सारे गाँवों में पैदल निकलते हुए, ग्रामीण परिवेश के लोगों से मिलते हुए, शहर के लोगों से मिलते हुए, उनके अंदर एक जन जागृति की चेतना जगाते हुए सारे युवा साथी इस रैली की, इस यात्रा की शुरुआत कर चुके हैं। और ये क्रांति है कि हम जल, जीवन, जंगल और हमारा आने वाली पीढ़ियों का जो भविष्य है वो हम बर्बाद नहीं होने देंगे। और इस सत्ता में बैठे लोग यदि बरगलाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं तो ये भूल जाएं, हम इस समय के पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं। हमारे परिवार वाले लोगों ने, किसान वर्ग के लोगों ने मेहनत करके हमें बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटियों में पढ़ाया है, लिखाया है। और आज आप यूँ सोचते हो कि हमारे पूर्वज अनपढ़ थे, वो भी आपसे बरगला कभी आपके भरोसे में नहीं आए, क्योंकि आपने जिस तरीके से इस अरावली का सर्वनाश और सत्यानाश करने का प्रयास किया, ये हम कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं
सर मैं सुन पा रही हूँ देशभक्ति के गीत बज रहे हैं, भारत माता के नारे लग रहे हैं, अरावली बचाओ के नारे लग रहे हैं। क्या भावना है जो यूथ आपके साथ जुड़ा है, क्या भावना, उनकी क्या डिमांड?
देखिए आज इस पैदल यात्रा में महिलाएं, साधु संत, बुजुर्ग सब लोग आए हैं, बच्चे आए हैं। वो इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि सबका जीवन इस अरावली से जुड़ा हुआ है। अरावली रहेगी तो हमारा जीवन रहेगा।
राजस्थान के लिए क्या महत्व है अरावली?
राजस्थान की धरोहर है, राजस्थान की विरासत है। यहाँ मानसून, यहाँ बारिश, यहाँ खेती बाड़ी, यहाँ वन्य जीव जंतु सब लोग इस अरावली के भरोसे जीवित है। अरावली है तो हम लोगों का जीवन है।
सर हमें आंकड़ों के साथ बताइए, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डेफिनेशन एक्सेप्ट की है उसके बाद ये आरोप लग रहे हैं कि सिर्फ 9% पहाड़ इस डेफिनेशन को पास कर पाएंगे।
आप देखिए हमारे पर्यावरण मंत्री अलवर के हैं और वो अलवर में मीडिया के साथियों के साथ जाके दिखा दे कि अरावली आज कितनी बची हुई है। ये जितनी कागजों में बता रहे हैं उतनी वहाँ बची भी है क्या? तो युवा साथी धरातल पे देख रहे हैं। हम आपको पीड़ा दिखाएंगे गांव के लोगों की कि अरावली जहाँ से इन लोगों ने खोद डाली है, नष्ट कर दिए, वहाँ लोगों के क्या हालात है। और लोग गाँव में मातम मना रहे हैं कि ये अरावली हमारी माँ है, हमारी आत्मा है, हमारी जान है। ये खत्म हो गई तो हमारे जीवन का सर्वनाश हो जाएगा। आने वाली पीढ़ियां विकलांग पैदा होगी, सैकड़ों बीमारियां गांव के अंदर आ जाएगी। उसके खिलाफ हम लोगों ने ये मुहिम चलाई है, ये जन आंदोलन, अरावली आंदोलन की शुरुआत करी है। जब तक इस सत्ता में बैठे लोग किसानों के जो काले कानून थे उसकी तरह घुटनों पे आके वापस नहीं लेंगे, तब तक हम लोग रुकने वाले नहीं हैं।
सर अब मैं नारे सुन रही हूँ कि अरावली बचाओ, देश बचाओ। ये नारा क्यों लग रहा है? ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि अगर अरावली जो शील्ड है, इकोलॉजिकल शील्ड है, वो हटा दिया जाता है तो रण, डेजर्ट दिल्ली, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश तक पहुँच जाएगा, ऐसे आरोप लग रहे हैं।
खेती बर्बाद हो जाएगी। दिल्ली में जो आज पॉल्यूशन देख रहे हो, आज ये स्थिति है, ये तो अरावली ने रक्षा कर रखी है। और अरावली जिस दिन खत्म हो गई उस दिन दिल्ली में लोग जी नहीं पाएंगे, सांस नहीं ले पाएंगे, उनका जीवन दुर्भर हो जाएगा वहाँ।
सर कितने इकोलॉजिकल जोन्स है और कितनी नदियाँ निकलती हैं?
सैकड़ों नदियाँ और छोटे छोटे तालाब हैं। गाय माता जो गांव के अंदर घूमती है वो यही अपना भरण पोषण करके और जीवन यापन करती है। मैं एक बात ये कहना चाहूंगा, जिन लोगों ने ये जो फैसला लेकर आए हैं उन सब के जो बेटे बेटी है वो विदेशों के नागरिकता लिए हुए हैं, तो उनको आने वाली पीढ़ी की इसलिए चिंता नहीं है। हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियां, हमारे पूर्वज यही जिए, यही मरे, यही खाया, यही पिया है। हमारे पूर्वजों की ये विरासत भी है, उस विरासत को हम दाएं से बाएं भी नहीं होने देंगे, एक पत्थर भी नहीं हिलाने देंगे। हमारी गर्दन धड़ से अलग करनी पड़ेगी इस अरावली को टच करने से पहले।
आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगी सर, कितने लोग आंकड़ों में जुड़ने की संभावना है और क्या यह पदयात्रा दिल्ली तक जाएगी या जयपुर में खत्म होगी?
देखिए ये जनता की लड़ाई है, जनता की लड़ाई है, जनता खुद लड़ रही है, हजारों लोग जुड़ रहे हैं। इस किसी भी वर्ग का, किसी भी धर्म का व्यक्ति छूट नहीं रहा। सारे लोग इसके अंदर आ रहे हैं, बढ़ चढ़ के इस यात्रा में भाग ले रहे हैं और मैसेज दे रहे हैं। वो जो दिल्ली में बैठे लोग हैं उनको मैसेज दे रहे हैं कि वापस विचार कीजिए, नहीं तो ये बहुत बड़ा जन आंदोलन का रूप लेगी और हम दिल्ली में आके बैठेंगे और आप लोगों का जीना आराम कर देंगे।
Very important point has been raised over here, sir. हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. What he's trying to say is that if the decision is not taken as soon as if the definition is not reviewed, then this movement, the Padyatra, will reach the corridors of Delhi, the political corridor, and a pressure will be created because this is a people's movement, and their only demand is that this entire definition accepted by Supreme Court should be reviewed, because if we talk about the data, only 8.7%, that is 1048 hills will qualify as the Aravali hills. If the said definition, only 1048 hills will qualify. Rest around 12,000 hills will not be considered as Aravali hill ranges, which is one of the oldest hill ranges in the Indian subcontinent. Billions of years ago, it was formed even before the human existence was traced. On the other hand, we also know it's an ecological shield, homes more than 20 ecological zones. It's a home to leopards, tigers, bears, which are very exquisite animals. We know they are on the verge of extinction. They are very near and several rivers also originate from this area. It's a ecological shield in the sense of it stops desert to move ahead. We all know that deserts march past, but this is a huge shield which is already varied away after the lot of years of erosions and already illegal mining that is taking place in this entire region. It cuts across 4 states, Gujarat, Haryana, Delhi, and the major part is in the state of Rajasthan, and that's why entire nation is today asking a question. The nation is united on this environmental issue, but specifically in the state of Rajasthan, because the major part of this entire range is in the same state we are standing right now. This Padayatra, this movement has started from Mount Abu, the highest peak of Aravali range, that is Guru Shikhar. The Padayatra has started, and we have shown you through visuals that people across the sections of society, religious leaders, elders, children, women, youth, all of them are participating, and their only demand is that the definition should be reviewed or it should be justified, and people should have a clear idea that no illegal mining will take place in the Aravali hill ranges, which is one of the oldest hill ranges in the Indian subcontinent. Back to you.
Campaign has found resonance amongst our viewers as Aravali and our reporters are on the ground getting voices as protests continue to save the Aravalis. Republic TV has also confronted the Haryana Environment Minister on illegal mining at the Aravalis. Watch as he ducks our cameras and moves away without answering any of our questions.
सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे से खाना से जबरदस्ती सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे से खाना से जबरदस्ती सर एक ही सवाल है सर अरावली को लेकर नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं सर अरावली बदमाशी करो नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर आपसे एक सवाल है भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर कोई नहीं मेरे से खाना से जबरदस्ती
And we also move ahead right now. Maulana Fazlur Rahman, the head of the Jamiat Ulema-e-Islam, FJUIF, has criticized the Pakistan Army under Asim Munir for attacks on Afghanistan that kill civilians and questioned the reasoning of Islamabad. If Pakistan's cross-border strikes are justifiable, he contended that the nation has no reason to object when India invades Pakistani land in order to eradicate terrorists. Take a look.
अगर आप कहते हैं, मेरे सवालात हैं कि हमने अपने दुश्मन के मराकज़ पर स्ट्राइक किया है और आप इसको एक जायज़ बयानिया कहते हैं, तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीदके में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयाँ करने वालों के मराकज़ पे हमले किए हैं। आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफ़गानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे?
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने ज़रूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations, we are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country, and we know how to defend it. My dear brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, please don't forget the story of Pakistan.
तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीद में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयां करने वालों के मराकज पे हमले किए हैं. आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफ़गानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे? नंबर एक. दूसरा ये कि ईरान के बारे में आपने कहा कि बलोचिस्तान के अंदर जो कुछ हो रहा है उसके मराकज़ ईरान में है, और आपने ईरान में जाकर स्ट्राइक किया, और उसके बदले में अगर ईरान ने आपके इलाके में स्ट्राइक किया और आपने कहा कि वहाँ पर हमारे दुश्मनों के मराकज़ हैं. अब बात यह है कि मौक़िफ़ एक अफ़गानिस्तान के बारे में भी और ईरान के बारे में भी, लेकिन रवैये में फ़र्क क्यों है? इसलिए कि ईरान की हुकूमत एस्टेब्लिश्ड है और अभी दुनिया उसको उखाड़ने की हिम्मत नहीं कर रही, और अफ़गानिस्तान की हुकूमत आपको गैर मुस्तहकम नज़र आ रही है.
Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories you're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. The news coming in, fire broke out in a power loom factory near early morning in Koni village in Bhiwandi in Maharashtra. This morning, the fire led to a cylinder blast at the site, injuring one firefighter. No casualties were reported. India has been re-elected to the International Civil Aviation Organization ICAO Council with one of the highest mandates. In a social media post, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu said that the move reflects international trust in India's aviation reform, safety standards and strategic cooperation under Prime Minister Modi. Lalit Modi and Vijay Mallya are making headlines again with a viral video where they are mocking India. The video shared with Lalit Modi shows two enjoying a party in London. And Lalit says we are the two biggest fugitives of India. The Commission for Air Quality Management has issued a show-cause notice to 6 thermal power plants within 300 kilometers radius of Delhi. This has been issued for non-compliance with the biomass co-firing norms. Lots coming up, viewers. We are continue to be live and breaking. Who is shielding Sangar? Unnao survivor says that they will go ahead and move Supreme Court against bail to Sangar.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
What's coming up, viewers? Sangar guilty but freed while Unnao survivors dragged and detained while protesting who is shielding the rape convict.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
जो भी मतलब वायु हवा कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो इसीलिए हरियाली मतलब यानी अरावली बचाने का यही प्रयत्न किया हमने, इसीलिए हमें यात्रा निकाली जा रही है।
1,000-kilometer flag march at Mount Abu as part of the Save Aravali movement. Protesters demand a review of the Supreme Court order. Republic exclusive report on Aravali's. Did the government ignore amicus warning on how large areas of the hills were at the risk of erasure?
अरावली को लेकर नहीं कह रहा भाई मैं। सर अरावली बदमाशी कर, नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर। आपसे एक सवाल है भाई, अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है? प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर। कोई नहीं, मेरे से बोला मत, आना से जबरदस्ती।
Haryana Environment Minister confronted by Republic. Ducks our cameras when asked about illegal mining at the Aravalis. Sangar guilty but freed while Unnao survivors dragged and detained while protesting. Who is shielding the rape convict? Massive anger over Delhi High Court decision to grant Sangar bail. Unnao survivor to appeal in apex court. Eight people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Karbi Angalong district. Internet has been suspended. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shivangi Shukla getting you latest. Outrage erupted at India Gate as Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcefully dragged away by police while protesting at the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to the convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. The scenes are deeply disturbing. We put those scenes on your screen. Now, this is a survivor of one of India's most brutal rape cases being silenced on the streets, while the man sentenced to life imprisonment walks free, at least for now. Now, what happened is the High Court has suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing conditions such as directing him to stay 5 kilometers away from the survivor. The victim's family, however, says these safeguards offer little comfort. The decision has reopened painful memories of the 2017 case that shocked the nation and exposed how vulnerable survivors remain when the accused wields power and influence. And now we see the Unnao survivors preparing to take the fight further to the Supreme Court. Development, however, has now ignited a nationwide debate that if a convicted rapist can walk free, what does justice truly look for survivors in India? That's right, viewers. What we see right now is that the Unnao survivor has said that they will go ahead and they will approach the Supreme Court against the bail to Sangar. This is coming in as Republic has been asking questions specifically about justice. Now, we have seen that the survivor has been speaking to Republic TV. The survivor has been talking about the fact that her family is unsafe. She wants justice to be delivered, and she has repeatedly said that they will continue their protest. And while they were protesting yesterday at the national capital, you can see how the survivor was dragged away forcefully, while the ex-MLA Sangar is going to roam free. Now, he's got a 5-kilometer radius order and asked not to come within 5-kilometer radius of the victim. And Republic TV has been speaking to the survivor, and in various conversations, the survivor has said and asked the public to make sure that this kind of injustice should not be allowed. Okay, we have Ishan, who has been on the ground, has been getting us all those details. Let's go ahead and see what my colleague Ishan has to say.
Now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, he is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder, while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus. The Delhi police is now forcibly removing the victim from the who has been protesting at India Gate. They have already removed the mother and social activist who had accompanied the victim, and now they are also forcibly removing the victim from India Gate Circus. Detaining, he is being forced into a CRPF bus. The mother has already been put into the CRPF bus. The victim seems to have sustained some injury on her shoulder, while the victim now being dragged away by Delhi police officials and being put into the CRPF bus.
All right, let's go across to my colleague who's joining us. Ishan, what we saw yesterday was extremely concerning. We see that the survivor was dragged away. The survivor told Republic, while speaking to our reporters, was also speaking to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, that they will not stop, the family and the survivor will not stop fighting for justice. However, when they were protesting yesterday, they were dragged away forcefully. And now the survivor has made it clear that they will next approach the apex court.
Absolutely. The survivor had clearly stated her intentions to approach the apex court yesterday itself, and she has been continuing to do that. The survivor says that she feels unsafe, and that if a person who was behind custody could orchestrate multiple attacks on her and her family, including her lawyer and including the people who had supported her, this bail grants him a free license to orchestrate attacks on them now. And this is concerning to her because she not only fears for herself, she also fears for her family, she fears for her children. And this definitely is a grave carrying out of injustice by the court, according to her. Kuldeep Sangar had approached the court in appeal and has been granted bail in the rape matter. However, he still remains in custody in the custodial death of the victim's father's case, and now this is being she is very concerned about him coming out back into the world and possibly intimidating her and causing harm to her, and she believes that this is a grave injustice that is being done by the courts against her. Back to you.
Yes, Ishan, I wanted to hold on for a second there because meanwhile Republic has spoken to the survivor in this case. Republic has called this development, in fact, we see the survivor says that this development is a travesty of justice. This is exactly what the survivor is telling Republic. The survivor also very clearly says that the family is unsafe, but they will not stop their fight. They will continue to take this fight further to the apex court.
खतरा यही है कि मेरे साथ सिक्योरिटी है, चलो मैं, लेकिन परिवार में जो सुरक्षा हटाई गई परिवार की, पैरोकारों की, और जो जमानत ले रखा है उनकी हटाई गई, वो तो आज सुरक्षित है। अभी जो वीरेंद्र सिंह है न्यूज़ से, वीरेंद्र यादव, अभी उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई गई। उसके बाद में मेरे पापा, मतलब उन्होंने मेरे पापा केस में बयान दिया था, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को जब हॉस्पिटल में थे तो उन्होंने बयान लिया था, पेन ड्राइव वगैरह सब सीबीआई को, और कोर्ट में बयान दिया था। सीबीआई के वकील वो जमानत लिया, मतलब उसमें केस में वो बयान दिया था, और फिर उसके बाद में उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई जाती है। उसके 2 दिन बाद कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर तिहाड़ जेल से अपने वकील अवधेश सिंह से बोल के सब करके उनके ऊपर गुंडा एक्टर लगाया जाता है। उसके बाद में बेचारे को वीरेंद्र यादव जी को 50 दिन जेल में रखा जाता है उन्नाव की। उसके बाद वो भाई सुरक्षा हटते कैसे गैंगस्टर लग सकता है? नहीं लग सकता है, क्योंकि ये लगवाया गया है, ये परेशान किया गया था कि मुकदमा वापस ले लो, आपको हम इतना पैसा दे देंगे, ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे। लेकिन वो इंसान सच्चाई पे था। मेरे पापा को बुरी तरीके से मारा गया था, इसलिए उन्होंने बयान दिया था सीबीआई में, यहाँ पे 30 जारी कोर्ट में आके बयान दिया था जज साहब के सामने। वो सरकारी गवाह थे, उनकी भी सुरक्षा हटा दी गई, परिवार की भी हटा दी गई, पैरोकारों की हटा दी गई, जो जमात ले उनकी भी हटा दी गई। कल का कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज इनको बेल मिली है हाई कोर्ट से, कल का मेरा घर विड्रॉ किया जाएगा, कल का मेरी सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की जाएगी, तो मैं तो कहीं की भी नहीं रह जाऊंगी। भाई पावरफुल इंसान है, उसी की सरकार है। आज बेल मिली, कल घर हटाया जाएगा, फिर धीरे से सिक्योरिटी हटाई जाएगी। परिवार की हटी गई, हमारी बची, क्योंकि मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाके मैं खड़ी हो गई थी। वेलांत त्रिवेदी के सामने मैं हाथ खड़े कर दिए थे, मैडम अपने घर लेके चलिए मुझे। उन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं सोचा, उन्होंने सुरक्षा हमारी बरकरार रखी। लेकिन कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं, जान का खतरा लाइफ टाइम तक बना है सर, क्योंकि मेरे साथ रेप हुआ। कल का अगर मेरी बच्ची है, कल का मेरी बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी, कहीं जाएगी, उसके साथ में भी रेप करेंगे तो कुछ हम पे क्या बीतेगी।
All right, let's go straight across to Ishan. Ishan, you know, what we are hearing there is a cry for justice, a cry for justice. Now, also telling our viewers, this is one of the most brutal cases which have come up. In 2018, we see the survivor attempted self-immolation outside the residence of the UP CM in Lucknow. And that's when the case really picked up. And at a time when the survivor needs more support, we see that she was forcefully dragged while protesting. If you could help our viewers understand what is next, and we see a lot of women activists have also been helping the survivor. Republic has been speaking to them.
Absolutely, the activists in this case have been providing support to the survivor in this case. But the thing is that the accused has gotten bail from High Court, and this is a procedural bail that has been granted to him. he had filed an appeal before the High Court against the judgment of the lower court, and now pending the appeal he has been granted bail. This feels that it is a grave injustice that is being carried out, because the accused who had been convicted of this case, who had orchestrated multiple attacks, and the fight for justice was so long and so painful and so brutal, seems that all that has gone to waste. And now this bail order, although it is a procedural bail that has been granted, feels as if it is a grave injustice that is being carried out, because people with power and people with money are able to not only subvert law but to use law to their advantage, and this is something that needs to be stopped. And the cry of the survivor is that this kind of injustice should not be tolerated in India, and it definitely should be revisited. This bail order should be revisited, and it is only after that she feels that justice could be granted to her.
Sean, I just want our viewers to also understand that that it's a cry for justice that is being made by the survivor here. But, Republic TV has been asking these questions as well, that is the convicted leader here getting away, because this legal fight is in its 9th year already. This is not a new case at all. This fight has been going on for 9 years, Isha.
Absolutely. The accused in this case was convicted in 2 different cases. One is the custodial death of the victim's father, and second is the rape case for which he was convicted. After the conviction in the custodial death case, he had gotten a 10-year prison sentence, which is still ongoing, and in this case he had gotten a life imprisonment sentence. Now, he had applied for an appeal before the High Court, and during the pendency of that appeal he applied for bail. Now, this application of bail is under provision of CRPC that provides the opportunity and is kind of there to prevent if somebody is innocent from being in prison without reason. But in this case we have seen that so many struggles have happened, so many people have died. The victim's lawyer has been
Ishan, yes, the fight for justice continues. Thank you, Ishan, for getting us all those details. We're picking up some more responses coming in from the legal world as well, viewers, as there is a massive uproar over High Court decision. Lawyers say it is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal. And even after High Court, the people can go ahead and they can take it forward to the Supreme Court. Let's play out those legal reactions we're getting on the story.
Mr. Agrawal, how do you see the bail that has been granted to the Unnao rape case accused by the Delhi High Court yesterday?
That is permissible under the law. This is the normal routine. When court feel, when the appeal is filed and court feel there are grounds to hear the appeal, then this normally they stay the operation of the lower court. In this case also, it has been stayed and strict conditions have been imposed. So just this is not correct that people should blame the judiciary. Everybody has a right of appeal, and even after High Court, people convict can go to Supreme Court.
Mr. Agrawal, when you say that everybody has a right to appeal and it's a normal procedure in the court of law, similarly last year also in 2024, very similar appeal filed by the same accused was rejected. How come, what changed in 2025 that he was granted bail? Given the circumstances, we have seen how there is threat to life to the victim's family, the victim herself, how her father died, how the uncle of the victim is in a danger. So how do you think that the appeal, he has the right to appeal, and the same appeal was rejected last year but it got...
There is change of circumstances. When courts are not in a position to dispose of the appeal immediately, then suppose tomorrow in appeal court find that there was no justification of conviction. So to avoid that, and whatever time a person remain out, that will be not counted in the sentence. So he has not undergone that period when he was out. So everybody has a right to appeal, and court should take when court feel there are grounds in appeal which can quash the conviction. The courts normally grant this.
Every day we are in courts and there are cases in which bail is given, bail is not given. Ultimately, it's up to the court based on the facts. Now, the court system does not function on who is before the court. The court system simply functions that there is a person before the court. That person may be a political person, may not be a political person, may be a doctor, engineer, may be a lawyer, may be a media person, may be a normal citizen. It doesn't matter. What the court will see that in the facts of the case, is there scope to give any relief or not give any relief? Ultimately, when it comes to bail cases, generally speaking, the court will look at whether there is a threat to larger society beyond the crime itself. Are there restrictions to be put? What kind of restrictions? If there's a system in which if the person breaks those conditions, then the court can immediately withdraw it. With regard to the victim, Jagjit Singh is a case in which a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court has held the victim also has a right to be heard. So in the process, there's a recognition that the complainant or the victim can come and oppose something. So this is a process. My only point is, anyone feels aggrieved with it, the due process can be taken to the next level. The second point is, do not politicize the system of the court, because courts on a daily basis reject bail applications, accept bail applications. Now, if somebody is aggrieved and you politicize the process, then that is going against the process, because ultimately, let's not forget, the process listens to everybody, including a terrorist like Yaqub Memon. 3 o'clock, the court got up to hear it. So the process should not be politicized. The merits of each case can be argued by everyone who's concerned on the case, and they have every right to invoke their legal rights.
Shocking scenes unfolded at India Gate as an Unnao rape survivor and her mother were dragged away by police in a van during a fierce protest against the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. On Tuesday, the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing strict conditions like staying 5 kilometers away from the victim. Family fears for their safety, with the survivor's sister saying they feel safer in jail.
Today's day is extremely telling about where the scale of justice tilts in India. For justice in a democracy must not just be done, it must also be seen to be done. And I have no doubt in saying that what the Delhi High Court has done today in the Sangar case is not just a travesty of justice, in my view, but it would also give extremely wrong impression to people who would want to believe in the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day when a convicted rapist, a very powerful rapist, a very influential rapist, a very connected rapist called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, ex-BJP MLA, extremely well-connected, notorious, powerful man's life sentence, has surprisingly been suspended by the Delhi High Court. I want to repeat, this man is convicted, not accused. And the Delhi High Court suspends his life sentence. What a mockery of justice. What message is the judiciary, the higher judiciary, the appellate courts, what message are they sending to the people of India? And why the rest of the media quiet about these things? Surprisingly, today is also a day when the Supreme Court of India has disposed of the Sandesara matter, the matter of corruption against the Sandesara brothers, who paid a total sum, ladies and gentlemen, of 5,000 crore rupees plus as a deposit, as a measure of abundant caution, and the criminal charges against them are gone. So if you're rich, you get away. If you're powerful, you get away. You have way and leeway in this country if you're rich and if you're powerful. I'd like to go back to the visuals of the Sangar case. And let me tell you, in this case, where there is a rape that has occurred, where this man has carried out an act of rape on June 4th, 2017. This case gains attention after the victim attempts self-immolation on April 8, 2018, because she's tired of knocking on every possible door. On April 3rd, 2018, this man, Sangar's aides, including his brother, beat the victim's father with sticks and lathis. So he carries out an act of rape. He's arrested After that, the father is arrested and the father of the victim dies in judicial custody on April 9, 2018. What is worse, on July 28, 2019, the victim, her lawyer and two aunts suffer severe injuries when a truck rams their car 11 times. In a murderous attempt, two of her aunts die. The rape survivor's mother, grandmother and survivor herself wrote letters to the Chief Justice of India and the governor asking for justice. All of these things have happened. It is not a case of injustice, it is of aggravated injustice. And in this country, you would believe that the courts would come to the defense of the victim. But in our country, a division bench comprising Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar said that in this case, they suspend the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sangar with a warning not to come within 5 kilometers of the residence of the victim and not threaten the mother of the victim, which means the court is almost entirely trusting the moral compass of a politician called Kuldeep Singh Sangar, who is convicted of rape and murder, and is advising the person, don't hurt the victim any further. I want to ask the honorable courts, we respect the fact that you've given a verdict, but we completely disagree with it. We believe that in cases like that of Kuldeep Singh Sangar, the toughest of examples should be set. We must not forget, honorable judges, the promises that were made to the people of India following the Nirbhaya case. And today Nirbhaya's mother herself came and said she was appalled by this.
ये तो एक रूल नया बनाया जा रहा है, जैसे कि और जेल में है वो भी कहेंगे कि हमको फांसी की सजा हुई है तो उसको खत्म करके फिर सुनवाई की जाए, तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। पता न कौन से कोर्ट कहां से हो रहा है ऐसे, ये तो पहले बार ऐसा हो रहा है।
The problem in our country is we believe that public memory is short. But here on Republic, we are here to remind both the politicians as well as the judiciary of their responsibility to the people of India. Republic is with the people. Republic is with the public. I hope this decisions of the Delhi High Court today gets overturned by a higher court. I wish courage to the victims and her families to fight this long battle. We are with those who have been targeted by the politicians. We are against this verdict, both in its letter and in its spirit. Does not mean it won't be followed, it will be followed. But this is not right, just not right.
Viewers, ISRO has launched BlueBird Block-2. It's a new generation communication satellite through LVM3-M6. The Bahubali rocket, also called the Bahubali rocket, was launched from the Bahubali rocket. The spacecraft lifted around 8:54 a.m. from the second launch pad at Sriharikota. The BlueBird Block-2 is a new communication satellite weighing 6,100 kilograms. It's the heaviest payload to be placed into the low Earth orbit on the Bahubali rocket. Our colleague Sharda has been on the ground and she is getting us these reports.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
कक्षा की ओर बढ़ चला है LVM3-M6 रॉकेट.
Bring through the bright.
BlueBird Block-2 satellite separated. LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission successfully accomplished. Both external motors separated. Payload bearing separated.
ISRO has successfully launched the BlueBird 6 along with the AST SpaceMobile, the Texas-based US company, and now it's expected that the low Earth orbit satellite is settled down, and within days it's going to make a huge turnout onto what work exactly the BlueBird 6 satellite is going to do. As we heard from the AST CEO himself saying that the BlueBird satellite is going to eradicate 1,000 smaller satellites and make the work much easier for smart mobiles, especially if you have a smartphone with you. The connection is going to get much wider, much broader, especially it's like carrying a broadband in your pocket, and that's what the communication and technology is heading towards now. With more 60 satellites planned for the AST, we have to wait and see if ISRO is in connection with it. And with more Gaganyaan updates, the ISRO chairman also told us that it is a huge pleasure and it is a huge step for the Indian Space Research Organization to go ahead with private organizations in these collaborations to make sure that India is in par with US and other nations in terms of technologies, but increasing the number of launches every year.
DRDO has completed one of the user evaluation trials of the next generation Akash missile system. Here's a quick report as we keep getting the latest coming in on that development.
The Ministry of Defence shares its latest feat. The DRDO has announced a successful completion of the user evaluation trials of the next generation Akash missile system, paving the way for its induction into the Indian Armed Forces. The system demonstrated high precision against diverse aerial threats, including high speed, low altitude, and long range high altitude targets. Equipped with an indigenous RF seeker, dual pulse solid rocket motor, and fully homegrown radars and C2 systems, Akash NG marks a major boost to India's air defense capability.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We just now felt this entire
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
इसीलिए हरियाली मतलब यानी अरावली बचाने का यही प्रयत्न किया हमने, इसीलिए हमें यात्रा निकाली जा रही है।
1,000-kilometer flag march at Mount Abu as part of Save Aravali movement. Protesters demand the review of the Supreme Court order. Republic exclusive report on Aravali's. Did the government ignore the amicus curiae warning on how large the areas of the hills were at risk of erasure?
सर अरावली बदमाशी करो। नहीं बदमाशी नहीं कर सर, आपसे एक सवाल है। भाई अरावली को लेकर हरियाणा का क्या स्टैंड है? प्लीज तो धक्का मत मारिए सर। कोई नहीं, मेरे मत खाना से जबरदस्ती।
Haryana Environment Minister confronted by Republic ducks our cameras when asked about illegal mining at the Aravalis. Sangar guilty but freed, while Unnao survivor is dragged and detained by police while protesting. Who is shielding the rape convict? Massive anger over Delhi High Court decision to grant Sangar bail. Unnao survivor to appeal in the apex court. 8 people injured as violence breaks out in Assam's Korbi Anglong districts. Internet suspended. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. We start with the outrage that has erupted last night at the India Gate in the heart of the national capital as Unnao rape survivor and her mother were forcefully dragged away by police while they were protesting the Delhi High Court's decision to grant bail to convicted former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sangar. Now, the scenes were deeply, deeply disturbing. A survivor of one of India's most brutal rape cases being silenced on streets while the man sentenced to life imprisonment walks free for at least now. And what happened is the court suspended Sangar's life sentence pending appeal, imposing conditions such as directing him to stay 5 kilometers away from the survivor. Riyanka is joining us live in the broadcast, getting us more inputs on the story. Riyanka, over to you. Okay, Riyanka is at this. Yeah.
There is a security cover of the CRPF which has been given here to the victim and her family. It was just a while from now when the victim and her mother, they have entered the lawyer's chambers, as we know that they are going to be filing a petition challenging the Delhi High Court's order, because that is what is the option left for them, as they have mentioned. In fact, escorting them, along with them, was anti-rape activist Yogita Bhayana, who we spoke to earlier today, and she said that every step legally will be taken forward. Although we let's also zoom in towards the particular residence of the advocate who is involved in this particular case, and we are also giving those important details at this point in time, as once again you can see the security from the side of the CRPF which has been provided to the victim. They are also present. In fact, some officers have gone inside the residence as well. It was just some time from now when the victim and her mother, along with the sisters of the victim, they had arrived at this particular location of the advocate in Delhi's Nizamuddin East, and they are making consultations with the lawyers. They had met with the lawyers earlier as well yesterday, and they are going to be knocking the doors of the Supreme Court, and that is mostly going to be happening after the vacation. The matter will be possibly listed, I beg your pardon, it will be listed post the vacation, but for now there are consultations, there are several preparations which are being made as they prepare to knock the doors of the Supreme Court. Because at this point in time, justice is what needs to be delivered. This is coming in just after the High Court had suspended the lifetime imprisonment of Kuldeep Singh Sangar, the person convicted, the former BJP MLA, who's a very, very powerful man. And this is again the let's also continue to focus on these visuals there where we are reporting from outside the residence of the advocate, who is going to be preparing all the drafts in this case, who will be preparing all the giving them consultations in terms of what the legal action can be taken. The Unnao rape case victim has arrived here with her mother as well as her sisters. Remember, viewers, earlier yesterday we had seen that they had gone in fact at around the India Gate circle, and they were protesting silently. That is where we saw that the police dragged the mother, dragged the victim and detained them, along with the anti-rape activist Yogita Bhayana, who has been in constant support of the victim as well as her family. They continue to allege that there is a threat to their life. They allege that there is a threat to their life because we have seen how earlier the victim's father as well as uncles and other family members have been targeted. In fact, they also allege that there were goons outside their residences who have been giving out them several threats, and they continue to say that even after the security cover, they feel that their life is in threat, which is why they want to reach out to the Supreme Court and challenge this particular order which suspended Kuldeep Singh Sengar's life imprisonment. And again, we will focus on one of the officials coming out of the residence of the advocate, where the consultations are currently underway. They are meeting the lawyers, and this is the entire security that has been given, along with the social activist Yogita Bayana, who has come here, and they will be taking all the steps forward. Back to the studios.
Yeah. In fact, there is a lot of outrage. Even Nirbhaya's mother, Riyanka, has also spoken to Republic TV, and she has also said that the wrong example should not be set with what's happening. And there are many questions being raised in this entire legal process. Now, if you could just shed some light on what really has the victim being accusing, because she's also said that Kuldeep Singh Sengar wants his wife to be, he wants his wife to enter politics, and that's why he has been granted bail, and he will be supporting her for the same.
Right. In fact, the victim and her family, they have been alleging that there is a huge political support that Kuldeep Singh Sengar, the person convicted in this matter, is getting, and in fact, other activists have also been saying that during the elections is what they need the man for, which is why they have gone ahead and they appealed the court, they applied for the bail, and they were simultaneously granted the bail, which is where there were several questions are also being raised in terms of the mockery of justice, which has been now given, and many people are questioning the same. In fact, there are several other angles to this legally as to the procedures that have been followed by the legal system of our country for giving in this particular suspension of the lifetime imprisonment, the life sentence which Kuldeep Sengar was to serve. But at this point in time, the family fears that since he's out, there is going to be even bigger threat to their life. Even when he was in the jail, there were several strategies that he had planned. There were several moves that he had planned from inside the jail to target the families. In fact, I have personally seen several CCTV footages which the sisters of the victim had shown to me, where it was very clearly seen that how the goons were hovering around their residences just to keep them afraid, just to keep them frightened, and that is what is the condition the family is currently facing, including the victim. She had very openly said that she has a daughter, she has another child, and she's not feeling very safe whether there will be any, she's afraid that there can be future attacks on them, on her family, on her children. In fact, she also goes on to say that if today the judiciary and the legal system gives bail to the convicted person, then tomorrow they can also take away the CRPF cover that the family currently has. So there are several apprehensions that have been cited by the victim and her family members, and we will be continuing to bring you all the minute-to-minute updates. We'll get you frame by frame all the details that are coming in once the victim and her mother and her sisters walk out of the lawyers' chambers here in the national capital. Rakshita.
Right. In fact, it was very painful to see the scenes from central Delhi yesterday. What we saw, the way the victim was being dragged away by the police, and her mother as well. Those are very, very disturbing scenes of what transpired yesterday. Because one has to understand the gravity of the situation, how frightened she is for her life. And as you just mentioned about what her sisters have been telling you, the photographs she has shown, the threat, is real. And we've seen that he's a powerful man. He is not a public servant. That's the court. The court has highlighted that. But having said that, we understand what has been going on in the country. We've seen how those who have been in connection with politics, they've had a sway. They had a lot of sway and getting things done their own way as well. This is, of course, a bad example when we see a rape survivor when she is dragged. First of all, a court judgment, a bail that is granted, that already sets a wrong example, raises many eyebrows, raises questions, and then that way the survivor is treated, that is also a big, big cause of concern.
Absolutely, very, very, very clearly put there, Rakshita. You have very nicely explained how this is raising several eyebrows and raising several concerns about how the rape victims, how the rape survivors are being treated in our country. We saw how they were brutally dragged by the Delhi police only because they were silently protesting and raising.
Right. Thank you so much, Riyanka. We'll come back to you. In fact, Republic TV did speak to the rape survivor who calls this order decision by the court a travesty of justice. Listen in.
खतरा यही है कि मेरे साथ सिक्योरिटी है, चलो मैं, लेकिन परिवार में जो सुरक्षा हटाई गई, परिवार की, पैरोकारों की, और जो जमानत ले रखा है उनकी हटाई गई, वो तो आज सुरक्षित है। अभी जो वीरेंद्र सिंह है न्यूज़ से, वीरेंद्र यादव, अभी उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई गई। उसके बाद में मेरे पापा, मतलब उन्होंने मेरे पापा केस में बयान दिया था, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को जब हॉस्पिटल में थे तो उन्होंने बयान लिया था, पेन ड्राइव वगैरह सब सीबीआई को, और कोर्ट में बयान दिया था। सीबीआई के वकील वो जमानत लिया, मतलब उसमें केस में वो बयान दिया था, और फिर उसके बाद में उनकी सुरक्षा हटाई जाती है। उसके 2 दिन बाद कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर तिहाड़ जेल से अपने वकील अवधेश सिंह से बोल के सब करके उनके ऊपर गुंडा एक्टर लगाया जाता है। उसके बाद में बेचारे को वीरेंद्र यादव जी को 50 दिन जेल में रखा जाता है उन्नाव की।
All right, we are going across to a story, another story that we are tracking for you. An Indian citizen illegally detained in China for more than 12 hours after he mentioned Arunachal Pradesh as an Indian state before being released. Now, that's the vlogger, and he shared what happened with him. In fact, now we have Mr. Anant, who was detained illegally by China for more than 12 hours. He's joining us live on the broadcast. Anant, tell us what really happened with you.
Is it possible I can do it in Hindi because I feel it more? Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, पहले मैं अपना बैकग्राउंड देता हूँ 1 मिनट की, ताकि लोगों को पता लगे मैं कौन हूँ, क्यों स्टार्ट हुई। मेरा नाम अनंत है, मैं ट्रैवल ब्लॉगिंग करता हूँ, देश दुनिया घूमता हूँ, 3 साल हो गए, 25 देश घूम चुका हूँ। दूसरे देश में जाना, लोगों से मिलना, उनके साथ फनी मोमेंट्स रिकॉर्ड करना, एक कल्चर शेयर करना मेरा पैशन है। IIT गुवाहाटी से मैं पढ़ा हूँ, जिस वजह से नॉर्थ ईस्ट से मैं थोड़ा सा कनेक्टेड हूँ। घूमा हूँ, सारा एरिया एक्सप्लोर किया है, तवांग, नागालैंड, जितना भी पॉसिबल है एक्सप्लोर किया है। इवन अक्टूबर में आई वाज इन चाइना एक्सप्लोरिंग द इनर मंगोलिया साइड ऑफ चाइना। पिछले हफ्ते मैं चाइना गया था एज टू ट्रैवल, टू एक्सप्लोर, टू डू शॉपिंग एंड ऑल, और इमिग्रेशन पे मेरे को डिटेन कर लिया गया लगभग 15 घंटे। अभी मैं सोचता हूँ, when I think about that incident, I feel nervous and I feel scared, honestly. So 15 घंटे अब मेरे को डिटेन किया गया, जिसमें फिजिकल वर्बल अब्यूज हैरेसमेंट नहीं था, बट वी वर नॉट गिवन फूड, वी वर नॉट गिवन वाटर, मे बी 1-2 बार टॉयलेट लेके गए बहुत कुछ करने पे। कांटेक्ट करने नहीं दिया गया एम्बेसी से या घर वालों से। तो इट वाज वेरी स्कैरी फॉर मी दैट हाउ लॉन्ग इट्स गोना हैपन एंड हाउ विल पीपल नो दैट आई एम हियर, हाउ विल दे नो वेयर आई एम, क्या होगा, यहाँ से कहाँ जाएंगे, यहाँ से गायब हो जाएंगे या क्या होगा। मैं तो यार सिंपल साधारण सा आदमी हूँ, मैं इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो टीवी पे पता नहीं लग रहा है या लोगों को पता लग रहा है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक आम आदमी होगा, वो तो बेचारा गायब भी हो जाएगा तो पता नहीं लगेगा किसी। तो ये चीजें हैं जो थोड़ी सी इनह्यूमन हो जाती हैं, थोड़ा डरावना हो जाता है इंसान के लिए कि एक मतलब I just shared a small stand over the issue or the dispute because I am quite emotionally connected from Northeast, and that's what I did. And I don't think it's a big deal because I just presented my view. I'm not doing any political rally. I'm not doing any protest. I'm not doing anything. I just presented my view. That's it. And not just anything. I present my views on various topics, like Indian passport ranking, women harassment, child abuse, animal abuse, everything. Anyway, this was it.
आपने कोई वीडियो बनाया था? Did you make a video on the woman who was born in Arunachal and she was also illegally detained by China? क्या उसी से ये सब हुआ शुरू?
मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, जिस दिन वो वीडियो इंसिडेंट हुआ था, the same day I posted about that when I was in China at that time. So at that time I was in China, and that I think that got very sensitive for them कि बंदा यहीं खड़ा होकर क्यों बोल रहा है. I just present my view in a non-political way. I just connect people to people. That's it.
जी.
The same day, 24th November, I presented my view on that in a very simple way, not very abusive, not very radicalized way, just very simple view. That's it.
So how did they let you go then?
और इसके भगवान की कृपा मानो या क्या मानो, आई डोंट नो, बट व्हेन द टाइम वाज पासिंग आई वाज वेरी नर्वस, वेरी क्लूलेस कि पहले 2 घंटा, 3 घंटा, 4 घंटा बेचैनी बढ़ती गई, क्या हो रहा है ये, मतलब मैं कैसे बताऊं मैं कहाँ हूँ, मैं मुझे एम्बेसी को फोन करना है, मुझे अपनी मम्मी को बताना है, मुझे अपने पापा को बताना है मैं कहाँ हूँ, सब परेशान हो रहे होंगे। फिर खाना नहीं आया बहुत टाइम तक, स्पेसिफिकली मुझे ही खाना नहीं दिया गया, आई डोंट नो व्हाई, बिकॉज बाकी लोगों को खाना दिया गया था। और पानी 1-2 बार दिया, जब बहुत रिक्वेस्ट करी भाई पानी दे दो, प्यास लग रही है बहुत, प्लीज कुछ तो इंसानियत दिखाओ। There was no physical or verbal abuse, but there was complete ignorance, like complete clueless. Sir, what is happening? Shut up, sit down. I want to go back. Okay, please wait. I want to talk to my embassy. Please wait. And that was happening since long time. मैं रो पड़ा यार वहाँ पे, 15 घंटे हुए मैं इवन 15 घंटे के बाद भी जब नेक्स्ट फ्लाइट वाज आफ्टर 28 आवर्स इन टोटल, और 24 आवर्स, और टोटल 28 घंटा हो गया, मैं खाने को कुछ नहीं था, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कुछ खाने को दे दे यार, मैं मर रहा हूँ भूख से। वो फिर एक बेचारी वो एयरपोर्ट स्टाफ ने मेरे लिए बिस्किट का पैकेट लाई, दैट्स इट। फिर मैं इंडिया आया, इंडिया आने के बाद भी मतलब सरप्राइज, मैं लैंड करते इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर से बोला सर मेरे को चाइना में लीगली डिटेन किया था, क्या कर सकते हैं, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर फाइट, वेलकम बैक टू इंडिया। व्हाट दिस इज मैन, लाइक इससे ज्यादा हेल्प तो एयर होस्टेस कर रही थी मेरी फ्लाइट के अंदर मेरे को काम डाउन रिलैक्स करने के लिए।
जी
यस प्लीज।
नहीं, डिड यू स्पीक टू द एम्बेसी, किसी आपकी बात हुई एम्बेसी में किसी से, चाहे इंडिया हो चाहे चाइना?
Coming back to India, I have a personal contact. I talked to them, and I don't want to. It's not official or formal conversation. It was just informal conversation with one of my friend who works in embassy, not in China, but as in some other country, and he clearly said that in China it's not easy to get the answers. In China, it's not easy to resolve. Either you stay quiet or you can write a letter to embassy. And अब मैं 3-4 दिन आराम करके अपना दिमाग ठिकाने पे लाके आराम से आगे एक वीडियो बनाया हूँ, एंड जस्ट बिकॉज आई एम इन्फ्लुएंसर तो पता लग रहा, नहीं तो आई थिंक ये मैटर दब भी जाता, कौन लेटर लिख रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, किसको फर्क पड़ता है 150 करोड़ लोगों का देख के। फिर भी आई एम प्रिपेयरिंग अ लेटर फॉर द एम्बेसी ऑफ चाइना एंड एम्बेसी ऑफ इंडिया दैट प्लीज हेल्प मी ऑन दिस मैटर, दैट इट वाज नॉट गुड टू डिटेन लाइक दिस विदाउट एनी क्लू, एंड एट लीस्ट देयर शुड बी ह्यूमन एक्ट्स, कि खाना पानी दो इंसान को, रीजन बताओ, उसे फोन दो, उसे अपने घर बात करने दो, करो आप डिटेन, आपको प्रोसेस है, करो, एक तरीका होता है यार।
जी, okay, Ananta, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us and presenting your side on Republic TV. We shift our focus to other stories that are making news now from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Residents of Tiruparankundam village continued their protest by lighting lamps in front of their homes. Protest urging authorities to assure that Kartikai Deepam is lit at the Deepatun, the sacred lamp pillar. It topped the hill. Members of the Students' Federation of India, SFI, displayed posters and staged protests on various issues as the 68th convocation ceremony began at Jadavpur University. Minimum temperature dropped to -1 degree Celsius in Talakunda, that is following heavy snowfall, intensifying the cold wave condition in the Nilgiris in Tamil Nadu. An expert team from UAST, Kashmir's Faculty of Fisheries, visited the Martand Sun Temple following reports of fish deaths. Officials cited water quality deterioration and bacterial infestation as key causes, recommending periodic cleaning of water bodies and the use of standardized nutrient-rich fish feed. Now, Maulana Fazlur Rahman, the head of Jamiat Ulema-e-Islam, that is JUIF, criticized the Pakistani army under Asim Munir for attacks on Afghanistan that killed civilians and questioned the reasoning of Islamabad. If Pakistan's cross-border strikes are justifiable, he contended, then the nation has no reason to object when India invades Pakistani land in order to eradicate terrorists.
अगर आप कहते हैं, मेरे सवालात हैं कि हमने अपने दुश्मन के मराकज़ पर स्ट्राइक किया है और आप इसको एक जायज बयानिया कहते हैं, तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीद में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयां करने वालों के मराकज़ पे हमले किए हैं। आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफगानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे?
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations, we are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations, we are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country. And we know how to defend it. My dear brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, please don't forget the story of Pakistan.
तो हिंदुस्तान आपसे कहता है कि मैंने बहावलपुर में हमला किया है, मैंने मुरीदके में हमला किया है, मैंने कश्मीर में हमारे खिलाफ कार्रवाइयाँ करने वालों के मराकज़ पे हमले किए हैं. आप उस पर एतराज़ क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर आप उस पर एतराज़ करते हैं और इधर से आपका यही इल्ज़ाम अफगानिस्तान के हवाले से है, दोनों में आप कैसे मुताबिकत पैदा करेंगे? या आप उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे या अपने आप को गलत कहेंगे? नंबर एक. दूसरा ये कि ईरान के बारे में आपने कहा कि बलूचिस्तान के अंदर जो कुछ हो रहा है उसके मराकज़ ईरान में है, और आपने ईरान में जाकर स्ट्राइक किया, और उसके बदले में अगर ईरान ने आपके इलाके में स्ट्राइक किया और आपने कहा कि वहाँ पर हमारे दुश्मनों के मराकज़ हैं. अब बात यह है कि मौक़िफ़ एक अफ़गानिस्तान के बारे में भी और ईरान के बारे में भी, लेकिन रवैये में फ़र्क क्यों है? इसलिए कि ईरान की हुकूमत एस्टेब्लिश्ड है और अभी दुनिया उसको उखाड़ने की हिम्मत नहीं कर रही, और अफ़गानिस्तान की हुकूमत आपको गैर मुस्तहकम नज़र आ रही है.
And viewers, okay, good news once again from ISRO. Today it launched the BlueBird Block-2, its new generation communication satellite via the LVM3-M6, also called India's Bahubali rocket. The spacecraft lifted off at 8:54 a.m. from the second launch pad at Sriharikota. BlueBird Block-2 is a new communication satellite weighing 6,100 kilograms. It's the heaviest payload to be placed into the low Earth orbit in LVM3 launch history. And my colleague Shada gets you this report.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
कक्षा की ओर बढ़ चला है LVM3-M6 रॉकेट.
Bring through the bright.
BlueBird Block-2 satellite separated. LVM3-M6 Bluebird Block-2 mission successfully accomplished. Both S200 motors separated. Payload pairing separated.
ISRO has successfully launched the BlueBird 6 along with the AST SpaceMobile, the Texas-based US company, and now it's expected that the low Earth orbit satellite is settled down, and within days it's going to make a huge turnout onto what work exactly the BlueBird 6 satellite is going to do. As we heard from the AST CEO himself saying that the BlueBird satellite is going to eradicate 1,000 smaller satellites and make the work much easier for smart mobiles, especially if you have a smartphone with you. The connection is going to get much wider, much broader, especially it's like carrying a broadband in your pocket, and that's what the communication and technology is heading towards now. With more 60 satellites planned for the AST, we have to wait and see if ISRO is in connection with it. And with more Gaganyaan updates, the ISRO chairman also told us that it is a huge pleasure and it is a huge step for the Indian Space Research Organization to go ahead with private organizations in these collaborations to make sure that India is in par with US and other nations in terms of technologies, but increasing the number of launches every year.
Now, the user evaluation trials of the Akash NG missile have been now completed by the DRDO, and it is ready to be inducted. Remember, it's very, very important for India's air defense system. It is very important for India's step to build the Sudarshan Chakra, India's very own shield, India's very own iron dome, as it's touted to be. Here's more.
The Ministry of Defence shares its latest feat. The DRDO has announced a successful completion of the user evaluation trials of the next generation Akash missile system, paving the way for its induction into the Indian Armed Forces. The system demonstrated